Chapter 1777. Every citizen is responsible for the rise and fall of the country. 2 days later, Lantian County's Longmen will host a charity event to raise funds for the country. In the Qizhou provincial governor's residence, Wang Rinbiao read the latest edition of the Datong Daily and frowned. After a while, he put down the newspaper and muttered to himself, "This charity event must be little Xian's doing. Why are you so sure that the Marquis of Yong'an is behind this?" But according to the reports, Marquis should be training the soldiers in the black armored troops right now. Hearing this, Leng Yuyao frowned and asked doubtfully. Although Wang Rinbiao's voice was soft, it did not escape her ears. After all, she was a martial arts expert close to the Grandmaster realm. Kiki. Although little Xian is in the army, he can send someone else to do this. Look at this, the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, a charity event. Who else but little Xian could come up with such an idea? Wang Rinbiao smiled and pointed at the article in the newspaper. After analyzing it with Leng Yuyao, he stood up with his hands behind his back. Although I don't know how much money the imperial court is lacking, the fact that His Majesty allowed little Xian to gather the merchants to raise funds for the army shows that the imperial court is somewhat stretched in the war with the Turks. Only by borrowing the strength of the citizens can we raise enough funds for the army. I'm afraid the situation is not optimistic. Every citizen was responsible for the rise and fall of the country. Moreover, Wang Rinbiao was not a commoner, but the eldest son of the Wang family of Taiyuan and the Qizhou provincial governor. Knowing that the imperial court was in trouble, he would naturally be worried. Then, does young master mean that our Wang family should participate in this charity event? After a moment of silence, Leng Yuyao asked softly. Our Wang family, Kiki. Can I still represent the Wang family? Wang Rinbiao suddenly smiled bitterly, a trace of coldness and desolation on his lips. Although he didn't know why Princess Tong and Wang Yu had suddenly agreed to his marriage with Li Jingchu, Wang Rinbiao knew that his marriage with Li Jingchu would definitely anger the elders of the Wang clan. This meant that the resources of the Wang clan would no longer be given to him, and his status as the eldest son of the Wang clan would only exist in name. The elders of the Wang clan would nominate another descendant of the Wang clan to become the future patriarch of the Wang clan. The news of Wang Rinbiao's upcoming marriage had been released for so long, but none of the elders of the Wang family were willing to come to Qizhou for the banquet. This meant that Wang Rinbiao was about to be cold-shouldered and marginalized by the family. Young master, since the patriarch and the eldest princess have agreed to the marriage between you and Miss Li, I presume the patriarch won't say anything else, right? Leng Yuyao had been by Wang Rinbiao's side for more than 10 years. How could she not tell what Wang Rinbiao was thinking at this moment? Although she said so, she also knew that this situation was very unlikely. With the nature of the top aristocratic families like the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, Wang Rinbiao was very likely to be abandoned by the Wang family. How could Wang Rinbiao not understand this? He shook his head and said, "Hee. Actually, I don't care about the identity of the Wang family's eldest son. Yao, you should understand me. This identity is more of a restriction than a benefit to me. Rather than being restricted by the family, I'm more willing to be an ordinary person, do what I like, and love the person I like. Sometimes I'm quite envious of Xiao Xian. He was able to have the status and wealth he has today all because of his own hard work, so he can do as he pleases and not be restricted by his family. Although I was born with everything, those things don't belong to me. They come from the family and the family can take them back at any time. This is not what I want." Hearing this, Leng Yuyao couldn't help but be silent. She lost her parents when she was young and was adopted by the Wang family. She was trained to be a secret guard. Regarding the internal situation of the Wang family, she knew it like the back of her hand. Naturally, she knew that what Wang Rinbiao said was the truth. "Young master, we won't be going to the fundraiser 2 days later." After a moment of silence, Leng Yuyao asked. "No. We have to go." "Of course we have to go." Unexpectedly, Wang Rinbiao shook his head and said firmly, "Since this matter was initiated by Xiao Xian, it's only right for us to help. Although I may not be able to use the Wang family's resources in the future, I should be able to transfer a lot of money from the shops in my hands. Send a message to the shopkeeper of the Craftsman Pavilion and ask him to attend the fundraiser in my place 2 days later and donate 30,000 strings of cash. Wang Rinbiao had previously invested in the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce and could be considered one of the earliest members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. The shops under him had received preferential treatment from the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce in terms of resources and had earned quite a bit of money in the past year, 30,000 strings of cash. Young master wants to donate so much? Leng Yuyao wasn't surprised that Wang Rinbiao wanted to help Li Zixuan. She was surprised that Wang Rinbiao wanted to donate so much money at once. 30,000 strings of cash might be a drop in the ocean to the Wang family, but to Wang Rinbiao, who was about to be abandoned by the Wang family, this 30,000 strings of cash could very well affect his livelihood for the rest of his life. Xiao Xian is my brother. Now that the court is in trouble and His Majesty has given Xiao Xian an order, although I don't know how much military funds will be collected for Xiao Xian to complete his mission, as his brother, I should do my best to help him. Moreover, Xiao Xian was the one who brought me and Jingchu together. If not for him, Jingchu and I would have become Jiao Zhongqing and Lu Lanji, right? A mere 30,000 strings of cash isn't enough to repay Xiao Xian's kindness to me. Wang Rinbiao's gaze was deep as he spoke faintly. Of course, he knew that he might be abandoned by the Wang family. Moreover, after being abandoned by the Wang family, money would become a very important thing to him. But so what? Was he supposed to stand by and watch when his brother was in trouble? That was impossible. Yes. Young master. Yuyao will send a message to the shopkeeper of the Craftsman Pavilion and ask him to attend the fundraiser in 2 days. Leng Yuyao bowed. Go, Yao, Wang Rinbiao nodded and the study instantly quieted down. Chapter 1778. Yes, there's a mountain here but it's not high or steep. You can climb it on horseback. How high is not high? 100 feet or 100 feet? How would I remember that? Didn't you say that you're good at memorizing directions? That you can remember everything you've been there once? I did remember that, but I've forgotten it now. You. Think about it carefully. If you can't remember, you can go and train. I'll ask Jiping to double your training today. Don't. Xiao Xian, wait, I think I remember. That mountain is about 500 feet tall and has a radius of half a mile. There are many pine trees on the mountain. Yes. What about here? The map shows that there's a mountain here too. Do you remember how high it is? In the afternoon, in Li Zixuan's tent, he and Qing Chimo were working on a military sand table of Nyosho Mountain. Qing Chimo suddenly realized that he had made a wrong decision. Assisting Li Zixuan in making the sand table was no easier than training on the drill ground. Li Zixuan had asked too many questions. He had asked about the height of the mountain, the size of the area, the density of the forest, and the number of mountain paths around the mountain. He used to go hunting on Nyosho Mountain with a bunch of rich kids in Chang'an. However, he was there for fun and not to survey the terrain. How would he remember all these details? But it was too late for regrets now. If he wanted to get off the pirate ship now, his training today would be doubled. Wouldn't that kill him? Thus, Qing Chimo felt like his head was about to explode for the entire afternoon. It was too much for him to handle. There's a mountain here but it's not high or steep. You can go up on horseback. How high is not high? 100 feet or 100 feet? How would I remember that? Didn't you say that you're good at memorizing directions? That you can remember all the places you've been to once? I remembered that, but I've forgotten it now. You. Why don't you King think about it again? If you can't remember, then go practice. I'll ask Jiping to double your training today. No. Little Xian, wait a moment, I seem to remember something. That mountain is about 500 zhang tall and has a radius of half a li. There are many pine trees on the mountain. Yes. What about here? The map shows that there is also a peak here. Do you still remember how high it is? In the afternoon, in Li Zishuan's tent of the Black Armored Army, he and Xing Chimo were rushing to make a military sand table of Mount Nyosho according to the map. Xing Chimo suddenly realized that he had made a wrong decision. Assisting Li Zishuan in making the sand table in the tent was no easier than practicing on the drill ground. This was because Li Zishuan had asked too many questions in detail. He had asked about the height of the mountain, how wide it was, how dense the forest was, and how many mountain paths there were around the mountain. He used to go hunting on Mount Nyosho with a bunch of second-generation rich kids in Chang'an. However, he was there for fun and not to survey the terrain. How could he remember all these details? But it was too late for regrets. If he wanted to get off the pirate ship now, his training today would be doubled. Wouldn't that be asking for his life? Thus, Xing Chimo felt like his head was about to explode for the entire afternoon. It was too much for his brain. Chapter 1779. What? He wants to donate 10,000 strings of cash to the imperial court? In the back hall of the Lantian County Yamen, everyone exclaimed after hearing County Magistrate He's words. If it was in the past, all the taxes collected by the Lantian County Yamen had to be handed over to the imperial court. No one dared to withhold them, unless they were tired of living. However, ever since Li Er bestowed the entire Lantian County to Li Zishuan as a fief, Li Zishuan became the true king of Lantian County. The taxes collected by the entire Lantian County did not need to be handed over to the imperial court. Instead, they belonged to Li Zishuan's private property. However, ever since Li Zishuan returned to Chang and from Mount Longhu, his restaurant, Chi Chu Pavilion, Chi Chu Culture, and various other businesses flourished. In just over a year, he had earned such a huge fortune. Naturally, he did not care about the pitiful amount of taxes collected by a small Lantian county. Last year, Li Zishuan used his own money to build the Tang Alliance Medical Center in Lantian County. After that, he officially handed over the rights to use the taxes collected by Lantian County to County Magistrate He, the Lantian County Yamen. He only had one request for County Magistrate He, which was to take from the people and use it for the people. The taxes collected by the Lantian County Yamen every year had to be used to improve the livelihood of the people. For example, building roads, paving bridges, building schools, and so on. A few months ago, Lantian County underwent a major renovation. The roads in the city were all replaced with wide and flat cement roads. All these projects used the county Yamen's money. Even if the county Yamen could not fork out so much money at once, it was fine. They could borrow from Yanhuang Bank first and return the money when the taxes were collected next month. This was a little like borrowing money in modern society. Therefore, when they heard that County Magistrate He wanted to donate 10,000 strings of cash from the County Yamen's treasury, everyone present could not help but feel a little pained. This was because the money belonged to the County Yamen. Once it was donated, the County Yamen's treasury would shrink by a lot. If the County Yamen were to carry out any more projects to improve the livelihood of the people, it was very likely that they would face a financial crisis. County Magistrate, isn't 10,000 strings of cash a little too much? County Magistrate Meng swallowed his saliva and asked tentatively. Too much. Of course it was a lot. In the past, these county officials would never be able to come into contact with 10,000 strings of cash. This was because in the entire Great Tang, there was not a single county that could collect more than 10,000 strings of cash every year. Yes. County Magistrate. According to Marquis' plan, the county still had to expand the city and lay out electric wires so that the people in the city could use electric lights. Both of these projects required a lot of money. If we donate 10,000 strings of coins, we won't be able to push forward the next two projects. After a moment of hesitation, Registrar Wang cupped his hands and said, What? You want to donate 10,000 strings of cash to the imperial court? In the back hall of the Lantian County Yamen, everyone couldn't help but exclaim after hearing County Magistrate He's words. If it was in the past, all the taxes collected by the Lantian County Yamen every year had to be handed over to the imperial court. No one dared to withhold them unless they were tired of living. However, ever since Li Zishuan bestowed the entire Lantian County to Li Zishuan as a fief, Li Zishuan became the true king of Lantian County. The taxes collected by the entire Lantian County did not have to be handed over to the imperial court. Instead, they belonged to Li Zishuan's private property. However, ever since Li Zishuan returned to Chang, and from Mount Longhu, his restaurant, Chi Chu Pavilion, Chi Chu Culture, and various other businesses were doing well. In just over a year, he had earned a huge fortune. Naturally, he didn't care about the pitiful amount of taxes collected by a small Lantian county. Last year, Li Zishuan used his own money to build the Tang Alliance Medical Center in Lantian County. After that, he officially handed over the rights to use the taxes collected by Lantian County to County Magistrate He, the Lantian County Yamen. He only had one request for County Magistrate He, which was to take from the people and use it for the people. The taxes collected by the Lantian County Yamen every year had to be used to improve the livelihood of the people. For example, building roads and bridges, building schools and so on. A few months ago, Lantian County underwent a major renovation. The roads in the city were all replaced with wide and flat cement roads. All these projects used the county Yamen's money. Even if the county Yamen couldn't take out so much money at once, it didn't matter. They could borrow from the Yanhuang Bank first. When the next month's taxes were collected, they could return the money. This was a little like borrowing money in modern society. Therefore, when they heard that county magistrate he wanted to donate 10,000 strings of cash from the county Yamen's treasury, they couldn't help but feel a little pained. This was because the money belonged to the county Yamen. Once it was donated, the county Yamen's treasury would shrink by a lot. If the county Yamen were to carry out any projects to improve the livelihood of the people, it was very likely that they would be faced with a shortage of money. County Magistrate, isn't 10,000 strings of cash a little too much? County Magistrate Meng swallowed his saliva and asked tentatively. Too much. Of course it was too much. If it was in the past, these county Yamen officials would never be able to come into contact with 10,000 strings of cash. This was because in the entire Tang Empire, there wasn't a single county that could collect more than 10,000 strings of cash every year. That's right. County Magistrate. According to Marquis's plan, the county will have to expand the city and lay out electricity lines so that the people in the city can use electric lights. These two projects will require a lot of money. If we donate 10,000 strings of cash, we won't be able to carry out these two projects. Registrar Wang hesitated for a moment, then clasped his hands and said. Chapter 1780. Bang! 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 In the Black Armored Army's camp, outside the kitchen of the Wu barracks, a soldier was sweating profusely under the setting sun. As he swung his axe again and again, round logs were chopped into halves. The series of actions could be said to be done in one go, clean and neat. It was pleasing to the eye. However, the soldier's words were not so pleasing to the eye. Hey! I am the son of a duke. How can I be reduced to chopping firewood in the army? This is so unfair. Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian. You're torturing me on purpose. Tonight, when you fall asleep, I'll stuff Bao Lin's footwear at your bedside. Hey! F***CK. How much firewood does the kitchen burn in a day? Is there a need to chop so much? Could it be that the kid just now was pranking me too? The person chopping the firewood was Ching Chumo. After all, this fellow knew martial arts. Chopping firewood was a piece of cake for him. His efficiency was 3 to 4 times faster than the average person. Although his movements were smooth and fluid, Ching Chumo was cursing as he chopped the firewood. He even threatened to prank Li Zishuan at night. But this fellow was too ignorant. Ever since he entered the army camp, when was he not the first to fall asleep? If he really wanted to prank someone, it would be Li Zishuan pranking him, not Li Zishuan. Phew. I'm finally done chopping. People who knew martial arts were different. Ordinary people would need more than 2 hours to chop all the firewood, but Ching Chumo only used half an hour to chop all the firewood. After he finished chopping, This guy began to organize the pile of firewood in front of him, piling them up into piles. There should still be more than an hour before the training ends, right? The food in the kitchen is not ready yet. Where should I go? After everything was done, Chimo couldn't help but feel troubled. At this moment, the soldiers on the training ground were still training. If he were to return to his tent, Li Zishuan might chase him to the training ground to train with the other soldiers. However, if he were to stay in the kitchen, he would have nothing to do. Because the food was not ready yet, he couldn't eat even if he wanted to. Could it be that he, the son of a duke, had to cook for others? Chimo quickly shook his head and threw this terrifying thought out of his mind. Where was the hottest place in the summer? It must be the kitchen. In the kitchen of the Wu battalion, there were many stoves that were burning firewood at the same time. It was simply not a place for humans. He couldn't go back to his tent, he couldn't stay in the kitchen. He didn't want to go to the training ground. Even if he wandered around the barracks, he would be punished if he was caught. Why don't I hide in the pile of firewood and rest for a while? Looking at the neat piles of firewood under the shed, Chimo suddenly had an idea, and an idea came to his mind. Since he couldn't go anywhere, he might as well hide here and slack off for a while. The cooks in the kitchen still didn't know that he had finished chopping the firewood so quickly. By the time they found out, it would be almost time for dinner. On the other hand, Li Zishuan must still think that he was helping to cook in the kitchen. Naturally, he wouldn't find out that he was slacking off. This was a good plan that could kill two birds with one stone. Chimo couldn't help but praise himself for his cleverness. Then, he walked to the pile of firewood and stood against the wall. Next, he placed a pile of firewood in front of him and beside him. Then, he squatted down and directly leaned against the wall to enjoy the shade. This pile of firewood was next to the kitchen. There was a shed on top of it. It was ventilated from 3 sides. At this moment, there was a slight southeast wind blowing. Chimo didn't feel hot staying inside. Anyway, it was much cooler than the kitchen. If someone passed by here, they would only see the pile of firewood and wouldn't see a lazy guy slacking off in the pile of firewood. Sigh. Finally, I can take a break. Chimo leaned against the wall comfortably, feeling the slight breeze from the gaps of the pile of firewood. His nerves relaxed, and for a moment, he actually felt a little sleepy. This afternoon, helping Li Zishuan to make the sandbox had consumed too many of his brain cells. Now that he was relaxed, his upper and lower eyelids began to fight. Then he actually fell asleep in the pile of firewood. Chapter 1781. After dinner, Li Zishuan returned to his tent with Yuqi Baolin. Although Sun Jiping also wanted to go over and take a look at the sand table, he still had some military matters to attend to, so he could only wait until nighttime. As for Chimo's whereabouts, although Li Zishuan was worried, he wasn't too worried. Just as he said earlier, the black armored army's gate was sealed. Without Duan Jishuan's permission, no one could leave the camp. Although Chimo was the son of a duke, military orders came first in the army. Without Duan Jishuan's permission, he wouldn't be able to leave the gate. Therefore, Li Zishuan guessed that Chimo was most likely hiding somewhere and sneaking around. When nighttime came, this fellow would definitely return to his tent to sleep. It wouldn't be too late to deal with him then. Li Zishuan and Sun Jiping went to the kitchen early, so they ate quickly. After they left, there were still many soldiers who had just gotten their food. Ding Dali was one of them. Although this person was usually carefree and straightforward, he liked to eat quietly and didn't like to talk to others at this time. Therefore, he usually ate alone by the firewood on the east side of the kitchen. Tonight was no exception. Hey! Dolly, eat! Just as Ding Dolly was half full, a rough voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Ding Dolly turned his head and saw that it was Bai Shanhai who had come to deliver medicine to him in the afternoon. Shanhai? You're here? Take a seat, take a seat. Have you eaten? Ding Dolly hurriedly pointed to a wooden stool beside him and greeted Bai Shanhai warmly. It was completely different from the coldness in the afternoon. Now, Ding Dolly was extremely warm towards Bai Shanhai. The difference in his attitude before was like heaven and earth. The reason was because of what Bai Shanhai had said to Ding Dali in the afternoon, which made Ding Dali feel guilty. It was because of this guilt that Ding Dali let down his guard against Bai Shanhai and even became somewhat warm towards him. "I've already eaten." Bai Shanhai waved his hand and sat down beside Ding Dali. In fact, Bai Shanhai was pleasantly surprised by Ding Dali's enthusiasm. This proved that the act he put on at noon was not in vain. To him, things were developing in a good direction. After sitting down, Bai Shanhai pretended to be concerned. He looked at Ding Dali and asked, "Dali, have you applied the ointment I gave you this afternoon? Is your leg better now?" "It's almost healed. It wasn't a serious injury in the first place, and the medicine you gave me was very special. After applying it, it felt cool and refreshing. When I was training in the afternoon, I felt the pain in my leg lessen a lot. I think it should be completely healed by tomorrow." Ding Dali quickly replied. Then he hesitated for a moment and said, "Well, Shanhai, I was a little harsh with my words at noon. Don't take it to heart. I don't know what's good for me. I apologize to you. Just treat me as a fart and let me go, okay?" After saying that, he couldn't help but look at Bai Shanhai anxiously. Hearing this, Bai Shanhai patted Ding Dali's shoulder and laughed loudly. "Haha. You and I are brothers, and we used to be comrades. I won't take such small things to heart. But Dali, as your brother, there's something I don't know if I should say." Towards the end, Bai Shanhai seemed to want to say something but stopped. When Ding Dali heard that Bai Shanhai wasn't angry about what happened at noon, he couldn't help but feel a little happy. But after hearing the last sentence, he immediately patted his chest and said seriously, "Shanhai, what are you saying? I didn't know before, but now I know. You really treat me as a brother. If you have something to say, just say it." The two of them were talking happily, and it was really a scene of brotherly affection. But neither of them noticed that in the pile of firewood behind them, there was a lazy guy who had just woken up from his sleep. How did I fall asleep? Why is it so noisy outside? Could it be that the army's training has ended? Cheng Chimo, who had been lazing around in the pile of firewood and sleeping for more than an hour, suddenly heard a burst of noise. He couldn't help but rub his sleepy eyes, and his consciousness gradually became clear. Just as he was about to stand up, he heard Bai Shanhai say in a low voice from outside, "Don't worry. Dali, I heard that this Li Kanjun seems to treat people peacefully and has the style of a gentleman. But in private, he is vicious and cruel, and likes to deliberately torture people. Some of the servants in his residence have been tortured to the point where they can't even die. The reason why his fierce reputation hasn't spread outside is because this person is extremely good at disguising himself. He is one person in front of people, and another person in private. So when you guys hit the wooden stakes and got injured yesterday, I feel that it wasn't because Li Kanjun wanted to train you to obey orders, but because he likes to torture people. Think about it, at that time, he was able to torture you for fun, and he even had such a dignified excuse. How could he let go of such a good opportunity?" Hearing this, no matter how stupid Cheng Chimo was, he felt that something was wrong. He, who had wanted to stand up, quickly sat back down. What? How is that possible? When Ding Dali heard Bai Shanhai's words, his first reaction was disbelief. He stared and said, before Li Kanjun entered the military camp, he might have led the Sky Pheasant Brigade to exterminate the locusts in dozens of counties in the north. He solved the locust plague of the local people and saved countless people. How could he be the vicious and cruel person you are talking about? Why does this voice sound so familiar? Cheng Chimo, who was hiding in the pile of firewood and eavesdropping, couldn't help but feel that Ding Dali's voice was familiar. After seriously recalling in his mind for a moment, Cheng Chimo finally remembered the owner of this voice. Isn't this Ding Dali, who I met last night when I was patrolling with Xiao Xian? Why is he here? No. Who is he talking to? It doesn't sound like he's from our camp. Last night, Cheng Chimo had been patrolling the camp with Li Zishuan. Although this fellow felt bored halfway through and slipped back to sleep, the camp that Ding Dali was in was the first one they patrolled yesterday. At that time, Ching Chimo was present, so he could quickly recognize Ding Dali's voice. However, he had never heard this other voice before. But from the words that person said, it was obvious that he was deliberately trying to sow discord. This made Ching Chimo feel a sense of vigilance. He planned to hide in the pile of firewood and eavesdrop for a while, waiting to see what would happen next. Ching Chimo was a simple and honest person, but he was not stupid. He still understood the principle of catching an adulterer in bed and catching a thief with the stolen goods. Outside the pile of firewood, Bai Shanhai's eyes flashed and he said in a low voice, "I said, that's just his appearance. Kanjun Li is the best at one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes. Besides, didn't he do all that for the sake of being promoted? Didn't you see that after he returned from the north, he received a lot of rewards from His Majesty?" That's true. After the Sky Rooster Brigade returned from the north, Li Zixuan was conferred the title of governor of Qingzhou. The whole of Qingzhou became his fief. So Ding Dali thought for a while and nodded subconsciously. But then he realized that something was wrong and quickly said, "That's not right. Last night, I heard from Kanjun Li that our battalion will have a competition with your 2nd Battalion in 9 days. So during this period of time, he will arrange a heavier training mission for us, and some of us will inevitably get injured. But this is all because Kanjun Li wants us to become stronger, so that we can defeat you in the competition in 9 days." Hearing this, Bai Shanhai's expression froze. But after a while, he reacted. He patted Ding Dali's shoulder and said, Dali, you are really too young. Do you know how the competition in 9 days came about?" Kanjun Li saw that General Qiu had rich experience and outstanding ability, so he wanted to chase General Qiu out of the Black Armored Army and force General Qiu to agree to the competition. "As long as your Wu battalion wins this competition, General Qiu will leave the Black Armored Army. He said that he is training you like this for your own good, but in reality, he is training you like this for himself. He wants to get rid of the dissidents and dominate the Black Armored Army. That's why he wants you to train so hard, but doesn't care if you live or die. As long as you can win the competition, even if you get injured, he won't care." F***CK. Who the hell is this bastard? How dare he slander Xiao Xian like this? Hearing this, Ching Chimo couldn't help but be furious. More than an hour ago, although he had secretly made up stories about Li Zixuan, and even wanted to take advantage of Li Zixuan's sleep and stuff Yuqi Baolin's smelly socks to Li Zixuan's bed, he didn't allow others to badmouth Li Zixuan. Because no matter what, Li Zixuan was the most important brother in his life to Ching Chimo. What? There's such a thing? Outside the pile of firewood, Ding Dali said in shock, "I only know that there will be a competition with your 2nd Battalion in 9 days, but I didn't know that this competition was initiated by General Li. But our battalion can't even defeat your battalion. Why would General Li do this?" "Humph. It's because you are no match for us, that's why General Li did this." Hearing this, Bai Shanhai laughed coldly and said, "Think about it, if the Wu battalion is stronger than the 2nd Battalion, then how can General Li prove that his ability is better than General Qiu's? He wants to use this competition to build his reputation in the Black Armored Army, and force General Qiu to leave the Black Armored Army. And you guys are just stepping stones on Li Zixuan's path to success. He only sees you guys as tools, and doesn't care if you live or die. That's why he came up with such a cruel training method, making you guys train so hard, and even injuring both men and horses." "What? It's actually like this?" Ding Dali's face turned pale when he heard this. What Bai Shanhai said was completely different from the image he had of Li Zixuan in his mind, and it was hard for him to accept it. "Dali." Seeing Ding Dali's pale face and dazed eyes, the corners of Bai Shanhai's mouth curled up into an imperceptible smile. He stepped forward and patted Ding Dali's shoulder, deciding to follow up on his victory. With a deep expression, he said, "The 2nd Battalion can lose this competition, because we can't bear to see you guys being tortured by General Li like this. We are all in the Black Armored Army, and that means we are fellow soldiers, brothers. Now you guys have only suffered some light injuries, but who knows if you will lose your lives in the future. You guys didn't die on the battlefield, but on the drill ground. To the black armored army, this is a great humiliation. Ding Dali rubbed his forehead with a pained expression. He waved his hand and said, Shanghai, don't say any more. I'm just a small soldier in the Wu battalion. Even if I know all this, I can't do anything. It's better for me to continue being muddle-headed. Bai Shanhai saw that the time was ripe, and his eyes flashed with joy. He hurriedly said, Dali. Who said you can't do anything? Brother, let me tell you the truth. The lieutenant of our battalion has long been sick of General Li's atrocities. The medicine I gave you this afternoon was given to us by our lieutenant. Our lieutenant will definitely have a way to take down Li Zishuan and stop him from harming you guys. Let's do it this way. Tonight at midnight, you call the other wounded brothers in your camp over here. First, I'll give them some medicine. Second, I'll invite our captain over. He'll tell you how to resist Adjunct Li's atrocities next. How about it? But what if we are discovered? Ding Dali's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation, but he was still hesitant. Seeing this, Bai Shanhai patted him on the shoulder and said, Dali, don't worry. Our black armored army is not something that Li Zishuan can cover with one hand. If anything happens, our lieutenant will take care of it for you. At the very least, there is still General Qiu. General Qiu is a righteous person. When the time comes, he will definitely uphold justice for us. You have to know that you are not only saving yourself, but also saving your brothers in the battalion. Can you bear to see them being abused by Li Zishuan? With Li Zishuan's atrocious personality, they will be crippled sooner or later. Bai Shanhai's last sentence had struck a chord in Ding Dali's heart. He had no other good points, but he was a righteous person. Hearing this, the originally hesitant Ding Dali suddenly became determined. He looked at Bai Shanhai and nodded heavily. Okay. Brother Shanhai, I will listen to you. Tonight at midnight, I will bring my brothers here to meet your lieutenant. Let's see what he can do. Good. Dali. You are still as righteous as before. I, Bai Shanhai, did not misjudge you. Hearing this, Bai Shanhai could not help but become excited. He heavily punched Ding Dali's chest and said excitedly, then it's settled. I will go back to the battalion now and inform our lieutenant. Tonight at midnight, I will not leave until I see you. Oh, right. Li Zishuan is very good at disguising himself. Most of the soldiers in the battalion have been deceived by his hypocrisy. You must be careful when you do things. Do not make a fuss about it to avoid being obstructed. At the end, Bai Shanhai reminded him worriedly. Brother Shanhai, I know. Don't worry. Ding Dali nodded. Only then did Bai Shanhai relax and leave. Chapter 1782. Damn you, Ding Dali. Last night, Xiao Xian even personally treated your injuries. Today, you're going to change sides just because someone instigated you? What AF * King ingrate. After Ding Dali and Bai Shanhai left, Qing Chimo walked out from the pile of firewood. Looking at the two's departing figures, he waved his fist and said hatefully. No. I have to tell Xiao Xian about this. Qing Chimo muttered to himself in a low voice. But as soon as he took a step forward, he retracted his foot. He rubbed his growling stomach and sighed, alas. Filling my stomach is more important. If I miss this meal, I can only wait until tomorrow morning to eat. I can still tell Xiao Xian after I eat. Sure enough, eating was the most important thing in the world. To Qing Chimo, nothing in this world was more important than filling his stomach. However, he knew that Ding Dali and Bai Shanhai wouldn't be able to do anything in such a short time, so he was in the mood to eat first. In the tent, Li Zishuan waited for a long time, but Qing Chimo still hadn't returned. He, who wasn't worried at first, gradually became anxious. Qing Chimo and Yuchi Baolin had entered the army camp to help him. If either of them were to meet with mishap in the black armored army, then Li Zishuan would have let down Qing Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda. Moreover, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Just as Li Zishuan was about to personally go out to look for Qing Chimo, a series of footsteps finally came from outside the tent, followed by Qing Chimo's shouts. Xiao Xian, Xiao Xian. Something has happened. The curtain was lifted and Qing Chimo walked in quickly. Li Zishuan took a step forward and blocked him. His voice was cold as he said, Chimo, where did you go during dinner? Seeing that Li Zishuan had the intention of denouncing him, Qing Chimo couldn't help but shrink his neck. Although he said that he wanted to prank Li Zishuan behind his back, when they met face to face, this guy immediately cowered. Because he really couldn't beat him. Cough cough. Xiao Xian. Let's not talk about this first. I found something very important. Hurry up and listen to me. Qing Chimo quickly changed the topic and said. No matter what it is, you have to answer the question I just asked. Li Zishuan, who was well aware of Qing Chimo's nature, was not moved in the slightest. With a cold expression, he looked at Qing Chimo and said indifferently. Xiao. Xiao Xian. I'm not joking with you this time. I really found something very important. Someone is trying to sow discord among our soldiers. I think it's someone from the 2nd Battalion. Just now, outside the kitchen, that person went to look for Ding Dali. I heard everything they said. That person seems to be called Shanghai or something. In order to prove his innocence, Qing Chimo hurriedly told Li Zishuan everything he saw and heard outside the kitchen. Seeing that Qing Chimo spoke in a methodical manner and didn't seem to be lying, Li Zishuan's expression immediately became serious. Huh? Yamacho, didn't we go see this Sun Dali last night? Yamacho, you even personally treated his injuries. How could he believe that person's malicious words about you, Yamacho? After Qing Chimo finished speaking, before Li Zishuan could say anything, Yuchi Baolin couldn't help but speak up angrily. Ding Dali and I didn't have a close relationship before this. It's impossible for him to believe me just based on what I said last night. And from what Chimo said, this person called Shanghai seems to be familiar with Ding Dali. Therefore, it's understandable that Ding Dali would turn against him. Li Zishuan patted Baolin's shoulder to calm him down. Then he clasped his hands behind his back and said, the truly despicable person is that person called Shanghai. He said that he came from the 2nd Battalion, and this matter was ordered by 2nd Battalion Lieutenant Sun Tao. This way, it all makes sense. How does it make sense? Xiao Xian, don't just say half of it. Qing Chimo was listening attentively when Li Zishuan suddenly stopped talking. This made him very anxious, so he couldn't help but ask. Li Zishuan cast a sidelong glance at the idiot and said, why don't you tell me where you went just now? How did you hear the conversation between Sun Tao and that person? And how did you not get discovered by them? If I tell you, Xiao Xian, can you not be angry? Qing Chimo scratched his head, troubled. You tell me first. Li Zishuan said calmly with a straight face. Okay. I'll talk. Although Li Zishuan's face was expressionless, Qing Chimo, who knew Li Zishuan's character well, knew what Li Zishuan's expression meant. It meant that he would be lenient if he confessed, and severe if he resisted. Thus, he lowered his head and honestly confessed, you're right. Earlier, you asked me to help in the kitchen, so I went. In the end, the kitchen staff asked me to help them chop firewood. I had a lot of strength, so I finished chopping very quickly. But after I finished chopping, I didn't know where to go, so I rested in the firewood pile for a while. Who knew that I would accidentally fall asleep? When I woke up, I heard Ding Dali and that mountain sea guy plotting something outside the firewood pile. I saw that they didn't have me, so I quietly eavesdropped. After that, you know everything. You always think about slacking off every day. Look at how steady Bao Lin is in his training all day. Li Zishuan was very smart. How could he not guess why Qing Chimo didn't return to the tent after chopping the firewood? He glared at him and said. Qing Chimo knew that he was in the wrong. He shrunk his neck and whispered, if I didn't slack off, how could I have heard their conspiracy? Li Zishuan was so angry that he laughed. He pointed at Qing Chimo and said, "So not only did you not do anything wrong, but you also did something good? Should I ask the general to reward you?" Qing Chimo laughed awkwardly. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Haha. That's not necessary. I don't need any reward." "Oh, right, Xiao Xian, you haven't finished what you said just now. You can continue." Encountering such a shameless guy, Li Zixuan didn't know what to do. He secretly rolled his eyes and said, "It's obvious that someone is trying to instigate the soldiers of the Wu battalion who got injured during the training. They are trying to sow discord between me and the soldiers. They are trying to disturb the morale of the soldiers. Once the morale of the soldiers is disturbed, we don't even need to compete with the 2nd Battalion 9 days later. We can just admit defeat." Hearing that, Qing Chimo stared at him and said with righteous indignation, "What? In that case, this matter must have been secretly arranged by that bastard Sun Tao. That son of a bitch is really a sinister person. He can't beat the Wu battalion head-on, so he decided to stab us in the back. Pooh. When I meet him one day, I'll definitely beat him to death." "Shut up." Li Zixuan quickly interrupted Qing Chimo and said, "Private fights are strictly prohibited in the military. Even if Sun Tao is the mastermind behind this, he should be punished according to military law. You better be honest and don't get yourself into trouble. Besides, we don't have any evidence to prove that this is Sun Tao's doing. So Chimo, don't act rashly." "Oh. What? What do you mean we don't have any evidence to prove that this is Sun Tao's doing? This is what the guy named Shanghai said himself. Isn't the evidence obvious?" Qing Chimo responded subconsciously, but he immediately refuted. Li Zixuan sighed and explained, "As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you need the stolen goods. These are only your side of the story. It's not enough to be used as evidence. And even if we take this guy down, he will deny it. In this way, not only will we not be able to find out the real culprit, we will also alert the enemy and make the mastermind more vigilant. In this way, we won't be able to guard against him in the future. Then what should we do? We can't just watch them try to drive a wedge between our brothers, right?" Qing Chimo scratched his head out of habit when he was unable to make a decision. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "Since we know about their conspiracy, there is no reason for us to sit back and do nothing. It's just that we don't have enough evidence, so we can only beat them at their own game. Chimo, Bao Lin, come here." Li Zixuan waved to Qing Chimo and Yuqi Bao Lin. The two hurriedly moved their heads over. Li Zixuan was about to speak when he smelled a strange smell. He quickly retreated and waved his hand. "Qing Chimo, how long has it been since you last bathed?" "Master, why did you come back today?" At 7:30, the sky was not completely dark yet. Qing Yaojin was dressed in martial attire and rode back to Duke Lu's residence. Madame Qing heard the commotion and came out from the backyard. When she saw Qing Yaojin, she hurriedly went up and greeted him. Now that the 12 guards of the capital had all entered the closed training phase, the commanding general of the army usually stayed in the barracks day and night to train the soldiers. However, in comparison, the black armored troops had just been expanded and their training was heavier. The management of the generals and soldiers in the army was stricter. The other armies were not as strict as the black armored troops. If the commanding general had something to do, he could still leave the barracks. But even so, Qing Yaojin had not returned home to sleep for several nights. So when Madame Qing saw Qing Yaojin, she was a little surprised. "Hey! I came back for some matters." Qing Yaojin dismounted and handed the reins to the guards in the residence as he replied to Madame Qing. "Master, have you eaten yet?" Madame Qing asked. "Not yet. Just ask the kitchen to prepare 2 dishes and a pot of good wine. After a busy day, this old man is starving," Qing Yaojin said loudly. With that, he walked towards the main hall in the front yard. Half an hour later, in the main hall of the Qing residence, Qing Yaojin was drinking wine and eating meat with relish. He was eating happily. Madame Qing, who had already eaten dinner, sat at the side and watched Qing Yaojin eat heartily. She could not help but think that her husband came back tonight because he had enough of the coarse grain in the army and came back to improve his diet. "Oh, Madam, have you seen the Datong Daily today?" Just as Madame Cheng was letting her imagination run wild, Qing Yaojin finally spoke. He chewed on his food and spoke with a lisp. "I've seen it." "Why are you asking this, master?" Madame Cheng, who had regained her senses, asked curiously. 2 days later, Lantian County will be holding that fundraising event. At that time, you can ask the shopkeeper of one of our shops to take 5,000 strings of money and donate it to Lantian County. Qing Yaojin raised his head and said to Madame Cheng. Then, he happily drank another small cup of wine. He was very satisfied. Things were different now. Ever since Duke Lu's mansion hitched a ride on Li Zishuan's Get Rich Express last year, the mansion's monthly income was at least a few thousand strings of coins. Over the past year, not only were many old pavilions rebuilt, even the tables and chairs in the mansion were replaced with new ones. The Qing family was no longer the stingy Qing family of the past. Although 5,000 strings of money was not a small amount, with the Qing family's current financial situation, it was still completely possible for them to take it out. "What? Master, you want to send someone to the fundraising event to donate 5,000 strings of money?" "No. I don't agree." Madame Cheng almost flipped the table when she heard this. She stood up and looked at Qing Yaojin as if he was crazy. "Our family's money doesn't grow on trees. It's not easy to save some money. With that meager salary of yours, our family would have long been starving. If it wasn't for Xiao Xian letting us invest in the winery last year, Chou Niu, Chu Liang, and I would still be living a hard life with you. Now that you want to donate 5,000 strings of money, I think you've been living a good life and have lost your sense of measure. Moreover, that fundraising event is a matter between merchants. What does it have to do with our residents?" It must be said that in ancient times, women were the best at managing a household. Before Li Zishuan appeared, the only source of income for the Qing residents was Qing Yaojin's salary and the rent paid by the commoners in the fief. Qing Yaojin was an honest and upright person and was not the type to be a corrupt official. Thus, the Qing residents could only rely on this bit of income to survive. It was barely enough to survive. After Li Zishuan appeared, because of Qing Chimo, the Qing residents finally became rich. However, Madame Cheng, who was used to living a hard life, still had a strong sense of worry. When she heard that Qing Yaojin was going to waste the residents' money, how could she sit still? It would be strange if she didn't explode. Cough cough. "Madam, don't be anxious. Listen to this old man slowly tell you." Seeing this, Qing Yaojin was a little scared. On the surface, he was in charge of the Duke's residence. However, that was only because his wife gave him face in front of outsiders. Secretly, he still respected his wife by 30%, oh, no, 70%. When this tigress showed her power, it would be strange if he didn't cower. "Humph. Then tell me." Madame Qing glared and said. "All of you can leave first." Qing Yaojin put down his bowl and chopsticks and waved to the servants in the room. Everyone obeyed the order and only the husband and wife were left in the main hall. Qing Yaojin then said, "Madam, this fundraising event was actually organized by Xiao Xian. Moreover, it was His Majesty who asked him to do it. Do you remember that I went to second brother Qin's house to drink wine a few days ago? At that time, Xiao Xian and His Majesty were also there." Chapter 1783. Before Li Zishuan went to the Black Armored Army, he had visited Qin Xiong at Cheng and city's Qin Manor. At that time, Qing Yaojin was also at Qin Manor. The three of them drank to their heart's content at noon, but Li Er suddenly arrived. That afternoon, Li Zishuan and Li Er talked about recruiting veterans, dividing the Turks, and calling for merchants to help the imperial court raise military funds. No one else was present at that time, and whether it was Li Zishuan, Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong, or Li Er, they were all tight-lipped people and would definitely not announce these things to outsiders. Thus, Madame Qing naturally did not know that this fundraiser was organized by Li Zishuan and had been instructed by Li Er. "What? This fundraiser was really organized by Xiao Xian? And His Majesty agreed? After Qing Yaojin recounted the conversation between Li Zixuan and Li Er at Qin Manor that day, of course, he only said the part about calling for merchants to raise military funds. Madame Cheng was silent for a moment and said with some disbelief. How can it be fake? This old man was there at that time. After explaining, Qing Yaojin relaxed. He picked up his bowl and chopsticks and continued to eat. Unexpectedly, at this time, Madame Cheng slammed the table and glared, saying angrily, "You old thing, since this fundraiser was organized by Xiao Xian, then how can our family only donate 5,000 strings of cash? Moreover, this was instructed by His Majesty. If our family donates less, who knows what the civil and military officials will secretly say about our family?" Hearing this, Qing Yaojin was stunned. He thought to himself, this woman's face changes faster than flipping a book. Just now, she was saying that we should donate more, but now she's complaining that we should donate less. This was truly unreasonable. Then in Madame's opinion, how much should our family donate? Qing Yaojin smacked his lips and asked tentatively. After all, in terms of finances, Madame Cheng was still in charge of the Qing Manor. Madame Cheng thought seriously and then said, "Then donate 8,000 strings of cash. I checked the winery's accounts a few days ago, and there's still a lot of money left. We can still take out 8,000 strings of coins." Back then, before Qing Yaojin had made a name for himself, Madame Cheng had already followed him. The two of them could be considered as a couple who had gone through hardships together. That was why Qing Yaojin respected Madame Cheng so much. On the other hand, although Madame Cheng usually seemed unruly and shrewish, she was a very loyal person. She knew that the Qing family was making a lot of money every day because of Li Zixuan. So, when she heard that the charity event was organized by Li Zixuan, she immediately lost her petty attitude and became generous. Hee. Fine. Then listen to Madame and donate 8,000 strings of cash. Qing Yaojin laughed heartily and gulped down the wine in his cup. Sigh, old master, I wonder how Chou Niu is doing in the Black Armored Army's camp. Speaking of Li Zixuan, Madame Cheng could not help but think of her eldest son. She sighed and said, I heard that among the armies in Chang'an, the Black Armored Army's training is more important. I don't know if Ugly Ox can handle it. That kid's skin is tough. He'll be perfect for training in the Black Armored Army. Madam, don't worry. Everyone else might be in trouble, but he'll be fine. Besides, Xiao Xian is looking after him. Qing Yaojin felt that he had eaten enough and leaned back comfortably on the chair as he spoke. He was not worried about Qing Chimo at all. If he could endure half a year of training under the bearded man, how could he be troubled by the Black Armored Army? Even if he was worried about Qing Chimo, there was still Li Zixuan. Old Sheng had absolute confidence in Li Zixuan. You old thing, you don't care about your own son at all. You don't act like a father at all. Madame Qing reprimanded Qing Yaojin and stood up to leave. Similar situations did not only happen in the Qing family tonight. The Qin family, Yuqi family, Niu family, and Duke Wei residents also had similar situations tonight. These few families were on good terms with Li Zixuan. After they found out from various sources that the fundraiser was organized by Li Zixuan, they all made the decision to donate money. These were the officials from the military camp. Unexpectedly, there were also quite a few officials from the civil officials' camp who intended to make use of this fundraiser to donate money. Duke Zhao residence. Chonger, make a trip to our family's blacksmith shop tomorrow and get shopkeeper's son to prepare 5,000 strings of coins. Donated at the fundraiser 2 days later. In the study room, Zhang Sun Wuji spoke to Zhang Sun Chong. Father? Our family is also participating in the fundraiser. I read in the newspaper that only merchants can participate in this fundraiser. Zhang Sun Chong asked doubtfully. Isn't shopkeeper Wang a merchant? Zhang Sun Wuji shook his head and said faintly, sigh. Chonger, you don't understand. This fundraiser is His Majesty's helplessness to solve the emptiness of the national treasury and the lack of military resources. Our Zhang Sun family has to contribute. As the head of the civil officials, he was naturally more well-informed than others. Moreover, just from the information that was circulating outside, he was able to deduce the general situation. The final decision-maker of the fundraiser was Li Er, and the final beneficiary was the imperial court. The Jianghu family was a relative of the imperial family. If they were to set an example in this matter, it would be hard to avoid losing Li Er's trust. Jianghu Wuji did not want to lose Li Er's trust. This fundraiser was actually organized by His Majesty. Hearing this, Jianghu Chong was shocked. I thought that the flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce wanted to show off in front of His Majesty. Jianghu Wuji shook his head again. This fundraiser might not have been His Majesty's idea, but it must have been approved by His Majesty. The flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce is just the executor. From the looks of it, this Li Zishuan's weight in His Majesty's heart is getting heavier and heavier. At such a young age, this lad was conferred the title of Marquis, and he is even holding a position in the Black Armored Army. In the future, if he performs meritorious service in the war against the Turkic Khaganate, I'm afraid that no one in the imperial court will be able to suppress him, right? There were both civil and martial arts. This was where Li Zishuan made Jianghu Wuji fearful. More importantly, Li Zishuan was young enough. At such a young age, he was able to achieve such meritorious service. In the future, their Jianghu family would not be worth mentioning in front of Li Zishuan, right? Hearing his father's evaluation of Li Zishuan, Jianghu Chong lowered his head and did not dare to say a word. In this 1 year at Yanhuang College, he had seen too many people and things. This had changed his mindset and outlook. While Jianghu Wuji was still focused on the internal strife, Jianghu Chong was already immersed in the magical new world of engineering. In Jianghu Chong's eyes, Li Zishuan was changing the entire world with his own strength. He admired Li Zishuan from the bottom of his heart. Chong, I let you enroll in Yanhuang College. What have you found out in this 1 year? What is Li Zishuan's attitude towards the Jianghu family? Seeing Jianghu Chong remain silent, Jianghu Wuji asked. When Yanhuang College was first established, under the leadership of the two princes, Li Tai and Li Ku, there were many officials in the capital who chose to enroll in Yanhuang College. Jianghu Chong was one of them. However, he was carrying a mission given to him by Jianghu Wuji. Jianghu Wuji wanted Jianghu Chong to get close to Li Zishuan in the academy and test Li Zishuan's attitude towards the Jianghu family. It would be best if he could rope them in. If he couldn't and Li Zishuan's hostility towards the Jianghu family was obvious, then Jianghu Wuji would have to consider getting rid of Li Zishuan. He did not want anyone to break his position as the leader of the officials. The ambition of a powerful official of a generation was starting to show. Father, Yamacho doesn't like fighting. Currently, he still has goodwill towards our Jianghu family. After all, Father has helped Yamacho a few times before. However, Father, if you want to use this to recruit Yamacho to our Jianghu family and use him, I feel that it's impossible. Yamacho actually likes to study and develop his skills. He has no intention of fighting in the imperial court. From what I see, Father, you don't have to care so much about Yamacho's attitude. As long as our Jianghu family doesn't take the initiative to provoke him, I believe that he definitely won't be our enemy. Jianghu Chong seriously thought for a moment before carefully speaking to Jianghu Wuji. These words were actually already suspicious of being biased towards Li Zishuan. Yanhuang College was a very mysterious and magical place. Anyone who stayed there for a long time would uncontrollably fall in love with it. They would fall in love with the beautiful scenery, the atmosphere, and the stubborn and pure people there. Therefore, even the pirate leader, the curly-bearded pirate, was reluctant to leave the academy. How could Jianghu Chong be an exception? Under the imperceptible influence of the academy, his character had gradually undergone some changes, and perhaps even he himself hadn't noticed it. As the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, Li Zishuan was the spiritual leader in the hearts of all the teachers and students of Yanhuang College. Jianghu Chong naturally didn't want a conflict between the father he respected the most and the spiritual idol he worshipped the most. Therefore, he said those words. No different from fighting in the imperial court? Haha. When Jianghu Wuji heard those words, he inexplicably laughed and said, "He is in the situation, and I'm afraid that most of the time, it's not up to him. Forget it, now that the Great Tang's external threat is more serious, dealing with the Turks is the most important thing. As for Li Zishuan, let's keep an eye on him." After which, Zhangsun Wuji tiredly rubbed his forehead and waved his hand to Zhangsun Chong. "It's getting late, Chonger, go and rest." "Yes, father." Zhangsun Chong clasped his hands and turned to leave. Taiyuan, Wang family's ancestral residence. In a desolate courtyard, there was a room that was still lit by candlelight. "Second young master, I heard that the elder hall still hasn't sent any elders to Qizhou. It seems like eldest young master's wedding this time has completely ruined his future." A middle-aged man with an aquiline nose bowed to a young man and said. That young man's hair was disheveled as he sat on the couch. When he heard those words, his originally lifeless eyes suddenly shone with a dazzling radiance. "If that's the case, the family is going to abolish him soon." The young man sat up and leaned his body forward. He looked at the middle-aged man with an aquiline nose and said excitedly. Under the candlelight, that young man's appearance was completely revealed. Wasn't this the second young master of the Wang family of Taiyuan, Wang Rini? Last year, Wang Rini colluded with bandits in Chang and city and kidnapped Han Yushi. In the end, the bandits were annihilated, and he, the second young master of the Wang family, was imprisoned. Later, Li Er returned Wang Rini to the Wang family for them to deal with. At that time, in order to seek Li Zishuan's forgiveness and appease Li Zishuan's anger, Wang Yu personally went to Chang and city to apologize to Li Zishuan. Only then did Li Zishuan let go of his desire to kill Wang Rini. Wang Yu also promised Li Zishuan that Wang Rini would be imprisoned in the Wang family's ancestral home and would never be able to step out of the house. The aquiline-nosed man nodded excitedly and said, "It should be. Otherwise, the elders should go and congratulate the eldest son of the Wang family for his wedding. But until now, the elders haven't moved. This means that eldest young master has angered the elders, and it's only a matter of time before he is abolished. By then, second young master will definitely be the new successor of the family." Ha 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 ha. Finally. I, Wang Rini, have waited for this day. Ha ha ha. I want to take revenge. I want Li Zishuan to die. No, I can't let him off so easily. I want to kidnap his wife, kill his parents, and destroy his family. Wang Rini stood up, looked up to the sky, and laughed maniacally. This subordinate congratulates second young master on regaining your freedom. The aquiline-nosed man knelt on one knee and cupped his hands. Haha. If this young master succeeds in the future, you, Xiaoqing, will be the number one person by this young master's side. This young master will help you take revenge for your brother. Wang Rini laughed maniacally for a while before finally returning to normal. But his face was still flushed with excitement. He looked at the middle-aged man and said lightly. At this moment, the dispirited and lifeless youth from before had disappeared and was replaced by an ambitious lunatic. "Thank you, second young master." The aquiline-nosed man was called Xiaoqing, and he was Xiao Ying's younger brother. He and Xiaoying were both from the Chui clan of Qinghe. Last year, Wang Rini instructed Xiaoying to kidnap Han Yushi in order to obtain the formula for the immortal intoxication. Although Wang Rini was lucky enough to escape death, Xiaoying was naturally pushed out to take the blame and was beheaded in the end. In the 4th month of this year, the Chui clan of Qinghe, Chui clan of Bowling, and Jing clan of Xinjiang were annihilated by the imperial army in Guangqing County. Without the support of his mother's family, Wang Rini's situation became even more difficult. Xiaoqing and the rest of the people from the Chui clan of Qinghe were no longer welcome in the Wang family. Thus, they were sent to this desolate courtyard to take care of Wang Rini's food and lodging. But he never thought that Wang Rini would actually have a chance to make a comeback. How could Xiaoqing not be wild with joy? "I can't go out now. Help me continue to pay attention to the movements outside. Once there's news, inform me immediately." Although Wang Rini's hair was still disheveled, his temperament had already returned to its usual calmness. He ordered Xiaoqing with his hands behind his back. "Yes. Second young master. Xiao Qing accepted the order and left. Chapter 1784. The clan elders still haven't sent anyone. It seems they've decided to give up on my cousin. Qizhou Governor's Mansion, Eastern Courtyard. Princess Tong and spoke casually as she fiddled with the teacup on the table. Wang Yu frowned. After a moment of silence, he said, logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. 5 days ago, I sent a messenger pigeon to father and told him about the pros and cons of this matter. The clans are in a precarious situation and can no longer contend with the imperial court. Li Zishuan is also a popular figure in the imperial court. He established the academy, destroyed the clans, and attacked the Turks. This child's future is limitless. If we can make use of my cousin to form an alliance with Li Zishuan, then it will be absolutely beneficial to the Wang family. Father has always been farsighted, and this old man believes that he will be able to see the pros and cons clearly and convince the other Wang family elders to make the right choice. Wang Yu's father, Wang Bing, was a minister of the previous dynasty. After he stepped down from his position as clan head, he joined the Wang clan's elder circle and assumed the position of Grand Elder. Princess Tong and frowned slightly when she heard this. She raised her teacup and took a sip before she said, "But tomorrow is the day of my cousin's wedding, yet not a single one of the elders in the clan has come to Qizhou. That represents that they don't approve of my cousin's marriage, and they don't acknowledge my cousin as their eldest son. My cousin will have a hard time in the clan. Old master, do you think they will make Ren-yi the successor of the Wang clan?" Princess Tong narrowed her eyes and looked at Wang Yu with a faint smile. Wang Ren-yi was also Wang Yu's son, but he was born of a concubine, Cui Qinfang. Wang Yu's concubine had a great background. She came from the Cui clan of Qinghe. How could a daughter of the Cui clan be married as a concubine? That was because Cui Qinfang was from the Cui clan's concubine and didn't have much of a presence. Moreover, the Wang clan of Taiyuan was one of the 5 clans and 7 hopes. It was not a disgrace to marry a daughter of a concubine to the head of the Wang clan as a concubine. Impossible. Wang Yu shook his head and said, "Ren-yi, this child is too narrow-minded." Previously, he made an enemy of Li Zishuan and even offended half of the families of generals in the capital. Even if Biao was abandoned, it would not be Ren-yi's turn to replace his position. There are many talents in the family who are more outstanding than him. Now that the Cui clan has been annihilated, Wang Ren-yi won't be able to replace cousin as long as those elders aren't senile. Princess Tong said coldly, her eyes chilling. Wang Ren-yi's greatest reliance in the Wang clan was the Cui clan of Qinghe. But now that the Cui clan of Qinghe no longer existed, his reliance had instead become a hindrance. As long as the elders of the Wang clan didn't want to be involved with the Cui clan of Qinghe, they would absolutely not help Wang Ren-yi ascend the throne. In Taiyuan, Wang Ren-yi, who was dreaming of regaining his freedom and regaining his power, had no idea that Wang Yu and Princess Tong had already sentenced him to death. He would never be able to make a comeback. Don't be so pessimistic, things haven't reached the point of no return yet. After cousin's wedding, this old man will first return to the ancestral home with you and explain cousin's situation to the elders face to face. Then, we will return to Sui province. Wang Yu looked at Princess Tong and said gently. Now that the imperial power was at its peak, it was no longer the world of the aristocratic families. Wang Yu felt that the elders of the Wang clan should understand that by dethroning Wang Renbiao, not only would they completely offend Li Zishuan, they would also offend Wang Renbiao, who represented the imperial family. This was extremely unwise. I'll listen to old master. Princess Tong smiled and said. At night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Around midnight, in the camp of the black armored army, a group of people walked out of the camp quietly. They avoided many waves of patrolling soldiers along the way and finally arrived at the side of the kitchen of the E battalion. At this time, other than the patrolling soldiers, the rest of the soldiers in the camp had all fallen asleep peacefully. Thus, the camp was extremely quiet. Only the sound of burning torches and the chirping of insects and birds could be heard in the camp. "Dolly, where is the lieutenant of the B battalion? You're not lying to us, are you? The group of people arrived at the kitchen and saw that other than them, there was no one else here. One of the soldiers couldn't help but ask angrily. That's right. Dolly. Didn't you say that the lieutenant of the B battalion would come? Where is he now? You brat, are you trying to play with us? You have to know that it is against the military rules to leave the camp without sleeping in the middle of the night. Another soldier also said. That's right, this group of people were the injured soldiers from the training in the past 2 days. After Ding Dolly heard Bai Shanhai's words, he returned to the camp and secretly contacted some of the injured soldiers who were on good terms with him. He told them everything that Bai Shanhai said to him in the afternoon. These people were mostly honest people and didn't have many tricks up their sleeves. After hearing Ding Dolly's words, they all felt that it made sense and secretly snuck out of the camp at midnight. However, they didn't expect to come here empty-handed. Sun Tao wasn't even here. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little angry. One had to know that they had secretly followed Ding Dolly here and had taken a huge risk. Don't rush, let's wait a little longer. Shanhai won't lie to us. Let's wait a little longer, Lieutenant Sun Tao will definitely come. Ding Dolly was also a little scared, but he forced himself to be calm and comforted everyone. How long do we have to wait? A little longer? If we come out for too long, we'll definitely be found out. The soldier who spoke first retorted. That's right. We can't stay here for too long. If the squad leader finds out, we'll be finished. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately agreed. Ding Dolly wiped the sweat on his forehead. He didn't know if it was because of the hot weather or because he was anxious, but he pressed his hand down and said, "Be quiet. It'll be bad if we attract the patrols. Brothers, let's wait here quietly for a while. If Sun Tao doesn't come after 15 minutes, we'll go back, okay? By then, Ding Dolly will be at your disposal." Okay. We'll wait for another 15 minutes. The leader pondered for a while and said. Everyone squatted at the side of the kitchen and began to wait quietly. Did you see it clearly? Is there anything unusual? Under a ginkgo tree not far away, Zhang Kangnian asked the soldiers beside him softly. Zhang Kangnian was the one who sowed discord, so Sun Tao would definitely not come tonight. This fellow, Zhang Kangnian, wasn't just adept at flattering others, he was crafty as well. Most importantly, he was extremely cautious in his actions. Before he came out to meet Ding Dolly and the others, he had to confirm that there was no one else in the surroundings. After all, what he was doing now couldn't be exposed, and if Li Zishuan or Duan Jishuan noticed it, then he would be completely finished. Lieutenant, I've checked. There's nothing unusual around us. The people Ding Dolly brought should be the injured soldiers from the Wu battalion. The guard next to Zhang Kangnian bowed and said. Good. Come with me. Zhang Kangnian sighed a breath of relief when he heard that. He walked out from behind the tree and walked toward the kitchen. The dozen or so soldiers beside him immediately followed after him. Someone's coming. Beside the kitchen, Ding Dolly and the others quickly noticed the commotion here. Everyone's heart trembled as they stood up and looked cautiously at Zhang Kangnian and the others who were walking towards them. Dolly, it's me. Bai Shanhai, who was following behind Zhang Kangnian, called out. It's Shanhai. Lieutenant Sun Tao and the others are here. Hearing this familiar voice, Ding Dolly instantly shouted excitedly. God knows how much pressure he had endured during this period of waiting. Now that Bai Shanhai and the others had finally arrived, he was naturally overjoyed. Why is it Lieutenant Zhang from the 3rd Battalion? When Zhang Kangnian and the others came closer, under the moonlight, everyone quickly realized that Sun Tao wasn't among them. The one leading them was actually Lieutenant Zhang Kangnian of the 3rd Battalion. Everyone couldn't help but feel displeased. There was no other reason other than Zhang Kangnian's reputation in the black armored troops wasn't good. Almost everyone knew how Zhang Kangnian became the lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion. There was no other reason other than that he had sucked up to Qiu Xinggong. In the army, the strong were respected. People like Zhang Kangnian who didn't have any abilities and relied on sucking up to their superiors were the most disliked. Usually, everyone was unconvinced by Zhang Kangmian's actions. Brother Shanhai, where's Lieutenant Sun Tao? Ding Dali also realized that Sun Tao wasn't among them and couldn't help but ask. Bai Shanhai coughed lightly and explained, Lieutenant Sun has important matters to attend to tonight. He really isn't free, so he asked Lieutenant Zhang to come over. Don't worry, Lieutenant Sun and our Lieutenant Zhang are both righteous people. He also can't stand Lieutenant Li mistreating his soldiers. On this matter, Lieutenant Zhang will also. Without waiting for him to finish, Zhang Kangmian opened his mouth and said, Brothers, Shanhai is right. No matter how I, Zhang Kangmian, was in the past, I am of one heart and one mind with my brothers on this matter of defeating Li Zishuan. This matter was all planned by Lieutenant Sun Tao. He couldn't bear to see his brothers suffer under Li Zishuan's hands. Today, he should be the one to come over. However, Lieutenant Sun Tao had something to attend to at the last minute and couldn't leave. Thus, he asked me to come over. Everyone, don't worry, Lieutenant Sun Tao has already told me his plan. As long as you follow the plan, you will definitely be able to drive Li Zishuan out of the black armored troops. When that happens, you won't have to endure Li Zishuan's cruel training anymore. The reason why Zhang Kangmian wanted to use Sun Tao's name to win over the soldiers of the Wu battalion was mainly because he knew that his reputation in the black armored troops wasn't good. Sun Tao was different. Sun Tao's martial arts were high and he was extremely righteous. He loved to take the lead when something happened and treated the soldiers under him even better. Thus, Sun Tao's reputation in the black armored troops was still extremely good. Otherwise, Ding Dali wouldn't have turned against him just based on Bai Shanhai's words. Amongst all of this, Bai Shanhai's use of Sun Tao's name was a huge factor. Then Lieutenant Zhang, what do you think we should do next? An Wu battalion soldier opened his mouth and asked. Zhang Kangmian smiled and said, It's very simple. After you return to the camp, contact the other injured officers and soldiers in the camp. Persuade them to join our camp by persuading them with emotion and reason. On the other hand, you have to actively contact the rest of the soldiers who are not injured, especially those who are close to you. Tell them that although you are injured today, it might be their turn tomorrow. According to Li Zishuan's training method, before the war between the Tang Empire and the Turks, at least half of the soldiers in the Wu battalion will die. You have to make them feel the same way and acknowledge you. Only then will they stand on the same side as us. Do you all understand? Is that it? Lieutenant Zhang? The soldier who spoke first spoke up at this time, his tone revealing some dissatisfaction. That's right. What kind of plan is this? How can we convince Li Zishuan with just this? That's right. Lieutenant Zhang, what kind of plan is this? The rest couldn't help but agree. Zhang Kangmian smiled and said, Of course it's not just this. After you have contacted enough people, I will lead you to choose a time to mutiny. This mutiny is no small matter. When the time comes, the general will definitely pay attention to this matter. When the time comes, you can tell the general your request. This way, Li Zishuan will definitely not be able to stay in the black armored army, and the Wu battalion will no longer be subjected to the harsh training. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. What? Mutiny? Mutiny in the army is punishable by death. Ding Dali's eyes widened, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The rest of the soldiers were also panicking. After all, they could talk about recruiting people, but to mutiny, they subconsciously rejected it. This was because since ancient times, mutinies in the army always ended up in a miserable state. Brothers, you don't have to worry. Mutiny is just a way for you to express your request, not your goal. Your goal is to drive Li Zishuan out of the black armored army. When the time comes, Lieutenant Sun Tao and I will also help you. If the general blames you, General Chiu and I will plead for you. As the saying goes, the law cannot punish the majority. Furthermore, you are just expressing your request reasonably. The general will not do anything to you. Zhang Kangmian naturally saw through the worries in everyone's hearts. He gestured for them to be quiet and then said in a deep voice. Everyone remained silent as they looked at each other. No one was willing to step out to express their opinions. After all, this matter was too serious. If they were to make a fuss, not only would they not be able to join the black armored troops, they might even lose their lives. Walala. Mutiny? Who wants to mutiny? Just when everyone was silent, the pile of firewood on the east side of the kitchen suddenly fell down without warning. Then, 3 people walked out from it. The person in the lead was burly and had an imposing aura. That person walked towards the crowd with a majestic gait. As he walked, he spoke coldly. Chapter 1785. Grand General. Outside the kitchen of the Black Armored Army's Wu Barracks, Ding Dali, by Shanghai, Zhang Kangmian and the rest had a bad feeling when they heard the sudden voice. When they saw the person's face clearly, they were all scared out of their wits. The person who came was Duan Jishuan. Just a moment ago, they were still discussing how to mutiny. The next moment, Duan Jishuan, the highest-ranking general of the Black Armored Army, suddenly appeared in front of them. How could they not be shocked? Grand General, please spare my life. This lowly general. Zhang Kangmian's entire body was trembling. It was the hottest day of the summer, but he felt as if his entire body was shaking. This was because the moment Duan Jishuan appeared, his entire body was cold from the inside out. Driven by his strong desire to live, he crawled towards Qiu Xingong and repeatedly begged for mercy. However, since things had already come to this, even if he was usually eloquent and had a glib tongue, he couldn't think of a way to clear his name at this moment. Zhang Kangmian, why don't you tell me, how can this general spare your life? Duan Jishuan snorted angrily and kicked away Zhang Kangmian, who was trying to crawl over to hug his thigh. Grand General, this lowly general, at this moment of life and death, Zhang Kangmian forced himself to calm down. At this moment, his brain was spinning rapidly, trying to find an excuse to clear his name. But before he could think of a way to open his mouth, another person beside Duan Jishuan spoke up. Lieutenant Zhang, I'm really sorry. The Grand General and I agreed to come here to observe the stars an hour ago. We really didn't expect to meet you here discussing such important matters. So, the Grand General heard every single word you said just now. Li Zishuan. Hearing this voice, Zhang Kangmian noticed that there were 2 people beside Duan Jishuan. One was Li Zishuan, and the other was the lieutenant of the Wu Battalion, Sun Jiping. Li Zishuan's words really made Zhang Kangmian gnash his teeth in anger. What did he mean by, agreed to come here to observe the stars an hour ago? King observed the stars in a pile of firewood? Who are you trying to fool? However, at the same time that Zhang Kangmian was gnashing his teeth in hatred, his heart had fallen to the bottom of the valley, and he was completely disheartened. At this moment, even if he had a peerless eloquence, he would not be able to clear his name from this matter. Thinking of the tragic fate he would face next, Zhang Kangmian was terrified. Tears and snot flowed down his face. He could only kowtow his head to the ground and beg for mercy. Great General, this general is guilty. This general was confused for a moment. Please spare this general's life. What a momentary confusion. Duan Jishuan's face was as cold as frost, and a strong killing intent burst out from his eyes, which made the air around him seem to have become colder. He stared coldly at Zhang Kangmian, who was lying on the ground, and said angrily, "You were muddle-headed for a moment, so you sent someone to secretly instigate discord in the Wu Battalion. You were muddle-headed for a moment, and then instigated these soldiers of the Wu Battalion to mutiny? Could it be that your actions today were completely due to a moment of confusion? Spare me, Great General. Have mercy, Great General." Although Zhang Kangmian's heart was filled with fear, he still had a trace of rationality left in him. He still didn't expose Qiu Xingong. Because he knew clearly that he couldn't escape from the blame for what happened tonight. If he didn't expose Qiu Xingong, perhaps Qiu Xingong could still save him. At the very least, even if he died, Qiu Xingong could still treat his family well. And you guys. Duan Jishuan didn't even bother to pay attention to Zhang Kangmian. Perhaps in his eyes, Zhang Kangmian was already a dead man. It would be a waste of time to talk to him. He turned around and looked at Ding Dali and the other injured soldiers of the Wu battalion, and said angrily, "All of you can't tell right from wrong. Just a little bit of slanderous talk, and you all waver. You don't have any persistence in your hearts. Now you are actually discussing a mutiny in the camp. Do you know what the punishment for mutiny in the Black Armored Army is?" Hearing this, Ding Dali and the other injured soldiers instantly broke out in cold sweat. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly, and could only bury their heads in the ground. Humph. Sun Jiping, tell me, what is the punishment for mutiny in the army? Seeing that no one in front of him spoke, Duan Jishuan snorted coldly and said. Sun Jiping immediately stood up, bowed and cupped his fist, and said, "Great General, according to the military rules, mutiny in the army should be beheaded." Chapter 1786. Zhang Kongnian, by Shanhai, and the others deliberately incited the soldiers to mutiny. They have violated the military rules, so they will be punished according to the military rules. If you execute them without permission, you will be punished even more. Li Zishuan snatched the Mo sword from Ding Dali's hand and waved it to the side. The Mo sword was stabbed into the ground. Then he looked at the rest of the soldiers behind Ding Dali, and a strange smile appeared on his face. He said, "In the past 2 days, 52 of our brothers in the Wu battalion were injured because of the training. Regarding this, as your commanding officer, I cannot shirk my responsibility. Of course, what makes me feel gratified is that among the 52 brothers, only 12 of you listened to the instigation and came to meet Lieutenant Zhang secretly. This means that most of the brothers can still understand my good intentions." On the first day of the new drill, 42 soldiers of the V battalion were injured. On the second day, 10 soldiers were injured. In total, 52 soldiers were injured in the 2 days. Although Zhang Kongnian had prepared well in order to drive a wedge between the wounded soldiers, but in the end, only 12 of them were shaken. Of course, some of them knew what was right and what was right, but they couldn't rule out the fact that Li Zishuan played an important role in patrolling the barracks last night and treating the wounded soldiers. Hearing this, the 12 wounded soldiers of the Wu battalion, including Ding Dali, all lowered their heads in shame. Indeed, after listening to Zhang Kongnian's fabricated speech, their hearts were indeed shaken. Zhang Kongnian had taken advantage of their weakness of not having a strong will, and that was why his evil plan had almost succeeded. General, although they listened to the instigation of Zhang Kongnian and the others, but when Zhang Kongnian persuaded them to mutiny, none of them agreed. This proves that they don't have the intention to mutiny. Because of this, I hope the general can give them a way out and spare their lives. Seeing the wounded soldiers of the Wu battalion all lowered their heads in shame and didn't dare to say anything, Li Zishuan turned to Duan Jishuan and bowed. Duan Jishuan's eyes flashed slightly. He didn't immediately agree, but he didn't explicitly object either. After a moment of silence, he ordered Sun Jiping, "Sun Jiping, I order you to return to the camp immediately and mobilize a group of soldiers to capture these people." In order to avoid exposing themselves, only the 3 of them were hiding in the pile of firewood tonight. But even without a single soldier, Duan Jishuan was not afraid. This was the Black Armored Army's camp. He did not believe that anyone would dare to go against his will. Even if there was, he was confident that he could subdue them with his own strength. This general obeys. Sun Jiping bowed and cupped his fists, loudly accepting the order and leaving. Duan Jishuan slowly walked up to Zhang Kongnian, and an invisible aura pressed down on Zhang Kongnian. Zhang Kongnian immediately found it difficult to breathe, and even his blood seemed to freeze. At this moment, a moment felt like 1,000 years to him. Finally, Duan Jishuan opened his mouth. "Zhang Kongnian, who ordered you to incite the wounded soldiers of the Wu battalion?" Although Duan Jishuan's voice wasn't loud, but to Zhang Kongnian, who had just suffered a great deal of mental torture, these few words were like thunder, like a huge bell, exploding in his mind. For a moment, he actually lost his mind and almost told Duan Jishuan the truth. "General, this matter was caused by a moment of confusion, and I acted on my own accord. No one ordered me to do this." Chapter 1787. Huff. Huff. After settling everything, Li Zishuan returned to his tent. Qing Chimo and Yuchi Baolin were already asleep. Even though the two of them wanted to know the outcome of the matter, they couldn't withstand the fatigue. After all, to Yuchi Baolin, the training during the day was extremely tiring, and to Qing Chimo, helping Li Zixuan with the sand table in the afternoon was extremely taxing on his brain. These two fellows. Looking at the two sleeping men, Li Zixuan couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. He thought to himself, I have to fall asleep while listening to the snoring of these two brothers again. Even though the two of them were nominally his personal guards, Li Zixuan had never treated them as his personal guards. To him, Qing Chimo and Yuchi Baolin were his students, and more importantly, his brothers. Although I didn't manage to uncover Qiu Xingong, the mastermind behind the scenes, I did manage to cut off one of his arms. I hope that old man can take care of himself and stop causing trouble for me in the next few months. After washing up, Li Zixuan laid on his bed and thought to himself. He only joined the Black Armored Army because he was given an order in the nick of time. After the Black Armored Army's expedition to the north was over, even if Li Er didn't allow him to leave, he would still ask to leave. Joining the army wasn't his ambition, but it was the best way to help Tang get rid of the Turks. If possible, he didn't want to become enemies with Qiu Xingong during this period of time. After all, to the Black Armored Army, he was just a passerby. After the matter was settled, the Black Armored Army would return to its original state. However, not wanting to become enemies didn't mean that he was afraid of it. Zhang Kangmian inciting the soldiers of the Wu battalion to mutiny not only crossed Duan Zhishuan's bottom line, it also crossed Li Zixuan's bottom line. Since someone was trying to bully him, he naturally had to retaliate. That was why when Duan Zhishuan sentenced Zhang Kangmian and the others to death, he didn't plead for mercy like the previous time. He wanted to use this opportunity to give Qiu Xingong a warning so that the old man wouldn't cause trouble for him anymore. Dong dong dong, dong 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 dong. The great general has ordered all soldiers to gather at the drill ground. The great general has ordered all soldiers to gather at the drill ground. Early the next morning, before the sun had even risen, the sound of drums could be heard in the Black Armored Army's camp. All the soldiers in the camp heard the drums, and immediately after, there were soldiers shouting to and fro in the various tents. The military camp, which had been silent for an entire night, immediately began to move. The soldiers who had been lying on the bed a moment ago stood up and quickly put on their armor. Because the plate armor produced by the Strange Interest Pavilion was a full-body armor, it was difficult for one person to put it on. Usually, two people had to work together to put it on in the shortest time possible. In fact, it wasn't just the new plate armor. The armor worn by the black armored troops in the past wasn't something that could be easily worn either. Hence, in actual battles, many soldiers couldn't take off their armor when they slept. This was because the situation on the battlefield was constantly changing. One moment, they could be sleeping peacefully, but the next moment, the enemy could break into their camp. Why do we have to gather at the drill ground today? Although the soldiers were putting on their armor and preparing to assemble out of the habit of obeying orders, they still couldn't help but find it strange. As usual, unless there was an important matter, the first thing the soldiers did when they woke up in the morning was to train according to the training schedule of each camp. The soldiers of A, D and E camps were to run 10 li with their armor on. The soldiers of B and C camps were to practice their swordsmanship or lance skills. They could only go for breakfast after they finished running or practicing. Going to the drill ground directly after waking up meant that there was likely to be an important announcement. Xiao Xian, what time did you come back last night? In the tent, Qing Chimo, who had been woken up by the drums, asked Li Zixuan as he and Yuchi Baolin helped each other put on their armor. Li Zixuan's skills were a notch higher, so he didn't need any help to put on the armor. When he heard Qing Chimo's question, he faintly replied, I came back around midnight. Why? It's 1:45. So late? Baolin and I should have been asleep by then. Qing Chimo frowned and muttered under his breath. Then, he suddenly looked excitedly at Li Zixuan and asked, then how was the battle last night? Did Bai Shanhai bring Sun Tao to the meeting? Did the Grand General go with you to catch the traitors? Seeing Qing Chimo's eagerness for knowledge and that this fellow had helped him resolve a hidden danger, Li Zixuan patiently explained. Sun Tao didn't go last night, but the lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion, Zhang Kangnian, went. That bastard instigated Ding Dali and the others to mutiny on the spot. The Grand General, me, and Jiping hid in the pile of firewood and heard their plan clearly. Then, we captured Zhang Kangnian, Bai Shanhai, Ding Dali, and the others. Captured all of them? And then? How did the Grand General deal with them? Qing Chimo listened with great interest. After all, the reason why Duan Jishuan and Li Zishuan were able to resolve Zhang Kangnian's plan so easily was mainly because he had informed them beforehand. Qing Chimo waited for a long time, but Li Zishuan didn't continue, so he couldn't help but ask. How he dealt with them, you'll know in a while. It's getting late, why aren't you gathering at the drill ground? If you're late, you'll be the ones to be punished. Li Zishuan had already put on his armor. Hearing this, he rushed out of the tent and urged Qing Chimo. Xiao Xian, wait for us. The black armored army was an elite force, so the soldiers gathered very quickly. In less than a quarter of an hour, the soldiers of the 5 battalions were all gathered on the drill ground. Very quickly, the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion discovered an extremely abnormal and strange phenomenon. That was, their lieutenant was actually missing. Usually, for such a large gathering of the entire army, the lieutenant, as the commanding officer of the battalion, couldn't be absent. But today was just so strange. The soldiers of the 3rd Battalion scanned the entire drill ground with their eyes and didn't find Zhang Kangnian's figure. Not only that, some of them even discovered that there were people missing from the troop. Su Jia, where's Meng Yujiang? Where did he go? I don't know. Isn't he staying in the same tent as you? He was still here last night, but I didn't see him after I woke up early. There's such a thing. Guoming is also missing. Similar voices could be heard from more than one place in the 3rd Battalion. The situation in the 3rd Battalion wasn't any better. Reporting. Lieutenant, there are a total of 5 people from our battalion that have not arrived. They are Bai Shanhai, Yang Qingyun, Wu Feibai, Tan Qingye and Zhao Xingwang. In front of the 3rd Battalion, Sun Tao, as the lieutenant, was organizing the troops at the front. At this moment, the personal guard he sent to count the number of people ran back and cupped his fists and reported to him. Bai Shanhai, Yang Qingyun, Wu Feibai, Tan Qingye, Zhao Xingwang. When he heard these 5 names, Sun Tao's expression couldn't help but become unnatural. Because the 5 people that Zhang Kangnian borrowed from him were Bai Shanhai, Yang Qingyun, Wu Feibai, Tan Qingye and Zhao Xingwang. Where are they? After a moment of silence, Sun Tao forced himself to calm down and asked the personal guard. Last night's incident happened at midnight. Most of the soldiers in the battalion were already asleep, and the secret meeting location that Zhang Kangnian chose was extremely secretive. Unless someone purposely sent someone to investigate like Xiu Xinggong, it was impossible to know what happened outside of the 5th Battalion's kitchen last night. Sun Tao was no exception. Sun Tao didn't participate in the entire plan to sow discord. He didn't know why Zhang Kangnian transferred by Shanhai and the rest, and he also didn't know that Zhang Kangnian was going to secretly meet the wounded soldiers of the 5th Battalion in the 5th Battalion's kitchen last night. Lieutenant, according to the squad leader of Bai Shanhai and the rest's tent, they were still in the tent last night, but they were all gone this morning. The personal guard bowed and replied. Gone. Sun Tao's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly had a very bad feeling. At this moment, Qiu Xinggong appeared on the high platform in front of the drill ground. However, compared to the past, Qiu Xinggong didn't seem to be in a good mood today. Sun Tao waved his hand at the personal guard and said, All right. I know, you can leave now. Yes, Lieutenant. The personal guard cupped his fists and turned to leave. Looks like Zhang Kangnian must have started his operation last night, but it failed. Sun Tao thought to himself as he looked at the gloomy Qiu Xinggong on the high platform and the leaderless dragon in front of the 3rd Battalion. At this point, no matter how stupid he was, he could guess that something must have happened last night, and it was Zhang Kangnian who brought Bai Shanhai and the rest with him. The Grand General has arrived. At this moment, Duan Jishuan appeared on the right front of the drill ground. The 5 battalions instantly quieted down. All the soldiers stopped moving and stood straight on the spot without moving an inch. Duan Jishuan quickly walked to the front of the drill ground. The black armored soldiers below the stage shouted in unison, "Greetings, Grand General." Their voices were like a loud bell that could topple mountains and overturn seas. "Rise, soldiers!" Duan Jishuan shouted loudly. The soldiers below the stage stood straight again. Duan Jishuan's expression turned serious as he said in a deep voice, "I have gathered all the soldiers here today because I have something important to announce. Last night, Lieutenant Zhang Kangnian of the 3rd Battalion led by Shanhai, Yang Qingyun, Wu Feibai, Tan Qingya, Zhao Xingwang of the 2nd Battalion, Zhao Fei, Sun Gang, Meng Yujiang, Han Cheng, Su Peng, and Feng Chang of the 3rd Battalion to secretly meet with Ding Dali, Yao Wuda, and the injured soldiers of the 5th Battalion in the kitchen of the 5th Battalion. Zhang Kangnian instigated Ding Dali and the rest to mutiny by framing adjunctly and sowing discord among the soldiers. If it wasn't for Lieutenant Sun Jiping of the 5th Battalion arriving in time and arresting all of them, Zhang Kangnian's evil plan would have succeeded. At that time, our black armored army would have become the laughing stock of the 12 capital garrison guards. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Especially the soldiers of the 2nd and 3rd Battalions. They finally knew why their battalions were short of people today. It was because something so big had happened last night. Mutiny in the army, that was a capital offense. Although the soldiers below the general appointment stage were shocked, none of them whispered to each other due to their excellent military discipline. At the same time, they could feel a trace of murderous intent from Duan Jishuan's tone. As expected, Duan Jishuan continued to speak. "As the commander-in-chief of the Black Armored Army, I can't let the reputation of the Black Armored Army be ruined by such despicable people. Listen up." Zhang Kangnian led his men to secretly incite the soldiers to mutiny. His crime cannot be punished. At noon today, Zhang Kangnian, by Shanhai, Yang Qingyun, Wu Feibai, Tan Qingya, Zhao Xingwang, Zhao Fei, Sun Gang, Meng Yujiang, Han Cheng, Su Peng, and Feng Chang, a total of 11 people, will be executed in public. As for the lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion, adjunctly will temporarily take over. From today onwards, the 3rd Battalion, 1st Battalion, 4th Battalion, and 5th Battalion will implement a new training program. The soldiers below the stage were shocked. They didn't expect Duan Jishuan to be so ruthless. He killed one person in one breath, and one of them was even a lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion. It seemed like Duan Jishuan was really angry. On the other hand, Li Zishuan was a little surprised. He wasn't surprised by Duan Jishuan's treatment of Zhang Kangnian. He was surprised that Duan Jishuan had actually given him the position of lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion. This was something he had never expected. "As you command." After hesitating for a moment, Li Zishuan saw Duan Jishuan giving him a signal with his eyes. He could only step forward and bow. Duan Jishuan had helped him so much. He didn't want to disregard Duan Jishuan's face. Furthermore, this lieutenant position was only given to him, and it wouldn't last forever. Furthermore, by taking over this lieutenant position, he had cut off one of Qiu Xinggong's arms in the black armored troops. From now on, the 3rd Battalion would no longer be under Qiu Xinggong's personal use. On the stage, Qiu Xinggong, who was standing behind Duan Jishuan, had flames in his eyes and his face was twitching. Just as Li Zishuan had thought, Duan Jishuan's action had directly cut off one of his arms in the black armored troops. If he could, he really wanted to stand out and object. But he couldn't. Because he was heavily implicated in last night's incident, he still didn't know how much information Duan Jishuan had obtained from Zhang Kangnian. Therefore, even though Qiu Xinggong had cut off one of his arms, he could only endure it and didn't dare to act rashly. Below the stage, after hearing Duan Jishuan's words, Sun Tao couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Last night's incident had nothing to do with him, but Qiu Xinggong's decision had a lot to do with him. Because according to Qiu Xinggong's words, Li Zishuan would temporarily take over the position of lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion, and the 3rd Battalion would also have to start training according to the new drill. In this way, their 2nd battalion would be the only battalion in the black armored troops that still adhered to the old drill. This basically meant that Duan Zhishuan had tacitly acknowledged the superiority of the new drill. Then, what was the point of the competition between the 2nd and 5th battalions 8 days later? This was a competition that had already been lost before it even started. At this moment, Sun Tao only wanted to look up to the sky and sigh, "I am so lonely." Of course, with this fellow's literary skills, he definitely wouldn't be able to say such a poetic sentence, but the general idea was still the same. At this moment, Duan Zhishuan continued on the stage. Ding Dali and the rest listened to slanderous words and disrupted the morale of the troops. They can be spared from death, but they can't escape punishment. Men, bring Sun Dali and the rest up. In front of all the soldiers, strip them of their clothes and flog them 40 times. Yes, sir. Sun Jiping hurriedly went up to receive the order. Chapter 1788. Bam! 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 On the black armored army's drill ground, Ding Dali and the other 12 wounded soldiers of the Wu battalion knelt on the stage. Behind each of them stood a soldier with a stick in his hand. They were here to enforce the military law. Under the gaze of the 5,000 black armored army soldiers below the stage, the wooden sticks landed heavily on the backs of Ding Dali and the others. It could be said that the sticks hit the flesh. Very soon, their backs were covered in blood and flesh. The punishment of the military rod in ancient times was completely different from the punishment of the rod in the government or the palace. When the government punished criminals or the palace punished disobedient servants, they would usually use the stick to hit the buttocks. There was a lot of flesh on the buttocks. Although it was painful, it wouldn't hurt the person. But it was different in the military. The punishment of the rod in the military was usually to hit the back with the stick. If something went wrong, it was very likely that the person would be beaten to a pulp. Some novels often said that if someone broke the military rules, they would be dragged down and beaten 100 times. That was pure nonsense. Because 100 strikes of the rod would be the end of anyone. Therefore, Duan Zhishuan sentenced Ding Dali and the others to 40 strikes of the rod. This wasn't a light punishment. With these 40 strikes of the rod, they would have to lie in bed for at least 7 to 8 days. If it was more serious, they might have to lie in bed for 10 days to half a month. However, compared to the punishment of Zhang Kangmian and the others being beheaded, these 40 strikes of the rod were considered a fair punishment. Therefore, although Ding Dali and the others were clenching their teeth in pain, none of them complained. They knew that it was already Duan Zhishuan's mercy that they were able to keep their lives this time. Li Zishuan stood below the stage and looked at the rod landing solidly on the backs of Ding Dali and the others. He couldn't help but feel a toothache. This was the first time he saw the punishment of the military in ancient times. Yesterday, when he heard Qiu Xinggong say that Ding Dali and the others would be punished with 40 strikes of the rod, he didn't take it to heart. Because he thought that 40 strikes of the rod wasn't a big deal. But now, he didn't think so anymore. It could be said that if it was someone with a slightly weaker physique, like Ding Dali and the others, they would definitely die after receiving 40 strikes of the rod. Only these people who had been in the military for many years and had a strong physique could withstand 40 strikes of the rod. Great General, will something happen if we continue fighting like this? Out of humanitarian considerations, Li Zishuan still wanted to try to plead for mercy for Ding Dali and the others. Although Ding Dali and the others had listened to Zhang Kangmian's words and changed sides, they still had their own persistence at the crucial moment. Li Zishuan felt that these people did not deserve to die. Now that the main culprit was about to be executed, if Ding Dali and the others could turn over a new leaf and take this as a warning, they could still be useful. After all, he had seen these people when he was patrolling the camp that night. They were not bad people. They should be fighting the enemy instead of dying under the black armored troops' canes. Everyone should be responsible for their own mistakes. In the military, merit should be rewarded and mistakes should be punished. Ding Dali and the others are gullible and gullible. If we don't punish them, how can we convince the others in the future? Duan Zhishuan shook his head and decisively rejected Li Zishuan's pleading. Then, he said to Li Zishuan, however, "Lieutenant Li, you don't have to worry about them. If they can't even withstand 40 strikes of the rod, then they don't deserve to be a member of the black armored troops. I hope so. Li Zishuan sighed and said helplessly. To the soldiers below the stage, 40 strikes of the rod might not be a long time, but to Ding Dali and the others on the stage, these 40 strikes felt like years. But no matter what was done would be done. After 15 minutes, the punishment was finally over. Ding Dali and the others found it difficult to even kneel on the ground. At this moment, Duan Zhishuan returned to the center of the stage and looked at the soldiers below. The black armored troops were established in the early years of Wuda. It has been more than 10 years and we have never tasted defeat in hundreds of battles. What do we rely on? We relied on our daily tough training and iron-like military discipline. Zhang Kangnian used the new drill code as an excuse to frame Lieutenant Li and sow discord between the injured soldiers of the Wu Battalion and Lieutenant Li. He took the opportunity to cause a mutiny in the Wu Battalion. I must kill such a despicable person who sowed discord and disrupted the military discipline of the black armored troops. However, Ding Dali and the others believed in the slanderous words of a despicable person and helped him to do evil. If it wasn't for the fact that they stopped at the last moment, I would have killed them too. These 40 strikes of the rod will be a lesson. I hope all of you can take it as a warning. Our black armored troops are the most elite cavalry of the Tang Empire and also the most disciplined troop in the Tang Empire. If anyone dares to sow discord again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Also, regarding the fact that the new training regulations will cause injuries, no one in the military is allowed to criticize it anymore. If you want to become strong in the military, you have to train as hard as you can. Sweating and getting injured on the training ground is better than getting your head chopped off by the enemy on the battlefield. Do all of you understand? Duan Zhishuan ordered the execution of Zhang Kangnian and the others, as well as flogging Ding Dali and the others in front of everyone. This series of punches was to intimidate the soldiers of the black armored troops. After all, most of the soldiers in the black armored troops were new recruits. It was necessary for him to emphasize the military discipline of the black armored troops. Yes, sir. The soldiers below the stage all felt a chill in their hearts and then responded loudly. Qiu Xingong, who was standing behind the stage, had an ugly expression on his face. Duan Zhishuan's last sentence and his previous action of appointing Li Zishuan as the temporary lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion meant that he was on the side of the new drill code. In this way, even if the 2nd Battalion won the competition 8 days later, it would be very difficult for them to completely abolish the new drill code. Zhang Kangnian, this idiot, how could he be so careless? And Li Zishuan, he is always ruining my plans. He really deserves to die. At this moment, Qiu Xingong hated Zhang Kangnian to the core. There was another person who had the same complicated feelings as him, and that was Sun Tao. Qiu Xingong's early actions caused him and the 2nd Battalion to completely become a lone army that stuck to the original drill code. In addition, Zhang Kangnian's ending today had caused Sun Tao, who already had a grudge against Qiu Xingong, to waver. He originally didn't like the way Qiu Xingong and Zhang Kangnian did things. In the future, if he still followed Qiu Xingong's path to the dark side, he might very well end up like Zhang Kangnian. However, Qiu Xingong was after all a veteran who had founded the country. No matter if it was in the imperial court or in the military, he had a deep foundation. How could a mere lieutenant like him offend him? In that moment, Sun Tao was caught in a dilemma. We thank the Grand General for his mercy. Ding Dali and the others had recovered a bit of their strength. They endured the injuries on their backs and came in front of Duan Zhishuan, kneeling on one knee and thanking him. Duan Zhishuan nodded and didn't say anything. Ding Dali turned around and kowtowed to Li Zishuan. Thank you, Adjunct Li, for pleading for me. Earlier, Adjunct Li even personally entered the tent to check on my injuries. However, I mistakenly believed the slanderous words of a despicable person and almost caused a huge mistake. Ding Dali has let Adjunct Li down, but Adjunct Li pleaded for me. After I recover, I will ask for forgiveness from Adjunct Li. Ding Dali's words could be said to be sincere. In reality, it was just as he said. If it wasn't for Li Zishuan pleading for them last night, they really didn't know what would have happened to them. Furthermore, If Li Zixuan and Duan Jixuan came out of the pile of firewood a little later, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't be possessed and agree to Zhang Kangmian's mutiny plan. At that time, they would really be consigned to eternal damnation. Therefore, no matter if it was the moment when they came out of the pile of firewood or when he pleaded for them, it was Li Zixuan who didn't care about the past and repaid evil with good. Ding Dali had no choice but to accept these two favors. Thank you, Adjunct Li, for pleading for us. The rest of the people beside Ding Dali also bowed to Li Zixuan and thanked him. Li Zixuan said in a low voice, "You don't deserve to die." This Adjunct Li was just stating the facts. You don't have to thank me. I hope you can take this as a warning. Next time, don't listen to the slanderous person's instigation and do such a foolish thing. Now, go back and treat your injuries. The General Assembly stage wasn't a good place to talk. There were thousands of pairs of eyes below, so Li Zixuan didn't say much and sent them away with a few words. Yes. Join the army. Everyone hurriedly responded. With the help of a team of military doctors, they got down from the General Assembly stage and headed towards the camp. If it was said that they treated Li Zixuan as a passerby before, now they were completely in awe of Li Zixuan. This was especially true for Li Zixuan. This guy was originally a person who valued friendship and loyalty. Under the multiple emotions of self-blame, guilt, and gratitude, Ding Dali's position in his heart had risen infinitely. Now, if anyone dared to say anything bad about Li Zixuan, Ding Dali would definitely fight it out with the other party regardless of the injuries on his back. Now, soldiers of each camp, start training according to the training plan. Since his goal had been achieved, Duan Jixuan didn't waste any more words and loudly ordered. Yes, sir. All the soldiers responded loudly, and the captains of each camp also got busy. All soldiers of the A camp, listen to my order, turn left. Old rules, run 10 miles with your armor. You can only eat breakfast after you finish running. All soldiers of the B camp, listen to my order, turn back and train the horses for half an hour. The C camp. Since Zhang Kangmian was captured and was about to be executed, he definitely couldn't come over to lead the troops anymore. Therefore, only Li Zixuan, who had just taken up the post, oh, no, it should be the temporary captain, could give the orders. Captain Lu, your D camp can run first. Li Zixuan didn't give the order immediately. Instead, he turned his head to look at the D camp Captain Lu Da on his right and said. Although Lu Da didn't know what Li Zixuan meant by this, he still nodded and said, all right. Then, he raised his voice and shouted, all soldiers of the D camp, listen to my order, attention. Turn left in front, start running. As his voice fell, the 1,000 soldiers of the D camp were like dragons emerging from the sea, majestic and imposing as they ran out of the drill ground. In the past, due to the limited space, it was usually the soldiers of the A battalion who ran on the drill ground. The D and V battalions ran around the north and south tents respectively. Therefore, the D battalion had to rush out of the drill ground at this moment. After the D camp soldiers left, Li Zixuan directly shouted, all soldiers of the C camp, attention. Turn left in front and follow the D camp soldiers. Run 10 miles with your armor. If you don't finish in half an hour, you will be punished according to the military rules. Just now, Duan Jixuan had killed the chicken to warn the monkey on the stage. At this moment, everyone was still in a state of panic. Therefore, although Li Zixuan was the new captain of the C camp, the soldiers of the C camp didn't dare to disobey his orders. Therefore, under the leadership of Li Zixuan, the 1,000 soldiers of the C camp all embarked on the journey of running 10 miles with their armor. Jiping, you lead the E camp soldiers and run on the drill ground. Li Zixuan turned his head and shouted towards the direction of the E camp. Chapter 1789. Both of you, come here. In an open space to the north of the Wu battalion of the Black Armored Army, there were more than 10 people tied to wooden crosses with ropes. 2 soldiers were holding long spears and standing straight in the middle to watch over the prisoners. At this moment, a soldier walked over and greeted the 2 soldiers. The 2 of them saw that the soldier had an extraordinary aura and couldn't help but look at each other. Then, they stepped forward and clasped their fists, brother, what can I do for you? The soldier replied indifferently, I am General Chio's personal guard. Today, a new batch of military equipment arrived in the army and has been sent to the 2nd Battalion. General Chio has ordered the both of you to help move it. The two guards hesitated and the taller one of them said, but Adjunct Lee has ordered the both of us to watch over the prisoners and we are not allowed to leave. Brother, why don't you look for someone else? The soldier frowned and reprimanded, impudent. Is General Chio or Adjunct Lee more powerful in the black armored army? At this moment, the soldiers of the various battalions are training. If I don't look for you, who else can I look for? Besides, their hands and feet are tied up. How can they escape? Besides, it won't take long to move the military equipment. After you leave, I will help you watch over the prisoners. If anything happens, just look for me. My name is Tian Sheng. Seeing that this person spoke in a methodical manner and that Qiu Xingong's influence in the black armored army was not to be underestimated, the two guards hesitated for a moment and clasped their fists. All right. The both of us will go and move the military equipment now. We will have to trouble brother Tian here. Tian Xing waved his hand and said, Don't worry. The two of them then left. At this moment, a person suddenly walked out from the side of a tent not far away. Tian Xing hurriedly went forward and bowed, General. The person who came was Qiu Xingong. You can leave first. I want to ask Zhang Kangnian a few questions. Qiu Xingong nodded his head slightly and ordered softly. Yes. Tian Xing turned and left to stand guard for Qiu Xingong. Ever since Zhang Kangnian and the others were captured last night, they had been tied up here. From last night until now, they had not drunk a single mouthful of water, nor had they eaten a single grain of rice. In addition, the rope had caused their blood to be unable to circulate smoothly in their bodies. At this moment, they had almost fallen into a state of drowsiness. It was still early in the morning, and the sun was not strong enough. By noon, when the sun was about to reach the top of their heads, they would probably pass out due to the heat and lack of water. In fact, this was almost a common practice in the military. Generally, people who were about to be executed would go through this before they were executed. This was not abusing the prisoner, but helping the prisoner. Yes, you didn't hear wrong. This action was helping the criminal. The prisoners on death row in the Supreme Court or the prison of the Ministry of Justice were treated with good wine and food before their execution. The good food was not important, what was important was the good wine. After the prisoner drank the wine, under the numbness of the alcohol, the prisoner's pain would be reduced a lot when they were beheaded. Naturally, the prisoner would have less resentment after death. Of course, these were all superstitions, but who asked the ancients to believe in these things? In ancient times, prisoners on death row were usually executed at 4:45 in the afternoon because that was the time of the day when the yang energy was the strongest. The prison of the government could give prisoners on death row alcohol, but in the Tang dynasty, especially the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the military was very strict. Alcohol was forbidden in the military, and violators were killed without mercy. Therefore, to the soldiers who were sentenced to death in the military, there was definitely no alcohol for them to drink. So, what could they do? Generally speaking, it was like what Zhang Kangnian was doing now. They were left out in the sun, without food or water, so that they would enter a state of drowsiness before they were beheaded. When it was time for them to be beheaded, it would not be so painful. Raise your head. At this moment, Qiu Xingong walked in front of Zhang Kangnian and shouted in a low voice. Due to the distance between the prisoners, and the fact that they did not sleep or drink for the entire night, Zhang Kangnian, Bai Shanhai, and the others were in a half-awake state. Qiu Xingong purposely lowered his voice, not wanting the other prisoners to hear his conversation with Zhang Kangnian. When the drowsy Zhang Kangnian heard Qiu Xingong's voice, his body trembled. He quickly raised his head and opened his eyes. He looked at Qiu Xingong and said, "General, save me. General, save me. I don't want to die." Woo woo. This fellow's voice was a little loud, so Qiu Xingong quickly covered his mouth. Lower your voice. Qiu Xingong looked around and saw that the rest of the prisoners still had their heads lowered and didn't move. Only then did he move his hand away from Zhang Kangnian's mouth. He asked in a low voice, "This general wants to ask you, did Li Zixuan use torture to extort a confession from you?" Zhang Kangnian lowered his voice and replying to the general, "Adjunct Li did not torture us. Since we were captured last night, we have been tied up here. Neither Adjunct Li nor the general has come." Hearing this, Qiu Xingong was slightly relieved. He asked again, "What happened last night? Didn't you say that your plan was foolproof? How did you get caught by Li Zixuan and General Duan?" "I don't know either. Last night, when I was about to succeed in persuading Ding Dali and the others, Li Zixuan and the general suddenly walked out from the pile of firewood outside the kitchen. They seemed to have been hiding in the pile of firewood before I arrived. Therefore, the words that I said to Ding Dali and the others naturally fell into the general's ears." Speaking of this, Zhang Kangnian still did not understand until now. He could not help but feel puzzled. Chapter 1790. Duan Zixuan knew that it wasn't a good time to touch Qiu Xingong. As the emperor, Li Er knew this as well. Furthermore, due to his personal feelings, Li Er didn't want to touch Qiu Xingong. In the 4th year of Wuda, Qiu Xingong followed Li Er to fight against Wang Shichong. Before the battle, Qiu Xingong followed Li Er to test the enemy's strength. He led dozens of cavalrymen into the enemy's formation and killed many of them. Not long after, Li Er and the cavalrymen were separated due to the obstruction of the embankment. Only Qiu Xingong followed Li Er. After which, a few cavalrymen chased after Li Er, and arrows hit Li Er's war horse. The situation was dire, and Qiu Xingong turned his horse around to shoot at the pursuing enemy. Thus, Qiu Xingong dismounted from his horse and pulled out the arrow from Li Er's war horse. He then passed his war horse to Li Er while he walked in front of his horse. With a long saber in his hand, he shouted loudly to intimidate the enemy and killed many of them to protect Li Er as they returned to the Tang camp. In the end, the Tang army defeated Wang Shichong. It was because of that battle that Li Er started to put Qiu Xingong in an important position. Li Er had been a wanderer in the Taiyuan area in his early years, so he had a Jianghu aura about him. He knew very well that he should repay the kindness of saving his life. Although he later became the king of Qin, and even the emperor, and his Jianghu aura gradually faded, Li Er had never mistreated those who had saved his life on the battlefield. For example, Qin Xiong, Qingyao Jin, Duan Zixuan, Yuqi Jingda, and the others, which one of them didn't hold important positions. Qiu Xingong was no exception. Thus, unless he had no other choice, Li Er wasn't willing to punish Qiu Xingong. What Qiu Xingong did this time had crossed his bottom line. The Black Armored Army was the key to the victory of the Kingdom War, and this Kingdom War was the key to the survival of Tang Empire. Li Er wouldn't allow anyone to sabotage it. The 30 strikes of the military rod was Li Er's warning to Qiu Xingong. If Qiu Xingong didn't know what was important and insisted on doing things his way, then no one could guarantee that Li Er wouldn't cut the tumor for the Black Armored Army. Maintain a straight line from your shoulders to your ankles. Place your arms on your chest and keep your hands slightly wider than your shoulders. Then, use your arms to prop your body up from the ground. During the entire process, your shoulders, buttocks, and ankles must always maintain a straight line, just like what I'm doing now. Li Zixuan was leading the sergeants of the 3rd Battalion to do push-ups on the drill ground of the Black Armor Army. The 4th and 5th Battalions were doing pull-ups. Because the number of horizontal bars in the army was limited, each battalion had to do staggered training. Since the entire 3rd Battalion had never been exposed to this kind of training method before, Li Zixuan had no choice but to teach them step by step. He had done the same thing in the 1st Battalion, 4th Battalion, and 5th Battalion before, but who asked the 3rd Battalion to be the new training camp? Every time you do a push-up, you'll have to do 100 push-ups. If you can't do 100 today, you'll have to increase the number of push-ups tomorrow. If you can't do 100 push-ups today, you'll have to do more tomorrow. If you still can't meet this condition after 5 days, you won't have the right to stay in the Black Armored Army. Do you understand? Li Zixuan stood up and said after he demonstrated to everyone. Yes, sir. everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Only now did they realize that this newly appointed lieutenant wasn't someone easy to get along with. At the very least, in terms of training, Li Zixuan was much stricter than the previous Zhang Kangnian. But today, Duan Zixuan had just punished so many people on the stage, and he was even going to behead 11 people today. At this time, even if they were dissatisfied with Li Zixuan's tyranny, no one dared to voice it out. After all, anyone could see that Li Zixuan's position in the black armored troops was second only to Qiu Xingong, or even higher than Qiu Xingong. Good. Next, you'll be in groups of 2 and supervise each other. The squad leader will calculate the training progress of the soldiers under the fire and report it to the platoon leader. The platoon leader will report it to the camp's deputy general. The deputy general and I will be patrolling at any time. If we find anyone hiding or making a false report, the squad leader and the platoon leader will be punished with 200 push-ups each. Li Zixuan stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the soldiers of the third camp. Logically speaking, 100 push-ups shouldn't be a problem for the black armored army who were strong and healthy. When the fifth camp first started their push-ups and pull-ups training, only a few people failed on the first day, but all of them passed on the second day. The overall quality of the soldiers of the third camp was not worse than that of the fifth camp, so there shouldn't be any problems. Yes, sir. All the soldiers roared in agreement, and then spread out in all directions to train in groups. Gao Gong, have you memorized the main points of the push-ups? At this time, Li Zixuan walked towards a tall and burly soldier and said. This person was more than 6 chi tall, 189 m in height, and his weight was unknown. However, looking at his size, he should at least be close to 200 jin. This big fellow was the deputy general of the 3rd Battalion, and his name was Gao Gong. Li Zixuan didn't know if this fellow was in cahoots with Zhang Kangnian and Qiu Xingong. He planned to test this deputy general properly today, and then during lunch, ask Sun Jiping about this person while he was at it. Lieutenant, I've memorized it all. Gao Gong scratched his head and responded. Good. You'll do 100 push-ups first. Li Zixuan said faintly. Good. Then, can you help me check if the movements are standard? Gao Gong responded, then simply lay down on the lawn in front of him. He supported his body with both hands, pointed his toes on the ground, and began to do push-ups. While he was doing them, he counted, "You're right. You're right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Other than Li Zixuan correcting his movements at the beginning, Gao Gong's speed of doing push-ups was very fast. It didn't take long for him to do 30 push-ups. Moreover, this guy didn't even pant after doing 30 push-ups. It could be seen how good this guy's physical fitness was. No wonder he could become the 3rd camp's deputy general. Oh, that's not right. In terms of martial strength, this big guy completely beats Zhang Kangnian. Logically speaking, the 3rd camp's commanding general should be Gao Gong. Li Zixuan thought in his heart. 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Lieutenant, I've finished 100 push-ups. In the time that Li Zixuan was lost in thought, Gao Gong had finished 100 push-ups. In modern times, this added up to a little more than a minute. This meant that this guy only needed about a second to do one push-up. More importantly, 100 push-ups obviously wasn't Gao Gong's limit. According to his movements, 500 to 600 push-ups wouldn't be a problem. This guy's physical fitness was really good. Good. Good kung fu. Li Zixuan smiled and praised from the bottom of his heart. Gao Gong scratched his head embarrassedly and said, Lieutenant, you're joking. I'm just a brute force. In terms of kung fu, how can I compare to you, Lieutenant? He wasn't trying to flatter Li Zixuan. He wasn't someone who liked to bootlick. In fact, in terms of kung fu, he really couldn't be compared to Li Zixuan, who had a famous master. After all, in terms of kung fu, Li Zixuan had gone through systematic training and even had a famous master to guide him. He, on the other hand, only had a body of brute force. In addition, he was just a person who blindly fumbled around on his own. In fact, situations like his could be found everywhere in the army. In fact, it was the vast majority. After all, not everyone could be like Li Zishuan, who could enter a famous sect and have the guidance of a famous teacher. The vast majority of people had blindly fumbled their way here. This kind of cultivation method was destined to prevent them from reaching the highest realm on the path of martial arts. Kung Fu, to put it simply, was just some techniques to use force. But to put it in a complicated way, it included the changes of moves, prediction, restraint, as well as the circulation of inner force in the meridians and so on. Without the guidance of a famous master, it was very difficult to grasp these things through personal fumbling. This was also why most of the Black Armored Army were Body Refining Realm and Chi Gatherer Realm martial artists. Chi Transformation Realm martial artists were already considered experts in the Black Armored Army. As for Grandmaster Realm martial artists, in the entire Great Tang Army, they could be counted with 2 hands. Alright. Let's not talk too much. Next, you will be in charge of supervising the training of the soldiers. Report to me if there's any situation. After all, I'm also an adjutant and have to patrol the other battalions. Li Zishuan waved his hand and instructed Gao Gong. Just as he said, he was not only a lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion, but also an adjutant of the Black Armored Army. He definitely couldn't spend all his time in the 3rd Battalion. Moreover, he had just arrived at the 3rd Battalion and wasn't familiar with the soldiers in the battalion. If he had a native of the 3rd Battalion to assist him, it would be much easier for him. Yes. Lieutenant. Gao Gong didn't hesitate and immediately cupped his fists in response. Go, train them well. Li Zishuan waved his hand and Gao Gong accepted the order and left. Su Dashan, why are you sticking your butt up so high? Do you need me to help you kick it down? Big fatty Zheng, your stomach is almost touching the ground. Why aren't you pulling it in? Niu Daliang, can't your shoulder go down? Do you need me to help you press it down? What you did just now doesn't count. Let's start from the beginning. Just as Li Zishuan expected, with the help of Gao Gong, a native of the 3rd Battalion, the soldiers quickly grasped the essentials of the push-ups. It could be seen that Gao Gong patrolled seriously and taught with great effort. He was a good helper. Li Zishuan planned to find out more about Gao Gong's personality and temperament during his free time in the afternoon. If he didn't have any obvious misdeeds, then he planned to put Gao Gong in an important position during this period of time. Seeing that the 3rd Battalion was training in an orderly manner, Li Zishuan felt relieved and left in the direction of the 5th Battalion. After all, the 5th Battalion was going to compete with the 2nd Battalion in 8 days. He had to go and check on the training progress. Although such a big incident happened last night, it didn't affect the competition between the 2 battalions at all. Clang, clang, clang. At noon, the soldiers finished their morning training. Logically speaking, they should go to the kitchen for lunch. But today was a little different. The Grand General has ordered all soldiers to gather at the drill ground. The Grand General has ordered all soldiers to gather at the drill ground. A few soldiers on war horses shuttled through the various battalions and shouted loudly. The soldiers didn't know what was going on, but they still gathered at the center of the drill ground under the lead of each battalion's chief commander. After everyone had gathered and lined up, Duan Jishuan went up the stage. The bright yellow silk scroll in his hand was especially eye-catching. Many people noticed it. Qiu Xingong also noticed it. His heart couldn't help but sink. He had seen a big scene before, so he knew that Duan Jishuan was holding an imperial edict. His Majesty has decreed. After Duan Jishuan stood on the stage, he opened the imperial edict and said, Walala. In an instant, the 5,000 Black Armored Army soldiers below the stage knelt on one knee. This was the etiquette of welcoming an imperial edict in the army. Qiu Xingong also knelt down at this moment. Duan Jishuan then continued reading, the Tang Empire's emperor decrees that Zhang Kangnian, by Shanhai and the rest of the 11 people are guilty of conspiring to commit a mutiny and should be executed. The Black Armored Army's General Qiu Xingong is guilty of negligence in his management and will receive 30 strokes of the cane as punishment. The Marquis of Yong and Li Zishuan is to be appointed as the lieutenant of the Black Armored Army's 3rd Battalion. All soldiers of the 3rd Battalion will listen to his orders and not disobey. The contents of the imperial edict were very short and straightforward. It was completely different from the imperial edicts that Li Zixuan had sent out to the officials previously. The content was a little too straightforward. In fact, this was a common occurrence in the army. Everyone was already used to it. This was because most of the soldiers in the army were rough men. If the contents of the imperial edict were too scholarly, no one would be able to understand it. Simple and straightforward like this was the best. However, after Duan Zixuan finished reading the imperial edict, everyone on the drill ground was shocked. It wasn't because Li Zixuan wanted to execute Zhang Kangmian, Bai Shanhai and the rest, nor was it because Li Zixuan had officially appointed Li Zixuan as the Black Armored Army's lieutenant. It was because Qiu Xingong was being punished for this incident. 30 strokes of the cane wouldn't be able to do much to Qiu Xingong. After all, he was also a martial arts expert. However, Qiu Xingong was a veteran in the Black Armored Army. Wouldn't this make him lose face in front of the soldiers? It could be said that the 30 strokes of the cane were more symbolic than practical. I'm guilty of negligence in my management. Qiu Xingong was also a little confused. He subconsciously guessed that Li Zixuan already knew that he was the mastermind behind last night's incident. However, after thinking about it carefully, he realized that something wasn't right. This was because if Li Zixuan already knew, he wouldn't just be punished with 30 strokes of the cane. He would have sent someone to arrest him directly. Therefore, the 30 strokes of the cane were more like a warning from Li Zixuan. At this moment, Qiu Xingong's heart was filled with fear and vigilance. He couldn't help but secretly regret listening to that idiot Zhang Kangmian's words. I, Qiu Xingong, am willing to accept my punishment. Qiu Xingong bowed in the direction of the palace, then stood up and cupped his hands. Although it was embarrassing to be hit with the cane, at this moment, losing face was better than losing his life. Xingong, I'll have to trouble you then. Duan Zixuan kept the imperial edict and walked over to pat Qiu Xingong's shoulder. He then ordered his bodyguards, men, help General Qiu with the punishment. Chapter 1791. Pung. 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 According to past practice, it was time for the soldiers to eat. However, today was different. The soldiers were gathered at the military drill ground to witness a special execution. The executioner was Duan Zixuan's personal guard, and the one being executed was the Black Armored Army's general, Qiu Xingong. In the Black Armored Army, there was one general and 2 generals. When the Black Armored Army was first established, Qin Xiong, Qing Yaojin, Duan Zixuan, Yuqi Jingda, and the other generals had all taken up positions in the Black Armored Army. However, due to their military exploits, they were all promoted to other positions. Only Duan Zixuan and Qiu Xingong remained in the Black Armored Army. Today, more than 90% of the people in the Black Armored Army had not been in the Black Armored Army as long as Qiu Xingong. However, such a senior general was actually being flogged in public. This was truly unprecedented. Since the executioner was Duan Zixuan's personal guard, there wasn't a situation where he didn't dare to hit Qiu Xingong. Instead, every hit was very solid. After more than 10 strikes, Qiu Xingong's back was already completely red. However, he didn't really care because these were only superficial wounds at most. What he really cared about was how the soldiers below the stage would look at him after this incident. At this moment, Qiu Xingong's back was facing the soldiers below the stage. He could not see the expressions on their faces. However, he felt as if there were countless pairs of mocking eyes staring at him from behind. This made him feel as if his entire body was being pricked by needles. Li Zixuan, this old man will remember this. I can't touch you now, but that doesn't mean that I can't touch you in the future. Moreover, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious in the competition 8 days later. As long as the 2nd Battalion wins, your new drill manual will become a joke. At that time, this old man will see if His Majesty will still protect you. Qiu Xingong thought to himself as he clenched his teeth under the cudgel. As an old man, how could he not know that these 30 strokes were a warning from Li Er? Now that things had come to this, he knew that he couldn't secretly scheme against Li Zixuan anymore. Otherwise, if Li Er found out, even if there was no proof, he wouldn't have a good ending. But so what? If he could not scheme, then he would use an open scheme. As long as the 2nd Battalion won the competition 8 days later, the new drill manual that Li Zishuan relied on to establish himself in the Black Armored Army would become a joke. Li Er would have no reason to protect Li Zishuan. It had to be said that Qiu Xingong's eyes were indeed shrewd. He could tell at a glance why Li Er was so biased towards Li Zishuan. Wasn't it because Li Er had set his eyes on Li Zishuan's new training manual? However, Qiu Xingong had neglected a problem. Even Li Er felt that the new drill was more suitable for the current Black Armored Army. How could the new drill be defeated by the 2nd Battalion 8 days later? Li Er was going to be the emperor soon. Before he ascended the throne, he had been through hundreds of battles. His understanding of military affairs was not inferior to Qiu Xingong's. The reason why Qiu Xingong did not like Li Zishuan's new drill manual was because he was in the game and looked at Li Zishuan through biased lenses. Naturally, he did not like Li Zishuan's new drill manual. General, the 30 strikes had been carried out. After a while, the sound of the strike stopped. The soldiers kept the wooden sticks and cupped their fists towards Duan Zhishuan on the podium. Duan Zhishuan said sternly, "Bring Xingong away for treatment." "Yes, sir." The soldiers accepted the order and left. "Thank you, General." Qiu Xingong cupped his fists towards Duan Zhishuan. Then, with the help of 2 of Duan Zhishuan's bodyguards, he walked towards the tent. Duan Zhishuan turned towards the soldiers below the podium and said loudly, "In the Black Armored Army, everyone is treated equally. Anyone who breaks the rules will be punished. General Qiu is not an exception. I am not an exception. I hope that all of you will focus on training and abide by the rules. Don't be like Zhang Kangnian and the rest. They didn't die on the battlefield, but instead died in the army because they broke the rules." "Yes, sir." After Duan Zhishuan finished his words, the 5,000 soldiers on the drill ground replied in unison. "Dismissed, let's eat." Seeing this, Duan Zhishuan waved his hand and left. The Black Armored Army on the drill ground then dispersed and ran towards the kitchens of the various battalions. "Hey! Xiao Xian, this is really satisfying. Those who wanted to harm you either had their heads chopped off or were beaten. This is really satisfying." During lunch, Qing Chimo said excitedly to Li Zishuan as he ate his food. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said angrily, "Eating won't stop you from talking." Although he had already become the lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion, he still habitually came to the 5th Battalion when it was time to eat. After all, there were only a few people he knew in the 3rd Battalion. Qing Chimo swallowed the food in his mouth and said, "Hey! Xiao Xian, can you not be so calm? In any case, we've managed to get rid of a few enemies this time. Shouldn't we celebrate?" Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask, "Celebrate? How do we celebrate? Set up a table and let's eat and drink to our heart's content?" "Great, great. I haven't drunk in a long time." Hearing this, Qing Chimo's eyes lit up and he quickly agreed. "Great my ass." Li Zishuan stared at this idiot and said, "If you dare to drink in the army, the one who will be chopped off tomorrow will be you." "Oh, right. We can't drink in the army." Qing Chimo immediately reacted. He sighed helplessly and said, "Sigh, when can we leave the army camp?" When he was in the academy, he wanted to go to the army camp. But when he was actually in the army camp, especially the Black Armored Army, he wanted to go back to the academy. At least the academy wasn't as closed off and boring as the army camp. Xiao Xian, this time we were able to get rid of this despicable Zhang Kangnian. No matter what, I've helped a lot, right? Since you've been promoted, shouldn't I be rewarded as well? Qing Chimo suddenly rolled his eyes and said excitedly. "Helped a lot? I haven't pursued the matter of you slacking off yesterday. Your merits offset your faults. I won't reward you or punish you." Li Zishuan smiled and said. Although he said this, but he also understood that Qing Chimo's contribution to successfully unraveling Zhang Kangnian's plot was not to be ignored. This friendship, he would remember it in his heart and there was no need to mention it. Damn! Xiao Xian, you're too mean. Qing Chimo scolded jokingly. The two of them bickered again. At this time, Li Zishuan looked at Sun Jiping and said, Jiping, Gao Gong of the 3rd Battalion. Have you heard of this person before? Previously, when Sun Jiping saw Li Zishuan and Qing Chimo teasing each other and playing around, he couldn't help but feel envious. This was because that was the true feelings between brothers. At this time, when he saw Li Zishuan turn to ask about him, he was stunned for a moment before replying, Gao Gong. I've heard of some things about this person before, but I haven't had any concrete contact with him. What is it? Tell me about it. Li Zishuan asked with interest. Sun Jiping recalled for a moment, then he put down his bowl and chopsticks and explained to Li Zishuan, Gao Gong is a brave man. He can be considered as a veteran in the Black Armored Army. He had achieved many military merits in his early years. Before the expansion of the Black Armored Army, he was a team leader under General Zhang Shigui. This year, with the expansion of the Black Armored Army, based on his previous military merits, logically speaking, he could have been promoted to a lieutenant of a battalion. However, for some reason, he was assigned to the 3rd Battalion and became Zhang Kangnian's lieutenant. There were rumors in the army that although Gao Gong's martial arts were better than Zhang Kangnian's, and he was braver than Zhang Kangnian in battle, he was too straightforward. He even contradicted General Qiu and General Duan many times. Therefore, Zhang Kangnian received General Qiu's recommendation to become a lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion. As for Gao Gong, he could only be Zhang Kangnian's lieutenant. In the past 2 months after the expansion of the Black Armored Army, Zhang Kangnian had not spared Gao Gong. In the beginning, he was beaten twice by Gao Gong, but because of this, Gao Gong was beaten up many times. He was even almost expelled from the Black Armored Army. In the end, if not for General Duan's intervention, Gao Gong would have already been kicked out of the Black Armored Army. After that, Gao Gong became more honest. Although he was secretly unhappy with Zhang Kangnian, he rarely fell out with Zhang Kangnian in public. In addition, although Zhang Kangnian and Gao Gong don't get along, he still recognizes Gao Gong's ability. Before this, the daily training of the officers and soldiers of the 3rd Battalion was basically handled by Gao Gong. Overall, he can be considered to have fulfilled his responsibilities. After Sun Jiping finished speaking, Li Zishuan could not help but fall into deep thought. At this moment, Qing Chimo laughed loudly. Hey! This Gao Gong is to my liking. If there's a chance, I, old Cheng, will go and meet him. Birds of a feather flocked together. Just based on Gao Gong's way of doing things, he was 80% similar to Qing Chimo. Therefore, Qing Chimo was interested in him. These two people were both straightforward people. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes at this guy and could not be bothered with him. At this moment, Sun Jiping asked tentatively, why did you suddenly ask about Gao Gong? Are you thinking of using him in the 3rd Battalion? Yes. Li Zishuan nodded and said, His Majesty has officially allowed me to take on the position of lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion. However, I still have the duty of an army adjutant, so I can't spend all my time in the 3rd Battalion. Moreover, I have just arrived at the 3rd Battalion and know nothing about the situation there. If Gao Gong can be of great use, for me, that would be the best. When the time comes, I only need to hand over the training mission to him and let him lead the training of the soldiers in the battalion. Army adjutant's worries are not without reason. Hearing this, Sun Jiping nodded and said, from what I understand of the situation, it is not a big problem to let Gao Gong go to the training camp. However, we still need to find out what his attitude towards the new training manual is. Yes. You're right. He was previously in charge of the daily training of the 3rd Battalion. There is nothing wrong with letting him continue to do it. However, his attitude towards the new training manual is very important. If he doesn't approve of the new training manual and goes against it in public, then it will be difficult to handle. Li Zishuan first nodded, then frowned and said. However, from my interaction with him this morning, he doesn't seem to dislike the new training manual. This person can be observed first. If he really has the ability, what's wrong with letting him be the lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion? After a pause, Li Zishuan added. Xiao Xian, you see that you are so busy. How about letting me be the lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion? Treat it as a reward for my contribution this time? Qing Chimo suddenly interrupted at this time. It had to be said that this guy's way of thinking was really novel. He could come up with all kinds of ideas. F***ck off. After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan spat out. After they finished talking about the important matters, they quickly finished their lunch while talking and laughing. According to the usual practice, the soldiers could return to their tents to rest for a while after lunch. However, today was a little different. After lunch, the soldiers all walked in the direction of the Yuan Gate without prior agreement. Xiao Xian, it's almost noon. How about we go to the Yuan Gate to see Zhang Kangnian's head being chopped off? Qing Chimo usually had a bad memory, but today his memory was especially good. He obviously didn't forget that Zhang Kangnian, by Shanghai and the others' heads would be seen at noon. Therefore, he pulled Li Zishuan's arm and said. What's there to see about chopping off heads? You guys go, I'll go back to my tent to rest for a while. Li Zishuan frowned and said. Although he had killed people in the past year since he transmigrated to Great Tang, those people he killed were people who wanted to kill him. He had no choice but to kill. Besides, he usually went for the vitals when he killed people. He rarely saw people's heads being chopped off. This scene was too bloody and violent, and he didn't like to see it. Therefore, he naturally had no interest in watching Zhang Kangnian and the others being executed. TSK. If you don't want to go, then we'll go. Baolin, Jiping, let's go. Qing Chimo shook his head with a look of pity. Then, he pulled Yuchi Baolin and Sun Jiping and left. Miss, now that you and the young master of the Wang clan are together, Yuan is really happy for you. Qizhou, Yong County, west of the city, Li residence. Looking at the beautiful woman wearing a wedding dress and a phoenix crown in the mirror, the maid Yuan couldn't help but say happily. This beautiful bride was naturally Li Jingchu, who was waiting for Wang Renbiao to bring people to escort her. Today was the day of her wedding with Wang Renbiao. This was a big event for the entire Yong County and Qizhou. The marriage customs of the Tang dynasty were mostly inherited from the Northern dynasty. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the time to escort the bride was usually at dusk. It was only after the middle of the Tang dynasty that people changed the time to early morning. Back when Li Zishuan married Han Yushi, it was in the afternoon. After the bride was escorted back, the residents would officially have a banquet. Today, the streets of Yong County were hung with red silk and colored satin. This wasn't forced by Wang Renbiao, but by the people themselves. This was because ever since Wang Renbiao took office, the governance of Qizhou had gradually become clearer, and the people's livelihood had also improved greatly. The people were still very supportive of this young provincial governor of Qizhou. It's a pity that father is no longer around. Now, the only person by my side is you, Yuan, who can be intimate with me. Li Jingchu looked at herself in the mirror, sighed, and said. When other girls got married, they would be accompanied by their parents. However, she could only wear red makeup all by herself. How desolate. Chapter 1792. Young miss, don't say that. Today is your big day. If master and madam are watching from the heavens, they would definitely wish for you to be happy. Moreover, second aunt wouldn't dare to harm you now. Yong County seat, Li Jingchu's boudoir. Seeing Li Jingchu's sorrowful expression, Yuan couldn't help but console her. Humph. She's not afraid of me. She's afraid of the Wang family's power. Li Jingchu frowned and coldly retorted. Back then, Li Zishuan had gone north to eliminate the locusts and untied the knot in her heart. Only then did she open her heart to Wang Renbiao, and their relationship progressed at lightning speed. During that time, Li Jingchu's status in the Li family in the western part of the city soared. Even second aunt, Lu Yuerong, who had always bullied her, became respectful when she saw her. However, good times didn't last long. Wang Yu and Princess Tong, who were far away in Suizhou, found out about Li Jingqiu and Wang Renbiao. These 2-foot boss-level bosses had personally come to Qizhou a few days ago to break up this pair of lovers. Li Jingqiu didn't want to make things difficult for Wang Renbiao and the family, so she took the initiative to leave Yong County and go far away. Lu Yuerong was naturally overjoyed when she saw this. She seized control of the Li family once again and replaced all the shopkeepers with her own people. She also announced to the public that Li Jingqiu had been expelled from the Li family. She wanted to use this to draw a line between the Li family and Li Jingqiu so that Wang Yu and Princess Tong wouldn't vent their anger on her. At that time, Lu Yuerong was in high spirits and extremely pleased with herself. After all, the Wang family of Taiyuan was a 1,000-year-old family. How could Wang Yu and Princess Tong allow their eldest son to marry a merchant's daughter? Without Wang Renbiao's protection, Li Jingqiu posed no threat to her. Just when she thought that the Li family would forever be under her control, Li Jingqiu actually returned. She had returned for the bedridden Wang Renbiao. What was even more inconceivable was that after Li Jingqiu returned, Wang Yu and Princess Tong didn't send people to capture her. Instead, the Li family received a letter of appointment and betrothal gifts from the provincial governor's office. The dignified eldest son of the previous family, as well as the governor of Qizhou, actually wanted to marry a merchant's daughter. Lu Yuerong felt as if her worldview was about to be overturned. But for her, after the confusion came fear. If this marriage went through, then Li Jingqiu would completely leap onto the branch and become a phoenix. She had done so many things to Li Jingqiu when Li Jingqiu was depressed. If Li Jingqiu really climbed onto the branch of the Wang family, how could she let her off so easily? Therefore, driven by fear, Lu Yuerong had completely transformed into a bootlicker during this period. She did her best to prepare for Li Jingqiu's marriage. Whenever Li Jingqiu had a request, she would readily agree to it. Moreover, she often acted as if she did not retaliate when hit or scolded. As a result, Li Jingqiu found it difficult to punish her. However, Li Jingqiu knew that Lu Yuerong's change in attitude was entirely due to her marriage with Wang Renbiao. Once there was a change in the marriage and she couldn't get married to Wang Renbiao, Lu Yuerong would immediately revert to her former attitude. That was why she said that Lu Yuerong was not afraid of her, but of the Wang family's power. Young miss, no matter what, after you marry Provincial Governor Wang, you can be considered to have escaped the sea of bitterness. In the future, you won't have to look at concubine Lu's face. You should be happy. Maid Yuelan's expression froze when she heard this. After a moment of silence, she softly spoke. Li Jingqiu gently shook her head and said, Yuelan, although I'm married, I won't ignore the matters of the family. Father worked hard for half his life to establish this large family business, especially the carriage business. It is the culmination of father's blood, sweat, and tears. I don't need to say what concubine Lu's character is like. I can't leave the family business to her. Otherwise, father's blood, sweat, and tears will be ruined in her hands. Back when Li Xingyan committed suicide in the county's prison, Lu Yuerong quickly took over the Li family's business and replaced all the family's shops with her own people. The key was that this woman was not cut out for business. Under her control, the Li family's business deteriorated day by day. In the end, it was Li Jingqiu who took back the family's power that the Li family's business gradually improved. It was because of the lessons learned from the past that the preliminary experience came about. But young miss, you're about to marry Provincial Governor Wang, and the Wang family is a large aristocratic family. After you become the provincial governor's wife, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to manage the family business, right? The maid carefully said as she combed Li Jingqiu's hair. Li Jingqiu thought for a moment and said, Don't I still have you? Yuelan, you've been by my side since you were young. I've never treated you as a servant. When I get married this time, you'll come with me. If it's inconvenient for me to appear in the family business today, then help me. Moreover, I believe that young Master Wang will understand my difficulties. Pfft. The maid was very touched by the first half of Li Jingqiu's words, but after hearing the last sentence, the maid covered her mouth and laughed. Young miss, now that you're about to marry Provincial Governor Wang, why are you still calling him young Master Wang? You should be calling him Lord Husband, hee. Wretched girl, how dare you make fun of me? Hearing this, Li Jingchu's face turned slightly red, and she couldn't help but reach out to scratch Yuelan. Yuelan hurriedly begged for mercy and said, "Ah. Young miss, please spare Yuelan. Yuelan won't dare to do it again." The two of them fooled around, and Li Jingchu's reluctance to part with her about to get married was somewhat diluted. Creak. At this moment, the door to Li Jingchu's room was pushed open from the outside, and a woman in luxurious clothes walked in. As she walked in, she said with a face full of smiles, "Jingchu, are you done with your makeup? The provincial governor's wedding procession is about to arrive. Let Andy help you with your makeup." The newcomer was Li Xingyun's second concubine, Lu Yuerong. She was sarcastic, but during this period, she had been Li Jingchu's super bootlicker. "There's no need. Yuelan has already helped me with my makeup. Auntie, you should help me greet the guests in the front yard." Li Jingchu, who had been fooling around with the maid a moment ago, said coldly as she tidied up the phoenix hairpin and crown on her head when Lu Yuerong came in. Today was her wedding day, and she didn't want to get into a conflict with Lu Yuerong, so she didn't call her by her name. Instead, she called her auntie. Okay. Then I'll go greet the guests in the front yard. Jingchu, our Li family hasn't been so lively in a long time. Your aunt, uncle, and some of your husband's friends from the business world are all here to celebrate. Auntie, you must greet them well." Lu Yuerong nodded and beamed with joy. Go ahead, auntie. Li Jingchu said lightly. Hee, that's good. Oh, that's right. Jingchu, when Provincial Governor Wang comes to escort the bride and recites the makeup poem, you should come out after he recites too. Don't embarrass Provincial Governor Wang, understand? Auntie is doing this for your own good. Lu Yuerong was about to leave when she suddenly turned around and said this. Understood, auntie. Li Jingchu replied carelessly. She and Wang Renbiao were originally in love, but after a long period of suffering, they were separated and reunited. Now that they were together in public, she naturally wouldn't make things difficult for Wang Renbiao over such a small matter. Most importantly, she couldn't bear to part with him. Only then did Lu Yuerong leave with peace of mind. When father was framed by that dog official Zhang Liang, no one was willing to speak up for the Li family. But now, those people are all here to congratulate me. Yuelan, do you think they're sincere or not? Li Jingchu muttered with a sigh after Lu Yuerong left. It was clear that Lu Yuerong's words about the Li family's front yard being filled with distinguished guests had provoked Li Jingchu. Young miss, the young maidservant didn't dare to answer. She could only lower her head and keep her mouth shut. The fickleness of human nature, the fickleness of the world. I will make the Li family better and better. After a moment of silence, Li Jingchu muttered to herself. The bridegroom is here. The bridegroom is here. Near the hour of the evening, Wang Renbiao, wearing his wedding robes and a large red flower on his chest, rode on a large horse and led the escort party to the Li residence. The guests of the Li family in the front yard all rushed forward to congratulate Wang Renbiao, all kinds of auspicious words coming out of their mouths. The scene was very lively. Wang Renbiao was anxious to see the bride he yearned for day and night. After dealing with the guests with a few words, he led the party to the rear yard. The bride, hurry her out. 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 The guests of the Li residence also followed and they all began to jeer behind Wang Renbiao. Because the next step was the most important part of the escort ceremony, makeup urging. At this time, Lu Yuerong walked over with a smile on her face and said enthusiastically, Governor Wang is very knowledgeable and talented. I'm sure you can easily compose a makeup hastening poem. My Jingchu is waiting inside. After saying that, she leaned close to Wang Renbiao and whispered, Provincial Governor Wang, this humble woman has asked someone to prepare a few makeup urging poems. Do you think they are useful? While speaking, Lu Yuerong took out a piece of paper from her sleeve and wanted to give it to Wang Renbiao. She wanted to help Wang Renbiao cheat. It had to be said that this woman really had no bottom line when it came to being a bootlicker. Her little action naturally couldn't escape Leng Yuyao's eyes. Seeing this scene, Leng Yuyao couldn't help but turn her face away with disdain in her eyes. She thought that Li Jingchu was indeed an outstanding woman, but this concubine of hers was really a bit vulgar. Her young master was the eldest son of the Wang family's first wife and had read tens of thousands of books. Why would he need to rely on others for 2 mere makeup-urging poems? Wang Renbiao clearly didn't expect Li Jingchu's concubine to be so lacking in integrity. When a woman got married, shouldn't the elders of the bride's family be reluctant to let their daughter get married? When it came to Lu Yuerong, why did it seem like she was afraid that Li Jingchu wouldn't be able to get married today? After being stunned for a moment, Wang Renbiao discreetly pushed away the small piece of paper Lu Yuerong handed over and said, "Thank you for your good intentions, but I don't need it." After saying that, Wang Renbiao flung his sleeves and stood with his hands behind his back. Then he looked towards Li Jingchu's boudoir. At this time, the boudoir door was open, but Li Jingchu was sitting behind a screen. Wang Renbiao could only vaguely see Li Jingchu's figure. As for when Li Jingchu would come out, it would depend on whether his makeup-urging poem could move Li Jingchu's heart. Regarding this, Wang Renbiao was already prepared. In fact, he had already thought of a few makeup-urging poems last night. At this time, he pretended to ponder for a moment and then said, "It's said that the candlelight lowers the rouge powder. Don't be pretentious in front of the mirror. You don't need to put on heavy makeup, leave your eyebrows to be painted." The general idea is that the bride is sitting in front of the candlelight, combing her hair and putting on makeup in front of the mirror. You don't need to put on a full set of makeup, leave your eyebrows, and someone will come and paint them for you. Wang Renbiao's makeup-urging poem was simply a clear stream in the makeup-urging world. Most people urging makeup were praising the bride's beauty, but he directly said that he didn't need to wait, he would help her draw her eyebrows in the future. However, it wasn't easy for him and Li Jingchu to be together, so he naturally had a reason to be impatient. Everyone was stunned at first, but after they understood the meaning of this poem, they all cheered loudly, "Ah! Good! What a good, you don't need to put on heavy makeup, leave your eyebrows to be painted." Provincial Governor Wang really has deep feelings for Miss Li. That's right. Provincial Governor Wang and Miss Li are really a match made in heaven. "Miss Li, quickly come out." Li Jingchu, who was behind the screen, couldn't help but tremble after hearing this poem. Wang Renbiao was willing to recite this poem in public, it was enough to show his feelings for her. At this moment, the servant girl Yuelan covered her mouth and laughed, "Hee hee. Miss. Son-in-law can't wait any longer. Should we go out?" "Hey, miss, wait for me." However, before she could finish her words, Li Jingchu had already stood up and ran out. "She's out. The bride is out." Everyone didn't expect that Li Jingchu would come out from behind the screen after Wang Renbiao recited a makeup-urging poem. They couldn't help but burst into cheers. At this moment, Li Jingchu was wearing a phoenix coronet on her head, wearing a bright red shirt with a long skirt that reached the ground. The skirt was tied with a belt, making her look slender and luxurious. She originally had a peerless appearance, and today, she had specially put on light makeup on her face, making her originally pure and beautiful face appear even more beautiful and moving. Wang Renbiao was greatly stunned. After he reacted, he hurriedly went up and said, "Jingchu." Renbiao. Looking at the lover in front of them who they yearned for day and night, Li Jingchu and Wang Renbiao's eyes were filled with tears at the same time. Carefully counting, it had been nearly a month since they last met. In this month, they had almost paid the price of their lives for this love. Today, they were finally together. The two of them looked at each other for a long time. At this time, Leng Yuyao stepped forward and said, "Young master, the auspicious hour is almost here. You have to go back and perform the ceremony." "Oh. Okay." Wang Renbiao came back to his senses and pulled Li Jingchu's hand. He looked at Li Jingchu affectionately and said, "Let's go, Jingchu. Let's go back and perform the ceremony. From now on, you and I are husband and wife, and we will never leave each other. Li Jingchu nodded heavily and replied. Thus, after the two of them bid farewell to Lu Yuerong, the nominal elder of the Li family, Li Jingchu boarded the bridal sedan and Wang Rinbiao rode on the horse. The wedding procession turned around and went back to the provincial governor's mansion. That was the main event of this wedding. Chapter 1793. Qizhou Provincial Governor's Mansion. At this moment, the place was filled with guests and bustling with noise and excitement. Wang Rinbiao was the Qizhou provincial governor and the eldest son of the Wang family of Taiyuan. Who in the Qizhou officialdom would dare to not attend his wedding? It wasn't just the officialdom. All the wealthy merchants and gentry in Qizhou were trying their best to attend the wedding. After all, Wang Rinbiao was the boss of Qizhou. Furthermore, Wang Yu and Princess Tong, two important figures, were also in Qizhou. If they could use this wedding to establish a relationship with Wang Rinbiao or the Wang family, they would be completely rich. Therefore, even if many people could not get an invitation, they still came to send congratulatory gifts. They wanted to get familiar with Wang Rinbiao, Wang Yu, and Princess Tong. Even if they could not get an invitation, it was still good to form a good relationship. However, as a 1,000-year-old family, the Wang family naturally did not lack money. Therefore, in terms of congratulatory gifts, they did not accept any gifts from guests who had nothing to do with the Wang family. If one came to celebrate Wang Rinbiao's wedding, they were welcome to eat at the banquet outside the provincial governor's mansion. However, if one wanted to use this opportunity to bribe Wang Rinbiao, then sorry, the Wang family would not accept these gifts. This rule was set by Wang Yu. Currently, the Wang family was in a precarious situation. 3 of the 5 families and 7 hopes were gone. Only 4 of the 7 great families were left, including the Li family. Now that Wang Rinbiao and Wang Yu were both court officials, Wang Yu was quite cautious in his style. In his opinion, with the Wang family's foundation from 2 years ago, when had they ever lacked money? There was no need to let the imperial censors get hold of their weakness for such a small profit. After the fall of the Cui and Jing families, the imperial censors in the court now especially liked to collect information about the evil deeds of the children of the aristocratic families to prove their integrity and noble character. Wang Yu would definitely not make a low-level mistake in this matter. Moreover, Wang Rinbiao was very supportive of his decision. As the Qizhou provincial governor, Wang Rinbiao naturally did not want the officials of the counties under him to send expensive congratulatory gifts because of his wedding. Qizhou was not rich and most of the officials could only live on the salary of the court. Of course, corrupt officials were excluded. Under such circumstances, how could Wang Rinbiao be willing to accept their congratulatory gifts? Moreover, this could easily lead to the wind of comparison. Therefore, when Wang Rinbiao sent people to send invitations to the officials of Qizhou, he had asked his servants to clearly inform them that they could come, but they would not accept any congratulatory gifts. Such a way of doing things naturally received unanimous praise from the officials in Qizhou. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the governance of various places was still relatively clean. It could not be said that there were no corrupt officials, but the proportion of corrupt officials was definitely very small. Most of the officials were still relatively honest. Before this, many officials were worried when they found out that Wang Rinbiao was about to get married. Wang Rinbiao was both the governor of Qizhou and the eldest son of the Wang family of Taiyuan. If the congratulatory gifts they gave him were too shabby, wouldn't they offend their superiors and the Wang family for no reason? But if this gift was too expensive, his money pouch wouldn't allow it. This was truly a dilemma. Therefore, Wang Rinbiao's action allowed most of the officials in Qizhou to breathe a sigh of relief. Not only that, but the commoners were also full of praise for Wang Rinbiao and Li Jingchu's marriage. Today, there were over 1,000 banquets set up on the streets outside the provincial governor's manor. Moreover, this banquet would be held for 3 days. During this period, all the commoners could eat for free. This was Wang Rinbiao's handiwork. Last year, when Li Zixuan and Han Yushi got married, almost all the commoners in Chang and city were invited to eat gnawed chicken. Of course, there was a prerequisite at that time, which was that everyone had to bring a bouquet of flowers before they went. Now that Wang Rinbiao and Li Jingchu were getting married, Wang Renbiao naturally wanted to make it lively. This was because Li Jingqiu had suffered too much for him, and he wanted to use this opportunity to compensate her. The bride is here. The bride is here. At 5 in the evening, the bridal procession finally returned. The crowd outside the provincial governor's manor took the initiative to open a path. Wang Renbiao flipped over and dismounted from his horse and led Li Jingqiu out of the carriage. Looking at the newlyweds, the surrounding commoners and the guests in the provincial governor's manor couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Provincial Governor Wang is young and handsome, and Miss Li is beautiful. They are a match made in heaven. Who says they aren't? The bride and groom are really a match made in heaven. Miss Li is from our Yong County. This will bring glory to our Yong County. Maybe Provincial Governor Wang will stay in Qizhou because of this. The commoners of Qizhou will also be blessed. Haha. That's right, that's right. There were those who praised from the bottom of their hearts, and naturally, there were also those who made sarcastic remarks. However, these sarcastic remarks only dared to whisper in small voices. But I heard that the Li family is only a merchant's family, while Provincial Governor Wang is from the Wang family of Taiyuan. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? That's right. It's said that this time, the head of the Wang family and Princess Tong and traveled thousands of miles from Suizhou just to break up this pair. Then why are they still together now? You don't know about this, right? It's said that Wang Renbiao and Li Jingqiu naturally couldn't be bothered to listen to these gossips in private. The two of them were clear that it wasn't easy for them to be together now. Naturally, they wouldn't add to their troubles because of other people's opinions. Wang Renbiao and Li Jingqiu held a red silk ribbon together and walked on the red carpet into the provincial governor's manor. Next, the newlyweds had to go through 3 checkpoints, crossing a brazier, crossing a saddle, and crossing a rice bag. In the courtyard, the master of ceremonies sang loudly, "The jade phoenix raises its foot and crosses a brazier of fire. The evil spirits hide on both sides. Good fortune descends from the heavens to the nest of blessings. Good days are prosperous." The newlyweds cross a brazier. A piece of sandalwood carved into a jade saddle. When the newlyweds cross, each step is safe. The newlyweds cross a saddle. There's food and clothing. Each generation is better than the previous. The newlyweds cross a rice bag. At this moment, taking advantage of the newlyweds entering the manor, the senior official of the provincial governor's manor also began to sing the congratulatory gifts. This congratulatory gift singing was an essential part of the wedding. Firstly, it showed the groom's family's connections. Secondly, it was a form of respect for the guests who came to send congratulatory gifts. Previously, Wang Yu and Wang Renbiao had indeed told the officials and commoners in Qizhou that came to the banquet not to bring congratulatory gifts. However, that was because those people's relationship with the Wang family hadn't reached that level. Even if they sent congratulatory gifts, they didn't come to sincerely congratulate Wang Renbiao on his marriage. Instead, they used it to curry favor with Wang Renbiao and climb up to the Wang family. However, this didn't mean that the provincial governor's manor didn't accept congratulatory gifts today. For those who had a closer relationship with the Wang family or Wang Renbiao, they still had to accept their congratulatory gifts. After all, this was a courtesy that should be reciprocated between friends and acquaintances. If they didn't accept it, it would seem unreasonable. At the entrance, the senior official held a long list of gifts and sang loudly. Xiangzhou Provincial Governor Lu Wenchang has come to congratulate. Gifts of 400,000 yuan. A pair of pure gold buttons inlaid with jewels, a pair of white jade mandarin duck buttons, and a golden hairpin with longevity fruits in its mouth. Sui County Magistrate Zhang Wenfang has come to congratulate. Gifts of 100,000 yuan. A jade Buddha, a pair of golden cups, and 6 silver necklaces. Xianyang County Magistrate Deng Guangcai has come to congratulate. Gifts of 100,000 yuan. A pair of white jade mandarin duck buttons, and a jade Buddha. Sui County Magistrate Zhang Jing has come to congratulate. Gifts of 30,000 yuan. A set of the 4 treasures of the study, and a set of calligraphy by the sage of calligraphy, Wang Yujun. Xiangzhou provincial governor He Wenxing has come to congratulate. Gifts of 30,000 yuan. A copy of the zither chiseling painting. The zither chiseling painting was created by the East Jin dynasty painter Gu Kaiji. His representative work was the Luotian painting. The people at the front of the list of gifts were mostly local officials in Sui County or nearby Sui County. Of course, there were also teachers from local schools. Wang Yuyu had been an official in Sui County for a long time, so of course, he knew many local officials. The Wang family naturally had to accept these people who came to congratulate and send gifts. Among these gifts, there were gold, silver, jewelry, calligraphy, and paintings of famous people. In general, these gifts could not be considered to be extremely valuable. However, the gift was light, but the sentiment behind it mattered. After all, these people were either officials of a region or teachers of a government school. They could not be said to be extremely wealthy and wealthy. They weren't rich or wealthy. As for the Sui County officials who came to congratulate, the people and guests who knew the inside story weren't surprised. However, everyone felt that these gifts were lacking. After all, 10,000 yuan was only about a dozen strings of coins. 100,000 yuan was only about 100 strings of coins. For a 1,000-year-old family like the Wang family, it wasn't worth mentioning at all. But soon, the nouveau riche that everyone was looking forward to arrived. Fanyang Lu family's Lu Qingqing came to congratulate. He sent 4 million yuan, for gold necklaces, 6 silver necklaces, 1 golden phoenix with pearls, 1 golden phoenix hairpin with 2 phoenixes holding longevity fruits, a pair of golden phoenix hairpins with pearls, a pair of Hetian white jade phoenix hairpins inlaid with jade, and a pair of phoenix hairpins inlaid with jade. Zhao County's Li family's Li Jingxian came to congratulate. He sent 4 million yuan, a pair of white jade mandarin duck buckles, 4 pairs of pearls with pearls, 2 small knives with ivory handles, 4 gold necklaces, and 6 silver necklaces. The crowd immediately let out a burst of exclamations. Wow! 4 million yuan. People from Fanyang Lu family and Zhao County's Li family actually came. Provincial Governor Wang really has a lot of face. Lu Qingqing, Li Jingxian. They are the eldest sons of Fanyang Lu family and Zhao County's Li family. They actually came in person. Only the Wang family can have such influence. While the crowd was discussing, the chief official of the provincial governor's office continued to read aloud. Chang and Marquis of Yong and sent people to congratulate his adopted sister on her marriage with provincial governor Wang. He sent 8 million yuan, 4 pairs of top-grade night pearls, 1 golden phoenix hairpin with pearls inlaid with jade, a pair of phoenix hairpins inlaid with jade, a pair of Hetian white jade phoenix hairpins inlaid with jade, a carriage from Strange Taste Pavilion, 3 second-generation bicycles, and a special electric car from Strange Taste Pavilion. More than a month ago, there was a locust plague in Guangzhou and Qizhou. When Li Zishuan led the Sky Pheasant Brigade north, he passed by Qizhou and wiped out all the locusts in Qizhou's farmland within a few days. The people of Qizhou all remembered Li Zishuan's kindness. Now that they heard the chief official of the provincial governor's office read out the 3 words Marquis of Yong, how could the people and guests not be shocked? Not only were the people shocked by the gifts in the list, they were also shocked by the bride's other identity. 8 million yuan. The Marquis of Yong and is really generous. What? The Marquis of Yong and also came to congratulate? I heard that the Marquis of Yong and Provincial Governor Wang are good friends. I didn't know if this rumor was true, but it seems like it's true now. If that's the case, then won't the people of Qizhou be blessed? The Marquis of Yong and's flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce has many new and interesting items. When the time comes, I wonder if they can open a branch in Qizhou. Who says there won't be a branch? The carriages sold by Miss Li's family's carriage shop are all from the flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce. There's actually such a thing? TSK. 8 million yuan. How much money is that? I've never seen so much money in my life. Tisk. What is this? Listen to the last 2 gifts in the list, they are the most precious. What gifts? There. It's the second-generation bicycles and the special electric car from Strange Taste Pavilion. Second-generation bicycles? The second-generation bicycles that were mentioned in Datong Daily a while ago? Even our Chizhou doesn't have many of them, right? Isn't that so? Look at how generous the Marquis of Yong'an is, giving away 3 at once. Actually, this isn't much. The most precious gift is the special electric car from Strange Taste Pavilion. What's this electric car? Why haven't I heard of it before? Ha! This electric car is too amazing. Most people don't even know about it. My uncle has always been doing business in Chang'an, so he heard some news. It said that this electric car is a huge metal box. When a person sits in it, they don't need animals to pull it, nor do they need to use their feet to push it. The car can move by itself. It's amazing. Wow. There's such a car in this world? Yes. Before this, there was only one in the entire Tang dynasty. It was given by the Marquis of Yong'an, and when the son of the Minister of Works, Yan Shaoning, got married. I didn't expect that the Marquis of Yong'an would give one to our provincial governor Wang for his wedding. If I could see it with my own eyes, I would have no regrets in life. Wait. Did you guys hear the provincial governor's office say that Miss Li is the adopted sister of the Marquis of Yong'an? Yes. I heard it too. When did Miss Li become the adopted sister of the Marquis of Yong'an? Previously, there were people who said that Miss Li and Provincial Governor Wang's families were not compatible. Let's see who dares to say that now. Yes. Miss Li and Provincial Governor Wang are obviously a match made in heaven. If anyone dares to say that they are not compatible in the future, I will tear their mouths apart. A month ago, Li Zishuan had saved hundreds of thousands of acres of farmland in Chizhou, which meant that he had saved tens of thousands of people in Chizhou. In the hearts of the people in Chizhou, Li Zishuan had already become their savior. Therefore, when they heard that Li Jingchu was Li Zishuan's adopted sister, they began to respect and love Li Jingchu, the bride, even more. This was Li Zishuan's reputation in Chizhou. Although he was not an official in Chizhou, his reputation was not much worse than Wang Rinbiao, the provincial governor of Chizhou. Adopted sister? Wang Rinbiao, when did I become Marquis's adopted sister? While the people were discussing and cheering, Li Jingchu's mind was filled with questions. She had just finished crossing the rice bags with Wang Rinbiao and couldn't help but stop in her tracks. She tugged at the red silk in Wang Rinbiao's hand and asked softly. Chapter 1794. This. I don't know either. In truth, Wang Rinbiao was just as confused as Li Jingchu, because he didn't know much more than Li Jingchu. But suddenly, Wang Rinbiao recalled that when his parents were about to break up the couple, a letter from Li Zishuan had arrived in the nick of time, completely reversing Princess Tong and Wang Yu's attitudes toward this marriage. Coupled with the fact that Li Zishuan had addressed Li Jingchu as his sworn sister, Wang Rinbiao seemed to understand something. He paused, looked at Li Jingchu, and whispered, I know a little about this matter. I'll tell you in detail tonight. For now, let's go through the wedding ceremony. Okay. Li Jingchu nodded. Today, the important guests of the provincial governor's residence were all seated in the main hall. The less important ones were seated in the front courtyard, while the ordinary passers-by were seated in the flowing seats outside the residence. In the main hall of the provincial governor's residence, all the important guests of the Wang clan and Wang Rinbiao were present. There were people from the Lu clan of Fanyang, the Li clan of Zhao County, the representatives sent by the Xiangzhou provincial governor to attend the wedding, and a few members of the imperial clan who were on the fringes of the court. After all, Princess Tong was born of the imperial clan, and as her son, Wang Rinbiao could be considered half an imperial relative. Now that Wang Rinbiao was getting married, the imperial clan would definitely send people over. However, none of the favored princes had come. Li Er had only sent 2 princes who were on the fringes of the court. With the upcoming war, Li Qingxian, Li Ku, and Li Tai all had important matters to attend to. How could they have the time to come all the way here to attend a wedding? Even though he had sent 2 unfavored princes, this was already giving Princess Tong and Wang Yu a lot of face. If not for the fact that Li Er had a good relationship with Princess Tong An's aunt, he probably wouldn't have sent anyone. I don't know about that either. In truth, Li Jingchu was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Wang Rinbiao was just as dumbfounded, because he did not know much more than Li Jingchu. But suddenly, Wang Rinbiao recalled the day when his parents were about to break up the couple. A letter from Li Zishuan had arrived in the nick of time, completely reversing Princess Tong and Wang Yu's attitudes toward this marriage. Combined with the fact that Li Zishuan had addressed Li Jingchu as his adopted sister, Wang Rinbiao immediately understood. He paused, looked at Li Jingchu, and whispered, "I might know something about this. I'll tell you in detail tonight. Let's go through the wedding ceremony first." "Yes. All right." Li Jingchu nodded. Today, the important guests of the provincial governor's residence were all seated in the main hall. Those of lesser importance were seated in the front courtyard, while the ordinary passers-by were seated in the flowing seating area outside the residence. In the main hall of the provincial governor's residence, all the important guests of the Wang clan and Wang Rinbiao were present. There were people from the Lu clan of Fanyang, the Li clan of Zhao County, the representatives sent by the Xiangzhou provincial governor to attend the wedding, and a few members of the imperial clan who were on the fringes of the court. After all, Princess Tong was born of the imperial clan, and Wang Rinbiao, as her son, could be considered half an imperial relative. Now that Wang Rinbiao was getting married, the imperial clan would definitely send people over, but none of the favored princes had come. Li Tai had only sent 2 princes who were on the fringes of the court. With the upcoming war, Li Qingxian, Li Ku, Li Tai, and the others all had important matters to attend to. How could they have the time to come all the way here to attend a wedding? Chapter 1795. Poisoned Wine. Princess Tong had given him a cup of poisoned wine. Li Jingchu, who had finally married the person she loved, was overjoyed. However, Princess Tong's words made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She had not expected that Princess Tong would not let her and Wang Rinbiao off even now. However, she could not understand why Princess Tong would use such a method to kill her. After all, no one knew which of the 2 cups of wine was poisoned. If Wang Rinbiao drank the poisoned cup, wouldn't Princess Tong lose her beloved son? Or perhaps Princess Tong had the antidote on her and would immediately save Wang Rinbiao if he was poisoned? No. Princess Tong dared to gamble with Wang Rinbiao's life, but Li Jingchu did not. She thought back to the half a year she had known Wang Rinbiao. From the time they first met at the city gates, to the time they kept their distance because of their father's death, to the time when Wang Rinbiao was bedridden due to his illness, to the time when they finally confessed their feelings to each other. Then, Wang Yu and Princess Tong personally went to Qizhou to break them apart. In the end, for some unknown reason, she and Wang Rinbiao still ended up together. After going through so much together, the 2 of them had long regarded each other as the most important part of their lives. Li Jingchu had thought that after the storm, there would be a rainbow, and that after overcoming all obstacles, there would be a broad road ahead. However, Princess Tong's poisoned wine had instantly jolted her out of her beautiful fantasy. The world had not changed. The aristocratic families were still the same, and the difference in status still existed. It was impossible for her and Wang Rinbiao to be together because they belonged to 2 different worlds. It was time to wake up from the dream. All right. Mother, thank you for your concern. Wang Rinbiao had no idea what Princess Tong and Li Jingchu had been whispering to each other. When he heard this, he did not suspect anything and stepped forward to pick up a cup of wine from the tray. Wait. Seeing that Wang Rinbiao's hand was about to touch the wine cup, Li Jingchu panicked and hurriedly called out. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly stepped forward and pushed Wang Rinbiao's hand away from the wine cup. Then, she looked at her husband affectionately. Yes, that's right, he was her husband. After bowing to heaven and earth, they were already husband and wife. Although they hadn't consummated their marriage, their status was already there. After gazing at him affectionately for a moment, Li Jingchu opened her mouth and said, "Husband, you just recovered from a serious illness a few days ago, so you shouldn't drink alcohol at this time. This concubine will drink this cup of wine that mother gave you." After she finished speaking, she didn't hesitate any longer. She directly picked up a cup of wine from the tray and drained it in one gulp. After finishing the cup, she didn't stop and drained the other cup as well. Poisoned wine. Princess Tong and actually gave him a cup of poisoned wine. Li Jingqiu, who had finally married the person he loved, was overjoyed these past few days. However, Princess Tong An's words made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. She didn't expect Princess Tong An to not let her and Wang Renbiao off even now. However, she couldn't understand why Princess Tong An would use such a method to kill her. After all, no one knew which cup of wine was poisoned and which wasn't. If Wang Renbiao drank the poisoned cup, wouldn't Princess Tong An lose her beloved son? Or perhaps Princess Tong An had the antidote on her and would immediately save Wang Renbiao if he was poisoned? No. Princess Tong An dared to gamble with Wang Renbiao's life, but Li Jingqiu didn't dare. She thought back to the half a year she had known Wang Renbiao. From the time they first met at the city gates, to the time they kept their distance because of their father's death, to the time when Wang Renbiao was bedridden due to his serious illness, to the time when they finally confessed their feelings to each other. After that, Wang Yu and Princess Tong An personally went to Qizhou to break them apart. In the end, for some unknown reason, she and Wang Renbiao still ended up together. After going through so much together, the two of them had long regarded each other as the most important part of their lives. Li Jingqiu had thought that after the storm, there would be a rainbow, and that after overcoming all obstacles, there would be a broad road ahead. However, Princess Tong An's poisoned wine had instantly jolted her out of her beautiful fantasy. The world hadn't changed. The aristocratic families were still the same aristocratic families, and the difference in social status still existed. It was impossible for her and Wang Renbiao to be together because they belonged to two different worlds. It was time to wake up from the dream. "All right. Mother, thank you for your concern." Wang Renbiao had no idea what Princess Tong An and Li Jingqiu had been whispering to each other. When he heard this, he didn't suspect anything and stepped forward to pick up a cup of wine from the tray. "Wait." Seeing that Wang Renbiao's hand was about to touch the wine cup, Li Jingqiu panicked and hurriedly called out. She quickly stepped forward and pushed Wang Renbiao's hand away from the wine cup. Then, she looked at her husband with deep affection. Yes, that's right, he was her husband. After bowing to heaven and earth, they were already husband and wife. Although they hadn't consummated their marriage, their status was already there. After gazing at him affectionately for a moment, Li Jingqiu said, "Husband, you've just recovered from a serious illness a few days ago, so you shouldn't drink wine at this time. I'll drink this cup of wine that mother has bestowed upon you." Then, she didn't hesitate any longer. She picked up the cup of wine from the tray and downed it in one gulp. After finishing the cup, she didn't stop and downed the other cup as well. Chapter 1796. On the other side, in the bridal chamber. Ever since she was brought into the bridal chamber, Han Yushi had been quietly waiting for death. It was undoubtedly torturous for her to not have the company of her beloved on the last journey of her life. She only hoped that the poison would take effect as soon as possible so that she could end this torment as soon as possible. However, reality often went against one's wishes. A quarter of an hour had passed, an hour had passed, and even 2 hours had passed. Li Jingqiu still did not feel any discomfort in her body. After experiencing more than 2 hours of mental torment, she was now completely exhausted both physically and mentally. She couldn't help but wonder if the 2 cups of wine that Princess Tong An gave her had been poisoned. After all, even if it was a slow-acting poison, it should have taken effect in 2 hours. However, if Princess Tong An didn't poison her, then what was the meaning of those words during the wedding ceremony? Was he just trying to scare her? Li Jingqiu gradually fell asleep in the midst of this physical and mental exhaustion. Creak. After an unknown period of time, with a creak, the bedroom door was pushed open from the outside. Wang Renbiao walked in quickly from the outside. Upon entering the room, Wang Renbiao saw Li Jingqiu lying on her side on the bed. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her face was haggard. She didn't even take off her shoes. Wang Renbiao instantly recalled what he said to Princess and when he entered the backyard. Biao, you've married a good wife. Oh, tell her later not to worry too much. No one in this residence will harm her life. Wang Renbiao's expression suddenly changed. He quickly walked to the bed and hugged Li Jingqiu, whose eyes were tightly shut. He called out anxiously, Jingqiu, Jingqiu, what's wrong? Wake up. Wake up. Ah. When Wang Renbiao was shaking Li Jingqiu suddenly opened her eyes. This made Wang Renbiao, who thought that something had happened to Li Jingqiu, couldn't help but be shocked. He stared with a stunned expression. When Li Jingqiu saw this, she couldn't help but ask, Renbiao, what's wrong with you? As she spoke, she had already struggled out of Wang Renbiao's arms and sat up. I saw your haggard face just now and thought that you were sick, so I couldn't help but worry. Wang Renbiao was so embarrassed that he didn't know where to put his hands. He hesitated for a moment and made up an excuse. Oh. I was a little tired from waiting and accidentally fell asleep. You don't have to worry. It was rare to hear such silly words from Wang Renbiao's mouth. Li Jingqiu didn't tease him. Instead, she felt warmth in her heart. This was the feeling of being cared for by someone she loved. I'm sorry for making you wait. I should have come earlier. Wang Renbiao held Li Jingqiu's hand and looked at her delicate and slightly haggard face as he said softly. No. Li Jingqiu shook her head and said, so many guests came to the estate today, you should be accompanying them in the front courtyard. According to the etiquette, doesn't every bride have to wait for the bride in the bridal chamber for a few hours? In my eyes, there are no rules or etiquette. As long as you don't suffer, it's fine. Wang Renbiao squeezed Li Jingqiu's hand and said seriously. All of a sudden, he recalled what Princess Tong had said to him and asked seriously, Jingqiu, are you sure you don't feel any discomfort? No. Renbiao, why are you suddenly asking this? Li Jingqiu's heart skipped a beat when she heard Wang Renbiao mention this again. Did Wang Renbiao know something? But she still said so. Although she wasn't sure if Princess Tong had poisoned the wine or what kind of poison it was, she didn't intend to tell Wang Renbiao the inside story. Even if the wine was poisoned, she only wanted to die peacefully. She didn't want Wang Renbiao and Princess Tong to fall out because of this. Without the support of the Wang family, Wang Renbiao's life wouldn't be easy. I met my mother outside the courtyard just now. She said something very strange. She told me that you're a good girl and that you shouldn't worry unnecessarily. No one in this estate will harm your life. Wang Renbiao hesitated for a moment but still told Li Jingqiu the truth. Li Jingqiu was stunned. She had always been an intelligent person. If she still couldn't understand after hearing Wang Renbiao's words, then she wouldn't be Li Jingqiu. Clearly, Princess Tong hadn't hidden any poison in the wine. She had only said that during the wedding ceremony to test Li Jingqiu's sincerity toward Wang Renbiao and whether she was willing to die for Wang Renbiao at a critical moment. Princess Tong's "no one in this estate will harm your life" had two meanings. First, she had no intention of harming Li Jingqiu's life and this was only a test. Second, she meant that now that she had passed the test, no one in the Wang family would harm Li Jingqiu again. So that's how it is. After understanding everything, Li Jingqiu couldn't help but feel relieved. This test had tormented her physically and mentally, but she didn't resent Princess Tong. She understood that Princess Tong had already made a huge concession for her to be with Wang Renbiao in the end. After all, the Wang family was one of the 5 great clans and 7 great nobles. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was unattainable and noble. As a mother, there was nothing wrong with wishing the best for her son. Furthermore, after going through this test, Li Jingqiu also faced her own heart. It turned out that Wang Renbiao was so important to her that she would protect him at the cost of her life. Jingqiu, are you and my mother hiding something from me? Wang Renbiao couldn't help but ask when he saw Li Jingchu's relieved expression. No. It's nothing. I'm just very grateful to your mother. I'm grateful that she agreed to let us be together. Li Jingchu shook her head and smiled. After all the mysteries were solved, her previous worries could finally vanish into thin air. Now, she could finally be together with the person she loved. No one could stop them anymore. Grateful to my mother? Wang Renbiao smiled bitterly, a look of disapproval on his face. You still don't know that my mother almost sent people to kidnap you back then, right? Jingchu, I feel that we should be even more grateful to little Xian for being able to be together in the end. Back then, my father and mother changed their attitudes completely because of a letter that little Xian sent over. Wang Renbiao reached out and pulled Li Jingchu into his embrace as he sighed softly. The Marquis of Yongmen? A letter? Li Jingchu was stunned. She suddenly recalled that half a month ago, she had seen Princess Tong and obstructing their marriage at every turn, and Wang Renbiao had fallen ill from his worry and was bedridden. Thus, she had written a letter and asked Leng Yuyao to use the provincial governor's estate's channels to deliver the letter to Li Zishuan. The letter that Wang Renbiao was talking about that changed Princess Tong An's attitude was very likely Li Zishuan's reply after he learned of the situation here. I was wondering when I became Marquis's adopted sister. It seems that Marquis acknowledged me as his adopted sister in that letter to persuade your father and mother to agree to our marriage. Li Jingchu suddenly realized something when she recalled the coronation ceremony of the provincial governor's estate today. That must be the case. Wang Renbiao nodded thoughtfully and said. But there's something I don't understand. Even if the Marquis of Yong acknowledged me as his adopted sister, it shouldn't have been able to change the princess's attitude completely, right? After all, the Wang clan is a 1,000-year-old clan. Li Jingchu frowned and asked in confusion. The relationship between an adopted brother and an adopted sister was clearly not as close as that between biological siblings. If she was Li Zishuan's biological sister, Princess Tong might agree to their marriage, but she was only Li Zishuan's adopted sister. In this case, it would be difficult. Wang Renbiao pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It's not completely impossible. Jingchu, you've underestimated the importance of little Xian in the eyes of us great clans. After all, how prestigious were the Qinghe Chui clan, Bowling Chui clan, and Xingyangzhen clan. But in the end, they were all indirectly destroyed by little Xian. While the great clan's 1,000-year-old foundations are deep, they are no match for imperial power. Although little Xian is only a marquis, he is no less important than a king in the eyes of the great clans. Secondly, I'm guessing that Xiao Xian might have promised the Wang family some benefits in the letter in order to fulfill the marriage between us. Or perhaps he had shown enough determination in his heart to make our marriage happen, causing my father and mother to be wary of him. Right now, the aristocratic families are in a precarious situation. My father and mother aren't willing to offend a powerful marquis with unlimited potential. Perhaps they also felt a sliver of pity for me. Thus, they agreed to our marriage in the end. Although the second point was only Wang Renbiao's guess, it had to be said that his guess was infinitely close to the truth. Hearing this, Li Jingchu couldn't help but say, back then, I only wanted to ask Marquis to counsel you and help you resolve the knot in your heart. I didn't expect that Marquis would go to such an extent for us. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay this favor in this lifetime. Wang Renbiao patted Li Jingchu's shoulder and said gently, it's fine. If you can't repay it, I'll repay it with you. Now that we're husband and wife, I owe little Xian a favor as well. Right, Jingchu, when we were performing the ceremony earlier, you still called me husband. Why aren't you calling me that now? At this point, Wang Renbiao suddenly teased. Hearing this, Li Jingchu's face instantly turned red. When she found out that Princess Tong had poisoned the wine during the ceremony, she thought that she was about to leave Wang Renbiao. Before she died, she naturally didn't have any qualms about calling Wang Renbiao husband because she didn't want to leave any regrets. However, when Wang Renbiao came in and told her about Princess Tong An's words, she knew that it was just a test. There was no poison in the wine, so she wouldn't die. Thus, how could she still have the face to call him husband? My husband. At this moment, Li Jingchu finally remembered that tonight was her and Wang Renbiao's wedding night. She bit her red lips and hesitated for a moment before finally calling out the two words, my husband. Wang Renbiao's face lit up with joy. He looked at Li Jingchu affectionately and said, wifey. With that, the two of them hugged each other tightly. The wedding night was naturally filled with tenderness and endless scenery. There was no need to tell outsiders. Chapter 1797. Master, what exactly was written in the letter sent by the first elder? The provincial governor's residence, the study of the eastern courtyard. Princess Tong and asked Wang Yu, who was sitting in front of a desk and reading. In the evening, the Wang family's first elder had sent a hidden guard to deliver a letter and a ruler to Wang Yu, but Wang Yu did not open the letter in front of everyone. Princess Tong and understood Wang Yu's intentions, so she only came to ask after the guests had left. Hearing this, Wang Yu raised his head and pulled out an opened letter from under a stack of books. He handed it to Princess Tong and then said, Madam, take a look for yourself. Wang Yu's expression was emotionless, like an ancient well. Princess Tong and couldn't help but frown, because this meant that there was no good news in this letter. She took the letter from Wang Yu's hands and opened it. She skipped the opening greetings and got straight to the point. It said, Renbiao is getting married. This old man should have personally come to congratulate him, but Renbiao's wife is the daughter of a merchant. There are many voices of opposition in the clan, and they are all blaming you for not being able to stop the two of them. Renbiao is the eldest son of the first wife of the Wang family. The Wang family has been noble for generations, and for thousands of years, no eldest son of the first wife has taken a commoner as his wife. This time, Renbiao has ignored the clan's reputation and interests for his own personal feelings, violating a great taboo in the clan. However, you sent a letter a few days ago saying that the Marquis of Yong and has a close relationship with Renbiao and Li Jingchu, and that the Marquis of Yong and is doing his best to facilitate the marriage between the two. You are not willing to offend the Marquis of Yong and this old man can understand, but the other four elders of the clan do not, especially the second elder. He said that Renbiao's status as the eldest son of the first wife must be abolished and replaced with other descendants to inherit the Wang family's 1,000-year legacy. They have lived in the ancestral home for a long time and do not know that the world has changed. No matter how strong a clan is, it can no longer match imperial power. The Marquis of Yong and is young and impetuous, and he is favored by the emperor. Moreover, he has a deep background in the court. The Wang family cannot completely offend him, or else they will follow in the footsteps of the Cui and Jing families. Within the family, I can still stabilize the situation with my status as the great elder. You can do whatever you want outside. Now that you and Renbiao are both provincial governors of a province, the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the Wang family rests on the two of you. As long as I am around, I will not allow anyone to take away Renbiao's status as the eldest son of the first wife. However, I hope that Renbiao can take this as a warning. In the future, he must not act recklessly and disregard the interests of the family. As the future head of the Wang family, he cannot live under the protection of others forever. Wang Bing. Master, what exactly was written in the letter sent by the first elder? In the study room of the eastern courtyard of the governor's office. Princess Tong and asked Wang Yu, who was reading in front of the desk. In the evening, the Wang family head elder sent a hidden guard to deliver a letter and a ruler to Wang Yu, but Wang Yu did not open the letter in front of everyone. Princess Tong and understood Wang Yu's intentions, which was why she had come to inquire after the guests had left. Hearing this, Wang Yu raised his head and pulled out an opened letter from under a stack of books on the desk. He handed it to Princess Tong and then said, Madam, take a look for yourself. Wang Yu's expression was emotionless, like an ancient well without any ripples. Princess Tong and couldn't help but frown, because this meant that there was definitely no good news in the letter. She stepped forward and took the letter from Wang Yu's hands. After opening the letter, she skipped the opening greetings and went straight to the main topic. It said, Ren Biao is getting married. This old man should have personally come to congratulate him, but Ren Biao's wife is the daughter of a merchant. There are many voices of opposition in the family, and they are all blaming you for not being able to stop the two of them. Ren Biao is the eldest son of the first wife of the Wang family. The Wang family has been noble for generations, and for thousands of years, no eldest son of the first wife has taken a commoner as his wife. This time, Ren Biao has ignored the family's reputation and interests for his own personal feelings, which is a great taboo in the family. However, you sent a letter a few days ago saying that the Marquis of Yong and has a close relationship with Ren Biao and Li Jingchu, and that the Marquis of Yong and is doing his best to facilitate the marriage between the two. You are not willing to offend the Marquis of Yong, and because of this. This old man can understand, but the other 4 elders of the family do not, especially the second elder. He said that Ren Biao's status as the eldest son of the first wife must be abolished and replaced with another descendant of the family to inherit the Wang family's 1,000-year foundation. They have lived in the ancestral home for a long time and do not know that the world has changed. No matter how strong the family is, it can no longer match imperial power. The Marquis of Yong is young and vigorous, and he is favored by the emperor. Moreover, he has a deep background in the court. The Wang family cannot completely offend him, or else they will follow in the footsteps of the Cui and Jing families. Within the family, this old man can still use my status as the first elder to stabilize the situation. You can do whatever you want outside. Now that you and Ren Biao are the provincial governors of a province, the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the Wang family rests on the two of you. As long as this old man is alive, I will not allow anyone to abolish Ren Biao's status as the eldest son of the first wife. However, I hope that Ren Biao can take this as a warning. In the future, do not act recklessly and disregard the family's interests. The future head of the Wang family cannot live under the protection of others forever. Chapter 1798. Husband, I saw on Datong Daily yesterday that the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce is going to hold a fundraising event to raise military funds for the country. Father's carriage business was built by boss Lin Wenyuan of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce when he was alive. After father was killed, boss Lin still took care of my family and the goods never stopped. Now that the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce is calling for Tang Dynasty's merchants to raise military funds for the country, I also want to contribute on behalf of father. What do you think, husband? In the bridal chamber, after the husband and wife played for a while, Li Jingchu suddenly thought of something and said to Wang Renbiao seriously. Wang Renbiao thought for a while and said, Lin Wenyuan, I know this person. And wife, don't forget that your husband is also a member of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, so I will also send people to participate in this fundraising event. Wife, you don't have to worry about it. After seeing the headlines on Datong Daily yesterday, Wang Renbiao had already ordered Leng Yuyao to send a letter to the shopkeeper of the craftsman pavilion in Cheng and City, asking him to bring 30,000 strings of cash to the fundraising event. Li Jingchu thought for a moment and shook her head, no. Husband, sending people to participate is your kind intention. I am doing my part for father. This money must be paid by the Li family. Although the Li family is not as rich as the Wang family, we can still take out 2,000 to 3,000 strings of cash. But the fundraising event will be held the day after tomorrow. Even if I want to participate, I'm afraid it will be too late. Although Qizhou was only 200 to 300 miles away from Cheng and City, she was a woman. It was impossible for her to ride a horse, so she usually took a carriage. The carriage's speed was not as fast as riding a horse. Moreover, she had just gotten married and her parents-in-law were still in Qizhou. It was not appropriate for her to go out at this time. Hearing this, Wang Renbiao smiled and said, since wife insists on donating alone, then it's easy to do. Tomorrow morning, I will send a letter to the shopkeeper of the craftsman pavilion in Cheng and City and ask him to donate another 2,000 strings of cash in the name of the Li family when he participates in the fundraising event. What do you think, wife? Li Jingchu smiled and said, that's great. Then I'll have to trouble you, husband. As for the 2,000 strings of cash, I'll ask Yuan to go back and get it for you tomorrow. Husband, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Although we are a family now, this is of heaven. Wang Renbiao could not help chuckling and said, okay. Then I won't refuse. The couple continued to be intimate for a while before Wang Renbiao suddenly said, "Jingchu, if there comes a day when I'm no longer the eldest son of the Wang family and I can't get any resources or help from the Wang family, will you still be willing to be with me?" As soon as she finished speaking, the sweet atmosphere in the room suddenly turned dull. Li Jingchu was obviously not prepared for this. She was stunned and asked doubtfully, "Husband, why did you suddenly say that?" Wang Renbiao sighed and said, "Wife, do you still remember the letter and ruler sent by the Wang family's great elder this afternoon? The grand elder of the Wang family is my grandfather, who is also the previous patriarch of the Wang family. Grandfather has been very strict with me since I was young. This time, I went against the will of the family and married you. It is very likely that I have angered all the elders in the family. If my guess is correct, the ruler that grandfather sent me today is a warning to me to be careful when dealing with people and things. As for the elders, it is very likely that they will remove my status as the eldest son of the Wang family and change it to another descendant of the family to be the future successor. This way, I will become the abandoned son of the family. Not only will I not receive any support from the family in the imperial court, even for my daily expenses, the family will not give me a single cent. The reason why mother was so strongly against our marriage was because she was worried about this." Li Jingchu thought for a while and could not help but ask, "But husband, didn't you just say that the elders of the Wang family do not dare to completely offend the Marquis of Yong'an?" Wang Renbiao shook his head and said, "This is not the same. Now that you and I are married, the elders did not do anything to stop us. This is giving Xiao Xian face. But regarding who will be the future successor of the family, this is an internal matter of the Wang family. Not only Xiao Xian, even the current emperor cannot interfere. If my guess is correct, then I might become a poor provincial governor, a penniless one at that time. Your husband does not really care about the status of the eldest son of the Wang family, but I am afraid that I will implicate you and cause you to suffer together." "Husband, what are you saying?" Li Jingchu hurriedly said, "What this concubine likes is the righteousness and knowledge of husband, not the power of the Wang family. Even if husband leaves the Wang family, this concubine is willing to love and stay together with husband until death. You and I are one as husband and wife, so we should share weal and woe. Moreover, I have said before that I will continue to manage the Li family's business. Even if I lose the support of the Wang family, this concubine will be able to ensure that husband does not have to worry about food and clothing. Husband only has to be a good provincial governor and bring benefits to the people of Qizhou. Although the Wang family is powerful, the appointment of officials in the imperial court is decided by His Majesty. If husband is able to love the people like his own children and is honest and upright, then even without the support of the Wang family, husband will be able to have a smooth life in the imperial court and will be entrusted with important tasks by His Majesty." After hearing Li Jingchu's explanation and analysis, Wang Renbiao was greatly moved. He pulled Li Jingchu into his embrace and said in a gentle voice, "My wife can see things clearly. With a wife like this, what more can a husband ask for? Rest assured, my wife, I, Wang Renbiao, will not let you down in this life." This was an oath, and also his promise to Li Jingchu. Li Jingchu raised her head to look at Wang Renbiao's face and said softly, "All right. Husband, it's getting late. It's time to sleep. Tomorrow morning, we still have to serve tea to parents-in-law. We can't be late." Li Jingchu was still a little afraid of her mother-in-law, Princess Tong. All right. Wang Renbiao nodded and said. Soon, the sound of steady breathing could be heard from the room. "Father, please have some tea." The next day, early morning. In the main hall of the Qizhou provincial governor's office. Li Jingchu, who had woken up early, had already prepared new tea. After waiting for Princess Tong and then Wang Yu to sit down in the main hall, she held the tea and knelt in front of the two of them, offering tea with both hands. On the second day of the wedding, the bride would serve tea to her parents-in-law. This was a very important ceremony in the wedding. If the parents-in-law accepted the tea offered by the daughter-in-law, it meant that they had acknowledged and accepted the daughter-in-law. Although the Tang dynasty did not practice kneeling, the ancients were loyal and filial and believed that kneeling to the heavens, earth, and parents was a must. Therefore, when the bride offered tea, she naturally had to kneel. All right. Wang Yu smiled and reached out to take the tea. Although Li Jingchu's marriage into the Wang family had caused Wang Renbiao a lot of trouble, what was done could not be undone. Moreover, Li Jingchu had become Li Zishuan's godsister. As a father-in-law, he naturally had no reason to make things difficult for his daughter-in-law. Mother, please have some tea. After Wang Yu finished his tea, Li Jingchu took another cup of tea from the tray carried by the maidservant behind her and offered it to Princess Tong, and with both hands. Princess Tong did not accept the tea immediately. She looked at Li Jingchu indifferently and thought to herself, this girl is quite pretty. No wonder my cousin is so infatuated with her. After a moment, Princess Tong took the teacup from Li Jingchu's hands. She lifted the lid and took a sip before returning it to Li Jingchu. You may rise. Many thanks, mother. Hearing this, Li Jingchu finally heaved a sigh of relief. She got up and bowed to Princess Tong. Now that you and my cousin are husband and wife, you should respect and love each other. The Wang family is the royal clan of the Great Tang. As the matriarch, you should not only manage the affairs of the estate well, but also do your best to help my cousin. Do you understand? Princess Tong sternly said to Li Jingchu. Many thanks for mother's teachings. Jingchu will remember them all. Li Jingchu curtsied and replied. Princess Tong nodded. Although she had always been very dissatisfied with Li Jingchu, even wanting to have her destroyed, after yesterday's ordeal, she found Li Jingchu even more pleasing to the eye. At this moment, she took off a jade bracelet on her wrist and said to Li Jingchu, this jade bracelet was given to me by mother. This jade bracelet was given to me by my mother when I got married. Now, I'm giving it to you. Wear it well and don't lose it. Since she had recognized this daughter-in-law, as an elder, she naturally had to express her gratitude. However, her gesture made Li Jingchu feel flattered. Li Jingchu hurriedly bowed and said, this jade bracelet is mother's personal item. It's incomparably precious. How would Jingchu dare, wife, you don't dare refuse an elder's gift. This is mother's kind intentions. Quickly accept it. Wang Renbiao hurriedly reminded Li Jingchu when he saw the displeasure on Princess Tong's face. Li Jingchu was shocked. She hurriedly took the jade bracelet from Princess Tong and bowed. Many thanks for mother's gift. Princess Tong's expression eased slightly, and she nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Wang Yu stood up and said, all right. Now that the tea is served, it's time to eat. Cousin, your mother and I will be leaving Qizhou after eating. Remember to accompany Jingchu back home in the morning. Father and mother are leaving? Wang Renbiao was slightly surprised when he heard that. He hurriedly said, Father and mother, it's rare for you to come to Qizhou. Why don't you stay for a few more days and let me play host? No matter how much Wang Yu and Princess Tong had objected to his marriage with Li Jingchu, as their son, it was hard for him to hate them. On the contrary, he had always respected his father, Wang Yu, from the bottom of his heart. Wang Yu waved his hand and smiled. Haha. We can't stay any longer. As the provincial governor of Sui province, how can I always be away? Moreover, there are some matters at the ancestral residence in Taiyuan. Your mother and I plan to go back to the ancestral residence first before returning to Sui province. The Wang family's ancestral residence? Wang Renbiao frowned and asked, is it because of my matter that I caused trouble for father? Wang Yu stepped forward and patted Wang Renbiao's shoulder. He said solemnly, cousin, you don't have to worry about the ancestral residence. Father will take care of it. You did act recklessly this time, but you are my son. If others want to touch you, they have to ask for my permission first. You just have to be a good provincial governor in Qizhou. If you can make outstanding achievements in politics within 2 years, His Majesty will definitely put you in an important position. When that time comes, no one in the family will doubt you anymore. Wang Yu's words could be said to be sincere. Wang Renbiao was greatly moved after hearing it. He cupped his hands solemnly at Wang Yu and said, I will remember father's teachings. I hope father and mother will be careful on the way to Taiyuan. Haha. All right. Let's eat. We still have to hurry after dinner. Wang Yu waved his hand and laughed. Now that he could temporarily experience the rare joy of a family reunion, he couldn't help but feel comforted. Back then, he had listened to Li Zishuan's suggestion and agreed to let Wang Renbiao marry Li Jingchu. Perhaps it was the right decision. Otherwise, Wang Renbiao would probably be bedridden or become enemies with his father. How could there be such a filial father now? Chapter 1799. Brother Lu, based on yesterday's situation, the Wang family's relationship with the Duke of Yong and is indeed shallow. In an inn in Yong County in Qizhou, Li Jingxian, who had just woken up from his hangover, met Lu Qingqing in a private room to drink tea. The tea was top-notch divine tea. A small place like Qizhou naturally didn't have such tea. Li Jingxian had brought it himself when he came to Qizhou. In the past, he liked money, power, and beauties. Ever since the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce introduced the divine tea, he had another hobby, and that was divine tea. The fragrance of the tea lingered in the air. After a moment of silence, Li Jingxian spoke. Why go to this extent? Brotherly, don't forget that Wang Yu is still the emperor's son-in-law. His relationship with the royal family is shallow. Now, he has close ties with Li Zishuan, and Li Zishuan is the vanguard of the emperor's suppression of the aristocratic families. Tell me, is the Wang family's heart with the emperor or the aristocratic families? Lu Qingqing fiddled with the teacup with one hand and fanned himself with the other. He looked like an elegant young master as he spoke casually. Li Jingshuan's gaze darkened. One Li Zishuan is already so difficult to deal with. If the Wang family is in cahoots with Li Zishuan, then won't we have no chance to regain our former glory? Lu Qingqing raised his head and said, Jingxian, the world has changed. It's no longer the 5 families and 7 aristocratic families. There's only the 3 families and 4 aristocratic families left. Among them, there's the Li Tang royal family and the ambiguous Wang family of Taiyuan. In terms of strength, we're already at a disadvantage. In the past, the 7 aristocratic families were led by the Cui family. But now, the Wang family has the emperor's support and Li Zishuan's help. I'm afraid they'll rise above the Lu and Li families. Brother Lu, based on yesterday's situation, the Wang family's relationship with the Duke of Yong and is indeed shallow. In an inn in Yong County in Qizhou, Li Jingxian, who had just woken up from his hangover, met Lu Qingqing in a private room to drink tea. The tea was top-notch immortal tea. A small place like Qizhou naturally didn't have such tea leaves. Li Jingxian had brought it himself when he came to Qizhou. In the past, he liked money, power, and beautiful women. Ever since the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce launched the immortal tea, he had another hobby, and that was immortal tea. After a moment of silence, Li Jingxian said, Don't worry. Why do you have to do this? Brotherly, don't forget that Wang Yu is still the emperor's son-in-law, and his relationship with the imperial family is quite shallow. Now, he has close relations with Li Zishuan, and Li Zishuan is the vanguard in the process of the emperor suppressing the noble families. Tell me, is the heart of the Wang family on the emperor's side, or on the noble family's side? Lu Qingqing gently fiddled with the teacup with one hand, while his other hand gently fanned himself. He looked like an elegant young master as he spoke casually. Li Jingshuan's gaze darkened, and he said, One Li Zishuan is already so difficult to deal with. If the Wang family also wallows in the mire with Li Zishuan, then wouldn't the 5 families and 7 factions have no chance of recovering to their former glory? Lu Qingqing raised his head and said calmly, Jingxian, the world has changed. It's no longer the 5 families and 7 factions, but only the 3 families and 4 factions. Among them, there's also the Li Tang royal family and the ambiguous Wang family of Taiyuan. In terms of strength, we're already at a disadvantage. In the past, the 7 great noble families were led by the Cui family. But now, the Wang family has the support of the emperor and Li Zishuan's help. I'm afraid that they'll rise above the Lu and Li families. Chapter 1800. Second young master, it's not good. Lu Yanjing, who was by the first elder's side, has disappeared. Taiyuan, Wang family's ancestral home. A man with a hooked nose ran into a desolate courtyard in a panic. After entering the house, he bowed to the youth in the house. Lu Yanjing? What does his disappearance have to do with me? The youth was reading a book. Hearing this, he raised his head and said indifferently. This person was Wang Renbiao's half-brother, Wang Rini. The hooked-nosed man was his loyal servant, Xiao Qing. Ever since he found out that none of the elders of the Wang family had gone to Qizhou to congratulate the newly married Wang Renbiao, Wang Rini, who had always been in a dispirited state, finally saw hope. He saw the hope of turning things around. From then on, he began to pay attention to his appearance and bearing. Although he was wearing old clothes, the aura on his body had already returned to its former calm and unfathomable state. Second young master, Lu Yanjing, is the commander of the shadow guards by the first elder's side. If there is nothing important, he will never leave the first elder's side. Therefore, this subordinate guesses that the first elder must have sent him to Qizhou. Xiao Qing cupped his fist and said in a deep voice. This fellow was different from his brother Xiao Ying's simple-minded mind. He was very intelligent when it came to handling matters. Because of this, Wang Rini valued him very much. In terms of attitude, Wang Rini was much more polite to Xiao Qing than to Xiao Ying. Of course, this was also because Wang Rini was currently in a state of depression. Qizhou? You're saying that grandfather sent Lu Yanjing to Qizhou to congratulate Wang Renbiao on his wedding? Hearing this, Wang Rini instantly reacted. His eyes narrowed as he suddenly stood up and said. Second young master, it's not good. Lu Yanjing, who was by the first elder's side, has disappeared. Taiyuan, Wang family's ancestral home. A man with an aquiline nose ran into a desolate courtyard in a panic. After entering the house, he bowed to the youth in the house. Lu Yanjing? What does his disappearance have to do with me? The youth was reading a book. Hearing this, he raised his head and said indifferently. This person was Wang Renbiao's half-brother, Wang Rini. The hook-nosed man was his loyal servant, Xiao Qing. Ever since he found out that none of the elders of the Wang family had gone to Qizhou to congratulate the newly married Wang Renbiao, Wang Rini, who had always been in a dispirited state, finally saw hope. He saw the hope of turning things around. From then on, he began to pay attention to his appearance and bearing. Although he was wearing old clothes, the aura on his body had already returned to its former calm and unfathomable state. Second young master, Lu Yanjing, is the commander of the secret guards by the first elder's side. If there is nothing important, he will never leave the first elder's side. Therefore, I guess that the first elder must have sent him to Qizhou. Xiao Qing cupped his fists and said in a deep voice. This guy was different from his brother, Xiao Ying, who was simple-minded. He was very intelligent when it came to doing things. It was because of this that Wang Rini valued him so much. In terms of attitude, Wang Rini treated Xiao Qing much more politely than Xiao Ying. Of course, this was also because Wang Rini was currently in a state of frustration. Qizhou? You're saying that grandfather sent Lu Yanjing to Qizhou to congratulate Wang Renbiao on his wedding? Hearing this, Wang Rini instantly reacted. His eyes narrowed as he suddenly stood up and said. Chapter 1801. Fenzhou, Shihe County. Mr. Mo, how was everyone's sleep last night? Has everyone rested enough? In the first floor hall of the best inn in the county, Peng Lian, Li Tai was having breakfast with Iron Egg and the others as he asked Mo Chui. This time, the academy had sent out a total of 32 members of the Trump Card Project. Most of them were students, and some of them were teachers from the academy's physics department. No matter what, the teachers from the academy were older than the students and had more experience living outside. Therefore, the students' meals and lodging were all arranged by Mo Huai and the other teachers. Haha. This inn is not bad. It's quite quiet at night. Just now, I saw that everyone was quite energetic. I think you must have had a good rest last night. After breakfast, we'll set off. This place is more than 100 miles away from Taiyuan Prefecture. We definitely won't be able to make it today. We won't stop to rest at noon. We'll try to settle down in Qi County before it gets dark. We'll set off from Qi County tomorrow morning. We'll probably reach Taiyuan by tomorrow evening. Mo Chui smiled and replied with a relaxed expression. This time, the academy had given them sufficient activity funds to lead the teachers and students to the north. Before they left, Yen Silu had specially instructed him that the teachers and students of the academy must eat, drink, and live well along the way. They must not be stingy about money. This was Yen Silu's idea, and also Li Zishuan's idea. This was because this group of 32 people were the elite members of the academy's trump card project. They were the academy's treasures. This time, the journey to the north was long and tiring. The students were already working hard. Naturally, the academy would not let them suffer in terms of food and lodging. Therefore, on their journey from Lantian County to Shihe County, Mo Chui and the rest of the academy stayed in the best inns and ate the best delicacies, all in order to reduce the fatigue of the students on the journey. Then bring some dry food and try to reach Qi County by tonight. Li Tai nodded and decided. Although he was a student and Mo Chui was a teacher, Mo Chui was the overall commander of this operation. The final decision-maker should naturally be him. Moreover, Mo Chui recognized Li Tai's talent in engineering, so he was not unhappy with Li Tai overseeing the overall situation and commanding the troops. On the contrary, he was happy to help Li Tai by his side. Although Li Tai was born in the royal family and had a certain level of command ability, he was still young and did not have as much life experience as Mo Chui. Often, Mo Chui needed to step in at times like this. After the two came to an agreement, Dugu Xian walked in from outside and whispered into Li Tai's ear, "Your Highness, this general has already ordered the scouts to open up a path. The rest of the army can move out at any time and wait for your Highness to leave the city." Even though Mo Chui had booked the entire inn last night, and there were no other guests in the main hall, Dugu Xian, who was used to being in the army, had a strong sense of vigilance. He still chose to speak in such a manner to avoid revealing the whereabouts of Li Tai and the rest. This time, accompanying the teachers and students of the academy to the north was 1,000 imperial guards led by Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying. Because this mission was confidential, they did not alert the local government. When they came to a county, only the people of the academy entered the city to stay in the inn, while the imperial guards were secretly stationed outside the city. Under normal circumstances, Dugu Xian would bring a few personal guards to protect Li Tai, while Dugu Feiying would lead the army outside the city. It was not that Li Tai and Mo Chui were discriminating, but that the physical fitness of the students and teachers of the academy was definitely not as good as Dugu Xian and the others, who had been in the army for many years. This journey was already very tiring. If they were to sleep in tents outside the city like the imperial guards, most of the people in the academy would have collapsed before they reached Taiyuan. Are the resources of the academy safe? Li Tai nodded and asked softly. The main purpose of their journey to the north this time was to build a telegraph relay station. When they left Lantian County, 3 of the carriages in the academy's team were loaded with the machinery, parts, and other materials needed to build the telegraph relay station. Such important things naturally couldn't be brought into the city or into the inn. If they encountered thieves, then their journey would be in vain. Therefore, the imperial army under Dugu Xian had been guarding the academy's materials all along the way. Don't worry, Your Highness. The resources are safe. Dugu Xian replied briefly. To be able to take away 3 carriages of the academy's resources under the protection of 1,000 imperial guards, unless the enemy could send 5,000 soldiers to kill all of the imperial guards, it was impossible to take away the resources of the academy. That's good. Li Tai nodded. At this time, he was almost done eating. He stood up and said to Iron Egg, Meng Wenhao, Mo Chui, and the others, "Everyone, hurry up and eat. After eating, go back to your rooms and pack up. We will leave the city in 7 minutes." "Yes." Everyone answered in a low voice. Not far away, the innkeeper and the manservant did not dare to make a sound when they saw this scene. They did not even dare to look in their direction because Wuxia Xianxia and the people around him all had swords in their hands. It was obvious that they were not people to be trifled with. Those who did business knew that it was better to avoid trouble. The innkeeper had instructed his servants to serve Li Tai and the others carefully last night. He did not ask anything that should not be asked. He only thought that Li Tai and the others were some powerful people passing by from another county. If possible, he would not provoke them. 7 minutes later, the 32 people of the academy, including Wuxia Xianxia and the others, all left the inn and walked out of the city gate. As for the cost of the accommodation, Mo Chui had already settled it with the innkeeper. Innkeeper, who do you think these people are? Their carriages were all made by the Wonderful Taste Pavilion. After Li Tai and the others left, the servant of the inn could not help but ask. Perhaps they are the young masters of some family on a trip. Although the shopkeeper was also curious, he indifferently replied to the manservant's words. Ha! Then that slightly plump youth must be that rich family's young master, and that person who just walked in must be their family's guard. But I saw those youths sitting beside that young master, they don't seem to be his family's servants. The servant pinched his chin and made a serious guess. Smack! However, as soon as he finished speaking, the shopkeeper's palm landed on the back of his head. The shopkeeper angrily roared, "Brat, do you have nothing better to do? Why do you care who they are and where they come from? Get someone to clean the table and tidy up the guest room." The servant jumped to the side in pain and rubbed the back of his head. "Oh. I'll go right away." Ha! Curiosity killed the cat. This kid will suffer sooner or later. The innkeeper muttered to himself as he watched the servant's back. However, his attention was quickly attracted by the stack of Tang Yuan on the counter in front of him. This was the money that Mo Chui paid him for the room just now. Peng Lai Inn was the largest inn in Shihe County. There were nearly 50 guest rooms. Li Tai and the others had booked the inn this time. The money for a night's stay was not small. Who cares what they are doing? We just need to pay for the room. The innkeeper said with a smile as he picked up the stack of Tang Yuan. Yo! Sir, are you eating or staying at the inn so early in the morning? At this moment, a dark-skinned, burly man wearing coarse short clothes came in from outside the door. The waiter hurriedly went up to greet him, but the burly man simply ignored him and walked straight to the shopkeeper at the counter. Innkeeper, did dozens of young men stay at your inn last night? The burly man knocked on the counter and asked the innkeeper with an authentic Guangzhou accent. Yo, sir, this is a place to stay, not a place to ask for information. The innkeeper narrowed his eyes. He heard the other party's accent and knew that the other party was very likely from the capital area. However, the other party's attire did not look like a rich person at all, so he could not be bothered with him. Smack! Unexpectedly, the burly man took out a string of copper coins from his waist and slapped it in front of the innkeeper. Then he said, "This is a string of coins. If you answer a few questions truthfully, I will reward you handsomely." String of coins was a string of coins. In the eyes of ordinary people, a string of coins was already a huge sum of money for Tang Chu, where prices were extremely low. The innkeeper was naturally rich and did not lack this string of coins. However, to be able to get a string of coins by answering a few questions was still a very good deal for him. However, he was a little curious. Did the other party not find it heavy with so many copper coins hanging on his body? Here, it had to be said that ever since the establishment of the Yanhuang Bank and the imperial court personally came out to promote the Tang Yuan, more and more people in the Tang dynasty slowly began to use and gradually accept the Tang Yuan. After getting used to the convenience brought by the Tang Yuan, almost no one was willing to use copper coins again, especially in the Guangzhou area. It was very difficult to see copper coins in large transactions in many counties. Chapter 1802. Qingke, aren't you overthinking it? We've been living in seclusion all this time. Very few people know our identities, let alone our purpose in going north. No matter how resourceful the Turks are, they can't predict everything in advance, right? Qin Huayu, who was sitting next to Iron Egg, frowned and said to Li Tai. Qin Huayu was also a member of the group heading north this time. Previously, Qin Huayu's grades were among the best in the School of Mathematics. Later, when he came to Yanhuang College, Qin Huayu's grades were considered to be in the upper echelons of the entire grade. Moreover, he was also part of the first batch of members of the college's trump card project. However, in comparison, in the first batch of students of Yanhuang College, Li Tai, Li Ku, Li Yan, Jia Jiayin, and the other young geniuses were too dazzling, so much so that Qin Huayu and Meng Wenhao, who were originally of superior talent, were somewhat overshadowed. In the original plan, a total of 7 people from Yanhuang College's Class 1 were selected for this trip north: Li Tai, Iron Egg, Meng Wenhao, Qin Huayu, Tsing Ziren, Qing Chumo, and Yuqi Baolin. The first 5 were selected because of their talents and were members of the college's trump card project. Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin were selected because of their martial arts. They were considered to be the most powerful among the students of Yanhuang College. With the 2 of them protecting Li Tai at all times, Li Zixuan and the other teachers of the college would feel more at ease. However, who knew that before the people of the college were about to set off, the 2 brothers, Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin, were ordered to enlist in the Black Armored Army. Therefore, among the students heading north this time, there were only 5 people in Class 1. Because a carriage could seat 4 people, Tsing Ziren was sitting in the carriage behind. Huayu, although you're right, there's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Who knows if the Turks have planted spies in Chang'an? When the Tujue State Preceptor entered Yanhuang College, he must have found out through some channels that the college has something he wants. This time, we can't let our guard down. Li Tai frowned and shook his head. It had to be said that little Fatty was quite cute when he was serious. Of course, to his opponents, he was also quite scary. Yes. If that's the case, we really have to be careful. Qin Huayu nodded thoughtfully and said, just as you said, Taiyuan is fine. After all, Yunzhou is in the northern border of the Tang Empire, bordering the Turks. After we go to Yunzhou, we must be very careful. I suggest that the people of the academy should not leave the site of the imperial army to avoid accidents. Li Tai felt the same way. When we go to Yunzhou from Taiyuan, I will tell General Dugu. Along the way, we have to be alert and vigilant. I have a feeling that the Turks won't let us build the relay station smoothly. Hearing this, Iron Egg, Qin Huayu, and Meng Wenhao cupped their hands and replied, yes. Li Tai was the commander-in-chief of this northern operation. Logically speaking, they had to listen to Li Tai's arrangements. However, Li Tai did not know that his vague intuition had come true this time. Big brother, where did you go this time? At this time, Dugu Xian galloped alone from behind and caught up with Dugu Feiying, who was leading the way. Seeing this, Dugu Feiying said helplessly, I just went back to Shihe County. Dugu Xian replied. Then, with a serious face, he asked softly, Feiying, do you feel that someone is following us? What? Someone is following us? Hearing this, Dugu Feiying's eyes widened. Without thinking, he replied, Big brother, are you kidding me? There are so many of us. Who would be so blind as to follow us? Unless they are tired of living. Chapter 1803. Hey. Hey. Who? Ha. Late in the morning, the Black Armored Army's training ground was in full swing. In the past, at this time, only the A, D and E battalions were doing combat training. The B and C battalions were practicing their equestrian skills according to the original training method. But now, the 5 battalions of the Black Armored Army were doing combat training for 2 hours starting from 7 in the morning. The reason why the C battalions changed their training plan was because the original captain of the C battalions had violated the military rules and was executed. The current captain of the C battalions was Li Zixuan. The B battalions made the change because Qiu Xingong had requested Sun Tao to do so. A few days ago, Qiu Xingong had instructed Sun Tao to secretly learn from Li Zixuan's new training manual. This was because Li Zixuan's rules included hunting, which required the soldiers to have a certain level of close combat ability. In order to win this competition, Qiu Xingong had no choice but to copy Li Zishuan's new training manual. Ever since Zhang Kongnian had fallen from the horse, Qiu Xingong's influence in the Black Armored Army had been reduced by more than half. Now, only the B Battalion was under his control. Of course, what made him even more furious and fearful was Li Er's imperial edict that day. In front of all the soldiers, Li Er had punished him with a cane. This caused him to lose all faith in the Black Armored Army. Even though he was extremely furious in his heart, he didn't dare take revenge on Li Zishuan right now. Because he understood that the punishment of 30 strikes was Li Er's warning to him. If he dared to do anything, then Li Er would definitely not let him off easily. To Qiu Xingong, since he couldn't do it secretly, he would do it openly. He wanted to lead the B Battalion to defeat the E Battalion in the competition in a few days. He wanted to completely destroy Li Zishuan's reputation and make Li Zishuan understand that Li Zishuan was completely inferior to him in terms of training soldiers. Therefore, Qiu Xingong had been coming to the training ground more frequently than before. To be precise, he was coming to the B Battalion more frequently than before. Even though it was part of the military's job to supervise the training of the soldiers, Qiu Xingong was still the general of the Black Armored Army. No one dared to say anything when he came to visit. Not far from the B Battalion's training ground was the C Battalion's training ground. Li Zishuan happened to be patrolling the C Battalion's training ground. Stop. Are the two of you training or playing house? Get your facts straight. The ones standing in front of you are Turks. Are you going to use such soft movements to attack the enemy? At this moment, Li Zishuan saw a pair of soldiers fighting with extremely perfunctory and weak movements. He couldn't help but stomp his foot and loudly berate them. Swoosh! At this moment, a burly man suddenly appeared beside Li Zishuan. Without another word, the man stepped forward and kicked the two soldiers in front of Li Zishuan to the ground. He then pointed at the two soldiers and scolded them loudly, "You're a traitor. You're a traitor. Pang Guang, Du Zidong, you two bastards always slacked off during training when Zhang Kongnian was here. Now that Sergeant Li is the C Battalion's lieutenant, you two are still slacking off. If you don't want to train, get out of the C Battalion as soon as possible. Don't tarnish the reputation of the Black Armored Army." The burly man was the C Battalion's lieutenant, Gao Gong. Chapter 1804. Training was a long and arduous process. At the same time, it was also a process that constantly stimulated one's potential. To shorten this process, they had to increase the amount of training at an appropriate time and not keep the same amount. Even though the soldiers of the Wu Battalion were the recruits of the Black Armored Army, they were not real recruits. Before they came to the Black Armored Army, they were the elites of the 12 guards of the capital. Naturally, their individual military and physical qualities were impeccable. The amount of training that Li Zishuan gave them was mainly for them to familiarize themselves with the training in the new drill. However, to the most elite heavy cavalry of the Tang Empire, this amount of training was obviously not enough. Therefore, when the soldiers seemed to be able to handle the current amount of training with ease, it was absolutely necessary to increase the amount of training appropriately. Joining the army, in the past 2 days, I heard that the 2nd Battalion is also imitating our combat training. I wonder if it is Sun Tao's idea or General Qiu's. Sun Jiping said casually as he led Li Zishuan to inspect the training grounds of the Wu Battalion. Ha! From what I see, this is most likely General Qiu's doing. He knows that he can't do anything to me in the dark, so he wants to use the 2nd Battalion to defeat me openly. Hearing this, Li Zishuan chuckled and said. He had interacted with Sun Tao before and knew that even though this person was on Qiu Xingong's side, he still had some pride and wasn't as unprincipled as Zhang Kongnian. Therefore, he felt that with Sun Tao's character, if it wasn't for Qiu Xingong's pressure, he would never have done something as disgraceful as secretly learning from others. However, Li Zishuan didn't care about this. He pondered for a moment and said to Sun Jiping, "Don't bother about them. If they want to learn, let them learn. This way, it will prove that the new drill is indeed more suitable for the current Black Armored Army. As for us, we just need to do our own thing well. When the time comes, let's see if the student who stole from others is better than us." Li Zishuan's words revealed a strong sense of confidence. Sun Jiping couldn't help but be infected by this confidence. He calmed down a little and replied with a smile, "Yes, sir." Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said, "As for combat training, I just discussed with Gao Gong. In the future, everyone will have to rotate their opponents every day. This way, we can prevent them from colluding with each other and not working hard during training. Find some time in the afternoon to talk with him and discuss a rotation method. In the future, the combat training of the A, C, D and E battalions, they will be rotated according to this method." Hearing this, Sun Jiping's eyes lit up and he praised, "Switching opponents is a good idea. I will discuss this with Deputy Gao during lunch." Li said. Li Zan nodded his head, Also, in the combat competition 3 days later, I plan to let the soldiers of the 4 battalions participate in it. I want to see how the strength of the soldiers of the E battalion is compared to the other battalions. Therefore, Jiping, in the next 2 days, let the brothers focus on their combat training. When he first came up with the new training program, he stipulated that there would be a combat competition every 7 days. This was to improve the combat ability of the soldiers. However, his original intention at that time was to let each battalion compete internally. Now, he changed his mind. Now that he was in charge of the 4 battalions, he naturally had to treat everyone equally. Good. Then for the next 3 days, after every afternoon, I will let the soldiers take out an hour to practice their combat skills. However, I hope that in the aspect of combat, I can impart more experience and skills to my brothers. After all, you are a martial arts master." Sun Jiping didn't even think about it before he cupped his fist and replied. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and nodded his head, "All right, I will take some time to come and watch. However, the purpose of combat is to kill people. The techniques involved have nothing to do with the realm of martial arts. It is all about how efficiently and simply to defeat the opponent. It doesn't care about how flashy the moves are or how profound they are. It is more about the result. Jiping, you should understand this better than me. Martial arts was actually not the same thing as going on the battlefield to kill the enemy. A martial arts duel was, to a large extent, a struggle between individuals, while going on the battlefield to kill the enemy was a contest between thousands of soldiers. For a veteran who had experienced hundreds of battles, a duel between 2 martial arts experts would often be somewhat flashy, because for a soldier on the battlefield, the most important thing was to kill the opponent in the shortest amount of time, using the most energy-efficient method, and not to seek victory with every move. There was an essential difference between the two. Although a person with strong martial arts was powerful, in the face of thousands of soldiers and horses, it was useless. At most, it was better than a normal person to stay alive. In the army, the purpose of martial arts was to strengthen the body. It was to let the soldiers have a strong body to compete with the enemy. Killing the enemy on the battlefield did not rely on martial arts. Instead, it was the art of combat, the art of killing. Sun Jiping nodded his head thoughtfully and said, "I understand." Li Zishuan smiled and patted his arm. "That's enough. Then you go and do your work. As for the Wu battalion, I will definitely come and inspect it when I am free." "Yes. Join the army." Sun Jiping cupped his fist and accepted the order. Li Zishuan walked towards the direction of the commander's tent. As for the food problem of the Wu battalion, he had to solve it today. Qiu Xinggong, who was patrolling the 2nd battalion, saw Li Zishuan walking towards the main camp. He pondered for a moment and said a few words to Sun Tao before following him. Reporting to the general, Li Zishuan requests to see you. In the commander's tent, Duan Jishuan was sitting on the couch and reading military documents. At this time, the guard outside the tent came in and bowed. "Please." Duan Jishuan raised his head and said one word lightly. Using "please" instead of "let him in," it was enough to show that Li Zishuan's position in his heart was higher than before. In the end, it was because of the imperial edict from Li Er last time. "Yes." The guard accepted the order and left. After a while, Li Zishuan walked in. Because the soldiers in the camp were all wearing military armor, there were not many rules here. Li Zishuan just cupped his fist and said to Duan Jishuan, "Greetings to the general." Duan Jishuan had already put down the documents in his hand. He smiled and waved his hand. "You don't have to be so courteous in front of me." After a pause, Duan Jishuan asked doubtfully, "The soldiers should be practicing in the drill ground right now, right? You aren't in the drill ground, but you came to the commander's tent. You should be looking for me for something, right?" It was said that old people were shrewd. This saying was true when used on Duan Jishuan. Li Zishuan stepped forward and cupped his fist. "The general is wise. I am here to ask the general for a favor." "Say it." Duan Jishuan's face showed an "I knew it" expression, then he nodded. Li Zishuan then opened his mouth. "Actually, I am here for the rations of the soldiers of the Wu Battalion. I heard from Field Officer Sun that a month ago, the Deputy General of the 2nd Battalion, Chen Datong, brought people to the Wu Battalion's kitchen to snatch the raw meat." Sun Jiping's argument was to no avail. Later on, General Chiu proposed to have the 5 battalions compete with each other. The weakest one would only be able to provide 1 meal of meat a day. In the end, the Wu Battalion became the last. Until now, the soldiers in the battalion can only eat 1 meal of meat a day. Is this true? Hearing this, Duan Jishuan finally knew the real purpose of Li Zishuan's visit. He couldn't help but frown. "Last month, I was busy with the affairs of the imperial court and was often not in the army. Most of the military affairs in the battalion were handled by Xinggong. But I heard about this matter later on. But at that time, the bet had already been made, and I couldn't do anything about it." Li Zishuan said seriously, "The general is wise." At that time, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion were just transferred from other guard stations in the capital to the Black Armored Army. They didn't even know each other. And in the other 4 battalions, there were some old soldiers of the Black Armored Army. For the Wu Battalion, this competition was already unfair. How could the bet count? Haha. What Field Officer Li said is wrong. Right after Li Zishuan finished speaking, a person walked in from outside the tent. It was Qiu Xinggong. He came in front of Li Zishuan and bowed to Duan Jishuan. Then he turned to Li Zishuan and said, "At that time, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion all agreed to the bet willingly. No one forced them. You can't deny the bet just because the Wu Battalion ended up last, right? Even the scoundrels in the marketplace know to admit defeat." Field Officer Li, are you trying to make the brothers of the Wu Battalion even worse than the scoundrels in the marketplace? It's this old B** starred again. He's really haunting me. Li Zishuan couldn't help but complain in his heart. He really hated Qiu Xinggong to the core. He didn't want to fight with Qiu Xinggong, but Qiu Xinggong kept pressuring him. This made him very unhappy. Li Zishuan's principle was, "If you make me unhappy, then I'll make you unhappy too." There were some things that he didn't want to fight for, but now he had no choice but to fight for it. Humph. General Chiu's words are really beautiful. But the cause of this matter was Deputy General Chen Datong of the 2nd Battalion and his men stealing the rations of the Wu Battalion. General Chiu should know about this, right? Facing Qiu Xinggong, this old B** starred, who was trying to twist the truth, Li Zishuan snorted coldly and said, "It's said that people fight for their dignity, and Buddha fights for an incense stick. The Black Armored Army is full of hot-blooded men. Under such a situation, even if they knew that the bet was disadvantageous to them, how could they not agree to it? General Chiu told me that if you agree to the bet, then I would like to ask General Chiu, when Sun Jiping reported to General Chiu that Chen Datong stole the rations of the Wu Battalion, why was the booklet kept for no reason? Also, I heard that Chen Datong is a distant relative of General Chiu. So in this matter, did General Chiu secretly protect Chen Datong?" Chapter 1805. In the commander's tent. Seeing that Duan Jishuan had come over to stop the fight, Li Zishuan stopped arguing with Qiu Xinggong. Instead, he cupped his fist and said to Duan Jishuan, "General, I don't want to argue with General Chiu. I just want to seek justice for the Wu Battalion. The training volume of the new drill is already huge, but the soldiers can only have 1 meal of meat a day. How can this be? If the soldiers can't even fill their stomachs, how can they train hard and increase their combat power? During the expansion of the Black Armored Army, the competition between the 5 battalions was no doubt unfair to the newly recruited Wu Battalion. I can't let the competition between E Battalion and Wu Battalion in 5 days be unfair as well. Therefore, I hope that the general can restore the rations to the Wu Battalion. If the rations are really limited, then I am willing to raise my own rations so that the soldiers of the Wu Battalion can have 2 meals of meat a day just like the other battalions. For a soldier, the daily training was undoubtedly very taxing on physical strength. Especially now that the soldiers of the Wu Battalion were using the new drill, the daily physical strength consumption of each person was even more terrifying than before. A huge amount of physical strength consumption often required a large amount of food to replenish their physical strength. This was a very simple truth that everyone understood. And from the perspective of nutrition, compared to vegetarian food, meat was undoubtedly more energy-storing. Under the situation where there was only 1 meal of meat a day, it was very difficult to ensure that the soldiers had sufficient energy intake. More importantly, as the soldiers adapted to the current training intensity, Li Zishuan planned to gradually increase the daily training volume. In this way, restoring the 2 meals of meat a day to the Wu Battalion was absolutely imperative. The overall strength of the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion was already higher than that of the 5th Battalion. If the food of the 5th Battalion was not as good as that of the 2nd Battalion, then it would be even harder for the 5th Battalion to gain the upper hand in the competition 5 days later. A competition that was already unfair to begin with would become even more unfair. After that, Li Zishuan clasped his fist solemnly towards Qiu Xingong. Duan Zhishuan knew that Li Zishuan's words were reasonable. Furthermore, he didn't want the Wu Battalion to lose in the competition 5 days later. Therefore, after listening to Li Zishuan's words, he wanted to nod and agree to Li Zishuan's request. But at this moment, Qiu Xingong couldn't wait any longer and opened his mouth. Ha! Adjunct Li Shure is rich and imposing, providing rations for an entire battalion. However, the Black Armored Army is His Majesty's Black Armored Army. By right, it should be supported by the Imperial Court. Adjunct Li said that he wanted to raise the rations for the Wu Battalion himself. Is he trying to raise the Wu Battalion's rations to raise his private army? Heart. Qiu Xingong's words were truly heart-rending. He wanted to kill Li. Qiu Xingong also knew that if the current situation was maintained, it would undoubtedly be more beneficial for the 2nd Battalion. If Li Zishuan achieved his goal, then the gap between the Wu Battalion and the 2nd Battalion would shrink even further. Therefore, whether it was for public or private reasons, he had to stop Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan's heart trembled, but his expression didn't change. He definitely wouldn't admit to such a crime. He turned to look at Qiu Xingong and sneered. What? General Qiu, as a general, are you going to learn the techniques of the imperial censors? If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. I joined the army just to let the soldiers eat their fill and train well so that they can fight for the country in the future. Why did I become an unpardonable traitor in General Qiu's mouth? Also, I wonder if General Qiu has seen the Datong daily the day before yesterday? The rise and fall of the country is the responsibility of the people. When the merchants of the country know that the country is in trouble, they are willing to raise funds for the country. I joined the army and received a salary from the imperial court. What's wrong with helping His Majesty? Don't tell me that watching coldly from the side like General Qiu is the way to be loyal to the country. Hearing this, Qiu Xingong was instantly enraged. Humph. When I followed His Majesty to the battlefield to kill the enemy, you didn't even speak yet. How dare a mere brat teach me the way to be loyal to the country? Why don't you weigh your own weight? At this point, Qiu Xingong had already decided to shed all pretense of cordiality. Therefore, this old man kept calling Li Zishuan a brat. It was obvious that he was extremely angry at Li Zishuan. All right. Everyone shut up. Seeing that Li Zishuan and Qiu Xingong were getting more and more out of control, Duan Zhishuan finally couldn't help but shout. The Black Armored Army was just expanded a few months ago. Right now, the most important task is to intensify the training and increase the overall strength of the Black Armored Army. Regardless of whether it is the 2nd Battalion or the 5th Battalion, they are all part of the Black Armored Army. Why should we divide them? If the newly expanded Black Armored Army does not have the strength to fight against the Turkic Wolf Riders before the attack on the Turkic Empire, not only will the three of us be punished by His Majesty, Du Xia will also be cursed for life. Therefore, I hope that the two of you can temporarily put aside your differences and work together to restore the Black Armored Army to its peak strength instead of blaming each other here. Duan Jishuan's words weren't biased towards any side. He was completely standing on the position of the Black Armored Army's general. He was stating the pros and cons of Qiu Xingong and Li Zishuan, hoping that the two of them would temporarily stop fighting and focus on the overall situation of the Black Armored Army. Hearing the sharp edge in Duan Jishuan's words, Qiu Xingong instantly fell silent. Li Zishuan clasped his fist and said, "The general is right. Regardless of whether it is the 2nd Battalion or the 5th Battalion, they are all part of the Black Armored Army. However, it is precisely because of this that we cannot treat them differently. We cannot let the 5th Battalion soldiers starve. Therefore, I hope that the general will reconsider." Qiu Xingong wanted to refute, but Duan Jishuan waved his hand and didn't give him the chance to do so. "All right. We will do as Adjunct Li says. How can soldiers not be fed when they are fighting a war? Pass down my orders. From today onwards, the 5th Battalion's meals will be returned to normal. This matter will be handled by Xingong." Saying this, Duan Jishuan looked at Qiu Xingong. The reason why he handed this matter over to him was because Qiu Xingong was the one in charge of the Black Armored Army's logistics. At this point, Qiu Xingong also knew that he couldn't win against Duan Jishuan. If this continued, he might fall out with Duan Jishuan. If that happened, he might not be able to stay in the Black Armored Army anymore. Therefore, he could only clasp his fist and said, "Yes, sir." After that, he looked at Li Zishuan, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Then, he clasped his fist and said to Qiu Xingong, "I still have military matters to attend to. I shall take my leave first." Go ahead, Xingong." Duan Jishuan nodded. Qiu Xingong immediately turned and left. Only Duan Jishuan and Li Zishuan were left in the commander's tent. Duan Jishuan looked at Li Zishuan and said, "Adjunct Li, you were a little rash today. Although you were right in this matter, I don't wish for you and Xingong to be at loggerheads in the Black Armored Army. Just like what I said earlier, the Black Armored Army's priority now is to seize the time to train and increase the overall strength of the army. I hope you can understand my painstaking efforts." Hearing this, Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Of course I understand your painstaking efforts. The reason why I joined the Black Armored Army is to increase the strength of the Black Armored Army. What I said earlier was indeed a little too extreme. However, it was all for the sake of the 5th Battalion and the Black Armored Army. Please forgive me. In the future, I will not take the initiative to argue with General Qiu. The Black Armored Army's training will be our priority." Duan Jishuan had taken good care of Li Zishuan in the army. Hence, Li Zishuan didn't make any promises. His words showed that he knew when to advance and when to retreat. He gave Duan Jishuan some face and also made his attitude clear. If others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. As long as Qiu Xingong didn't provoke him, he wouldn't offend him. If Qiu Xingong bullied him, he wouldn't let him off easily. Duan Jishuan could of course hear the hidden meaning in Li Zishuan's words. He was already quite satisfied with this. After interacting with Li Zishuan for so many days, he knew that Li Zishuan wasn't someone who was willing to be taken advantage of. It wasn't easy for Duan Jishuan to make such a concession. He didn't expect Li Zishuan to not retaliate when hit or scolded. That wasn't Li Zishuan's style. "Good. With your words, I can rest assured. You can go back to your work." Duan Jishuan patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and smiled. "I'll take my leave." Li Zishuan clasped his fist and turned around to leave the commander's tent. After leaving the commander's tent and returning to the area where the Wu Battalion was located, the soldiers had already finished their combat training and were starting to train their arm strength. It could be seen that the soldiers of the Wu Battalion were doing push-ups and pull-ups with ease. Just as Li Zishuan had guessed, the soldiers had gradually adapted to the current training method and volume. After all, they were once the elites of their respective guard stations. Their physical fitness was undeniable. Now, if they wanted to continue to improve, then the only way was to increase the volume of training. Li Zishuan didn't plan to tell them about the plan to increase the volume of training and the news that the Wu battalion would be eating 2 pieces of meat a day. This was because it would disrupt the soldiers' training rhythm. It was best to tell them after the afternoon training. Plus, the Wu battalion already had meat for lunch. If he didn't tell them, the soldiers wouldn't know that the meals in the Wu battalion were going back to normal. After watching the soldiers train for a while, Li Zishuan turned around and went to inspect the other battalions. Although the Wu battalion's overall strength was at the bottom of the Black Armored Army, it was the best training camp among the 4 battalions. Now that the Wu battalion was going to increase the volume of training, Li Zishuan thought that after 2 days, the A battalion, C battalion and D battalion would also have to increase the volume of training. Duan Jishuan was right about one thing. The Black Armored Army was a whole. The A, B, C, D and E battalions were all members of the Black Armored Army. The reason why Li Zishuan sent him to be the Black Armored Army's adjutant was to improve the overall strength of the Black Armored Army, not just the strength of one battalion. Because of this, he was more concerned about the competition between the Wu battalion and the B battalion in 5 days. Only then could the 5 battalions of the Black Armored Army be completely unified in their training methods. Dang, dang, dang. In the blink of an eye, it was already dusk. The gong sounded on the drill ground, signaling the end of the training. After a hard day, the soldiers could finally heave a sigh of relief. Soon, they could eat and sleep. Gather in the Wu battalion. Sun Jiping didn't announce the disbandment of the Wu battalion. Instead, he asked everyone to gather. Li Zishuan and Sun Jiping stood in front of the soldiers. Li Zishuan nodded at Sun Jiping. Sun Jiping then looked at the soldiers and said loudly, "I've called everyone here to announce 2 important things. First, from tomorrow onwards, the training load of the soldiers in the Wu battalion will be increased by 30%. In other words, you will have to run 13 miles in the morning, do 130 push-ups and 20 pull-ups to pass the test. Those who can't complete the training will be punished by 30%. In addition, the training in the Wu battalion will end half an hour later every day. The extra half hour will be used to practice martial arts. 3 days later, we will participate in the martial arts competition together with our brothers from the A battalion, C battalion and D battalion." Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at each other. The training load was increased by 30%, and the training time was increased by half an hour. This was crazy. Everyone looked at each other. Although it was hard for them to accept, they didn't say anything because of their good military training. What the F***ck? This Sun Jiping is too much of a scammer. I've just gotten used to the training in the Wu battalion, and now he wants to increase the training load for everyone? This is too much of a scammer. Cheng Chimo wanted to protest, but seeing that no one was making a sound, he thought of the strict military rules of the Black Armored Army. He could only swallow the words that were on the tip of his tongue back into his stomach and curse Sun Jiping inwardly. What he didn't know was that Sun Jiping was just a scapegoat. The one who made this decision was Li Zishuan, not Sun Jiping. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Sun Jiping knew that although they didn't say anything, they must be dissatisfied in their hearts. So he smiled and said, "The second thing is good news for you. From today onwards, the food supply of the Black Armored Army will be back to normal. Everyone can have 2 meals of meat every day. You can eat as much as you want." To the soldiers of the Wu battalion, this was really good news. Life in the army was already tough, and they had to go through all kinds of tough training. Under such circumstances, they could only have 1 meal of meat every day. How could those tasteless meals fill their stomachs? Now that they heard that the food supply of the Wu battalion was back to normal, everyone couldn't help but cheer. "Oh! Field Officer's son is awesome! Field Officer's son is awesome!" Cheng Chimo, who was cursing in his heart just now, also cheered along with everyone else. He thought to himself, it's not a loss to be able to have 2 meals of meat every day and have 30% more training load. The cheers gradually washed away the slight unhappiness of the soldiers. Just as Qing Chimo thought, to them, under such tough training, they could have 2 meals of meat every day. Even if their training load was increased by 30%, it was still not a loss. All right. Dismissed. Go to the kitchen to eat. There's meat in the kitchen tonight. Sun Jiping smiled and waved his hand. Oh. All the soldiers cheered and rushed to the kitchen. Before this, they couldn't eat meat at night. Chapter 1806. Hee hee. There really is meat in the kitchen tonight, Field Officer Sun, you didn't lie to us. Haha. Outside the kitchen of the Wu camp, Qing Chimo winked at Sun Jiping, who was still queuing up after he got his food. Just now, when Sun Jiping announced the dismissal of the party, this guy had sprinted to the kitchen at the speed of 100 meters. Therefore, when most people were still queuing up, this guy had already gotten his food. That bowl was filled with plump, fresh meat. It was no wonder this guy was so smug. Sun Jiping smiled and didn't say anything, because in the Wu camp, he was the only one who knew how hard it was to restore 2 meals a day. Hey! You guys wait in line, I'll go eat first. Same old place. Qing Chimo laughed and didn't forget to tease Yuchi Baolin before he left, haha. Baolin, your running speed is not good. Looks like you need to practice more in the future when you're running with armor on. After that, Qing Chimo held his bowl and walked proudly towards the foot of the wall not far away. That was the place where he, Li Zishuan, Sun Jiping, Yuchi Baolin and the others always ate together. Field Officer, why did our camp suddenly restore 2 meals a day? Didn't we lose to the other 4 camps before, so we got cut off 1 meal a day? Qing Chimo was a muddle-headed person, but not everyone in the Wu camp was muddle-headed. There were still people who wanted to know why the normal food supply was restored. A big guy who was queuing beside Sun Jiping and Li Zishuan asked Sun Jiping. This person was Wang Rong, a squad leader from the first team of the E Battalion. The two of them had met once when Li Zishuan was patrolling the camp a few days ago. Ding Dali, who was bewitched by Sun Tao and incited the soldiers to mutiny, was a soldier under Wang Rong. That's right. Field Officer, that competition was arranged by General Chiu, and it was also General Chiu who set the punishment rules. Why is he so kind to restore 2 meals a day for us? Another soldier behind Wang Rong interjected at this moment. Although Sun Jiping was very strict with his subordinates during training, he could often get along well with the soldiers outside of the school. Hearing this, he glared at Wang Rong and the others and said in a bad mood, "Humph. You still have the nerve to ask? If it wasn't for you guys who insisted on participating in the competition set by General Chiu, how could our rations be reduced so openly? You know it's a trap, but you people still don't listen to advice and jump in." Sun Jiping's words had a hint of exasperation in them. When Wang Rong heard that, he scratched his head in embarrassment. Back then, he had also wanted to join the competition and teach Chen Datong a lesson. But who would have thought that the Wu Battalion would suffer a crushing defeat and become the weakest of the black armored troops? Even though he was a little embarrassed, Wang Rong was still a little unconvinced. "Lieutenant, although we were a little impulsive in that competition, but that bastard Chen Datong brought the 2nd Battalion people to steal our rations. If we were to swallow our anger and not teach that bastard a lesson, wouldn't we become cowards? Squad leader Wang is right, it was the 2nd Battalion who provoked us first. They even took a sh*T on us, how can we be cowards?" As soon as Wang Rong finished speaking, a few soldiers around him echoed in agreement. Hee hee. What happened in the end? Seeing this, Sun Jiping sneered and said, "In the end, the Wu Battalion became the last in the entire army. Not only did we become the laughing stock of the entire army, but our rations were also reduced openly." At this point, Wang Rong and the others lowered their heads in shame, but none of them admitted their mistake. They were ashamed because the Wu Battalion was indeed not as good as the other battalions, but none of them thought that it was a mistake to accept the competition. This was the stubbornness of a soldier. Sun Jiping changed the topic and continued, if it wasn't for Colonel Li who pleaded with the Grand General today, all of you would only be able to eat meat once a day. I hope you'll remember this lesson and not act recklessly in the future." When everyone heard this, they finally understood why the Wu Battalion's rations were restored today. Wang Rong and the others who were nearby all cupped their fists towards Li Zishuan and said, "Thank you for joining the army. Thank you, Colonel, for pleading for us in front of the Grand General." Sun Jiping's voice was very loud just now, and it should have been mixed with true qi when he spoke. Very quickly, the soldiers in the other lines more or less heard the reason, and they all cupped their fists towards Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan didn't expect Sun Jiping to do this to the Wu Battalion soldiers. He actually didn't want to tell the soldiers the truth, but since things had already come to this, he wanted to use this opportunity to boost their morale. He waved his hand at the surrounding soldiers and said loudly, "All right, don't be so polite. This time I went to plead for you in front of the Grand General, not because I sympathize with you, and not because I want you to be grateful to me. I just want to give you a chance to have a fair battle with the 2nd Battalion." More than a month ago, the competition between the 5 battalions of the Black Armored Army was extremely unfair to the Wu Battalion soldiers who were all new recruits. At that time, you all took the initiative to accept the challenge, so I won't blame you. Similarly, Field Officer Sun won't blame you either. Because a real man is born in this world, there are things that you can do, and things that you can't do. You can be killed, but you can't be humiliated. You all knew that you were no match for them, but you still accepted the challenge. This proves that you all have backbone and courage. The reason why you all lost in the end was because the Wu Battalion had just been established. You all didn't know each other well, so it was naturally difficult for you to win against the other battalions in terms of battle formation. A person's backbone and courage are innate, but strength can be nurtured. This is also one of the reasons why I have never given up on the Wu Battalion. Because I believe that as long as you all train hard for a period of time, you will definitely not be weaker than any of the other 4 battalions of the Black Armored Army. The shame of being the last battalion in the Black Armored Army shouldn't fall on your heads. Now, you all are the same as the 2nd Battalion. You all can eat 2 meals of meat every day. I hope that you all can work harder in your training. In the competition between the 2 battalions 5 days later, I hope that you all can defeat the 2nd Battalion beautifully to wipe away the shame and tell everyone that the Wu Battalion isn't the last. Only in this way can we prove that our brothers in the Wu Battalion are not cowards." Li Zishuan's words were quite provocative. Most of the men in the army were hot-blooded. Otherwise, this group of men in the Wu Battalion wouldn't have accepted the challenge without thinking about the consequences. At this time, after hearing Li Zishuan's words, no matter if it was those who were getting their food, or those who hadn't gotten their food yet, they all looked towards Li Zishuan, waved their fists and shouted, "We, the members of the Wu Battalion, are not cowards. In the competition 5 days later, I will hammer those bastards in the 2nd Battalion to death. Rest assured, Colonel, we will train hard. This time, the Wu Battalion will definitely not lose. The Wu Battalion is not cowards. The Wu Battalion will definitely win." Thousands of words were finally summed up into one sentence: the Wu Battalion is not cowards. The Wu Battalion will definitely win. Outside the Wu Battalion's kitchen, there was a burst of loud cheers. The soldiers who had been training for a whole day and were tired and hungry were now shouting as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Li Zishuan was very suspicious. If the 2nd Battalion came here now, would this group of people rush up and beat them up? Using the past conflicts, using the honor and competitiveness of the soldiers, to arouse the fighting spirit in the hearts of the soldiers. This was what Li Zishuan wanted to do, and he did it. During the opening ceremony of Yanhuang College last year, Li Zishuan gave a speech to the teachers and students of Yanhuang College. He described the bright future of engineering, which made the teachers and students of Yanhuang College go crazy. Qing Yaojin, who was present at that time, couldn't help but sigh in private. This kid is really good at stirring up people's hearts. In the future, when we catch him in the army and let him shout a few words like this, wouldn't those bastards be screaming and going to kill people? There seemed to be some kind of mysterious connection in the unseen world. The sentence that Qing Yaojin secretly sighed in secret was now really coming true. Looking at the posture of the soldiers of the Wu battalion now, weren't they going to scream and kill people? Hey! Xiao Xian, I say, your ability to stir up people's hearts is too amazing. After the soldiers shouted for a while, Li Zishuan asked them to hurry up and eat. Shouting slogans was just as bad as not enough. Shouting slogans occasionally could boost people's morale, but shouting too much would make people tired. Carrying their bowls, Ching Chumo came to the place where they often squatted down to eat. At this time, he winked at Li Zishuan and said, being born in a family of generals, and having such a powerful father, Ching Chumo was quite familiar with some of the things and methods in the army. So he naturally knew that what Li Zishuan said just now was just a tactic used by generals to boost morale. Hearing this, Li Zishuan stood up and was about to kick Ching Chumo's butt, but this guy nimbly dodged it. Li Zishuan glared at this idiot and said unhappily, if you don't know how to talk, then talk less. What do you mean by stirring up people's hearts? I was trying to boost morale, what do you know? At this time, Yuchi Baolin was chewing on a piece of fatty meat. Before he could swallow it, he followed behind Li Zishuan and added, oh, brother Chou Nyo, I heard you shouting just now, and you shouted louder than Wang Rong and the others. This was a good stab. When Ching Chumo heard this, his small face instantly darkened. Although he knew that it was just a small tactic used by Li Zishuan to boost morale, when the soldiers shouted their slogans, he couldn't help but shout behind them. There was no other way. Who asked Li Zishuan's words to be too much for his temper and too encouraging? If this was brainwashing, then he was more than happy to be brainwashed by Li Zishuan. Haha. Baolin, if you know how to talk, then talk more in the future. Seeing Ching Chumo's embarrassed face, Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh loudly. Then he patted Baolin's shoulder and said, come, Baolin, I can't finish all this meat, I'll give it all to you. There were both fatty and lean meats in the kitchen, but in the end, there was still more fatty meat. Even though the conditions in the army were tough, Li Zishuan still didn't like to eat fatty meat. He would rather eat vegetables than fatty meat. However, Ching Chumo and Yuchi Baolin weren't picky eaters. When they heard that Li Zishuan wanted to share the meat, Ching Chumo and Yuchi Baolin's eyes lit up. Yuchi Baolin was the closest, so he hurriedly extended his bowl over and chuckled. Hee hee. Thank you, Yamacho. Li Zishuan pushed the meat into Baolin's bowl as he said helplessly, how many times have I told you? In the army, in private, just call me by my name like a virgin. You just can't change it. Hee hee. Yuchi Baolin scratched his head and laughed foolishly, but didn't say anything. Even though Li Zishuan treated him and Ching Chumo as brothers, he respected Li Zishuan from the bottom of his heart, so he wouldn't call Li Zishuan by his name. Hey. How can Baolin eat so much by himself? Little Xian, share half with me. I'll help you finish it. How could Ching Chumo miss out on such a good thing? When he saw the situation, he immediately picked up his bowl and moved over. Brother Chou Nyo, I can finish it all by myself. Yuchi Baolin couldn't tolerate anyone doubting his appetite, so he immediately retorted. Ching Chumo opened his mouth and almost cursed out loud. Sigh, little Xian, why did I take things so hard and insist on joining the army with you? It's so tiring to train here, and I didn't have enough to eat before. Luckily, I can eat meat twice a day from now on. At night, after a tiring day, Ching Chumo was lying on his bed after washing up. He looked at Li Zishuan, who was still reading under the candlelight, and couldn't help but complain. Li Zishuan was reading the military book Li Zishuan had imparted to him, Mirror of the Six Armies. Even though the book only had a few thousand words, the meaning behind it was profound and required repeated reading. Otherwise, Li Zishuan, who had powerful mental strength and could read 10 lines at a glance, would have finished the entire book long ago. At this moment, when he heard Ching Chumo's words, Li Zishuan didn't even lift his eyes. Instead, he said calmly, didn't you always want to join the army and go to the battlefield? What? Now that you've suffered a little, you want to back out? Ching Chumo thought for a moment and replied, Heh. I won't back out. You didn't back out. I'm your brother, so how can I back out? Besides, it's true that I've always wanted to join the army. You also know that Bao Lin and I aren't cut out for studying. How can studying compare to going to the battlefield and killing enemies? It's just that the Black Armored Army isn't a place for people to stay. Especially that new training manual of yours. It's much more tiring than the training of the other guards in the capital. After a pause, Qing Chimo suddenly said, I was just thinking that if I didn't come with you to the Black Armored Army, I would have gone up north with Qing K to fix the telegraph relay station. We could go sightseeing, eat good food, and drink good wine. Wouldn't that be much better than staying in the army? Qing K, hearing Qing Chimo mention Qing K, Li Zishuan couldn't help but frown. A hint of worry appeared on his face. He said calmly, this time, Qing K is bringing people up north because she has an important mission. Do you think she's going sightseeing and eating good food? As long as you can ensure that she doesn't have to worry about anything, I hope that you can accompany her instead of following me to the army. Sigh. At this point, Li Zishuan stood up, his face full of worry. Chapter 1807. What's wrong? Little Xian, why do you sound like Qing K will be in danger this time? In the tent, Qing Chimo quivered after hearing Li Zishuan's words and quickly asked. His words clearly revealed a sense of concern. Before last year, Qing Chimo had deliberately kept a distance from Li Tai. At that time, Li Tai and Li Qingxian were fighting for the throne in the palace. Qing Chimo could not allow his son to get involved, so whether it was Li Qingxian or Li Tai, he had always kept a distance from them. However, after Yanhuang College was established and he had been Li Tai's classmate for more than a year, the two had established a certain friendship. Although they were not as close as brothers, they were still good friends. Thus, after hearing Li Zishuan's words, Qing Chimo was slightly nervous. Yuqi Baolin also had the same reaction. The latter sat up from the couch and looked worriedly at Li Zishuan. Of course there is danger. Li Zishuan nodded and said in a low voice, now that the Tang Empire and the Turks are at daggers drawn and both sides have deployed their troops at the border, a war could break out at any moment. At such a sensitive time, if Qing K brings the academy's teachers and students north, it will attract the attention of the Turk spies in the Tang Empire. Although I heard from General Duan that His Majesty has sent 1,000 imperial guards to escort the academy to the north, and the leaders are the two brothers Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying, it is easier to dodge an open spear than an arrow in the dark. 1,000 imperial guards cannot protect Qing K and the others at all times. If the Turks really want to secretly attack Qing K and the others, they are likely to succeed. Qing Chimo panicked when he heard this. He hit his head and said irritably, then what should we do? Little Xian, you always have a lot of ideas. Quickly think of something. We can't let anything happen to Qing K and the others, right? Why you and Iron Egg are still inside. At the very beginning, Qing Chimo had thought that this trip to the north was just a training mission assigned by the academy to Li Tai. Anyway, they were in the Tang Empire and would not encounter any danger. All they had to do was to set up the telegraph relay stations in Taiyuan and Yunzhou. However, after hearing Li Zishuan's words, he realized that things were not as simple as he thought. This was no ordinary training trip. His life might be in danger. At this moment, Qing Chimo could not help but regret not going north with Li Tai, Iron Egg, and the others. Hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel helpless. Think of a way. Think of a solution. You and I are in the army now, and Qing K and the others are probably about to reach Taiyuan. Even if I have 1,000 plans, what can I do? What's more, what's the current situation on their side? Do the Turks know the purpose of their journey north? We don't know anything about this. How am I supposed to think of a solution? Then what should we do? Qing Chimo was at a loss for words. After a while, he opened his mouth and asked. Wait. After a long silence, Li Zishuan said, the only thing we can do now is wait. We can only wait for Qing K to send back news. We can only hope that the Turks have no time to care about what's going on here, or that Qing K can predict the danger ahead of time and proceed with caution. Aren't you just wasting your breath? When Qing Chimo heard this, he immediately rolled his eyes and said dejectedly. Then tell me, what good ideas do you have? Li Zishuan glanced at this fellow and said in annoyance. What ideas do I have? Qing Chimo was instantly rendered speechless. He was the king of words. He could scold others, but to ask him to come up with some substantial suggestions was making things difficult for him. Li Zishuan also knew this fellow's personality, so he did not press him. Shaking his head, he said, Qing Ke and the others should be arriving in Taiyuan City in 2 days. If there's a situation there, she should immediately send me a telegram. Thus, someone needs to be guarding the telegraph machine for the next 2 days. If Qing Ke sends a message, I'll be able to receive it immediately. This way, it'll be easier for me to come up with a plan. Little Xian, I can do this. Let me do it. Qing Chimo's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly volunteered. Guarding the telegraph machine in the tent meant that he wouldn't have to train bitterly on the drilling ground for the next 2 days. For Qing Chimo, who else could take this opportunity but himself? He would fight anyone who tried to take it from him. Thus, after saying that, he deliberately looked at Yuchi Baolin, who was next to him, and gave him a crazy look. Although Yuchi Baolin was straightforward, he was not stupid. He could tell what Qing Chimo wanted to say, so he did not say anything. He wanted to give this opportunity to Qing Chimo. You? If I let you stay in the tent and guard the telegraph machine, I'm afraid you'll fall asleep in less than 2 hours. Li Zishuan glanced at Qing Chimo and said indifferently, leave this matter to Baolin. Baolin is usually more meticulous and responsible than you. You'd better put your mind to training and stop thinking about other things. He would not forget that he had sent Qing Chimo to help in the kitchen a few days ago, but this guy had hidden in the pile of firewood and fallen asleep. Although Qing Chimo had coincidentally stumbled upon Zhang Kangmian's plot, it also showed how unreliable this guy was. Furthermore, Baolin's martial arts realm was slightly higher than Qing Chimo's, so Li Zishuan did not want Qing Chimo to miss the next 2 days of training. Otherwise, this guy would fall further and further behind the rest. Little Xian, you can't do this. I promise, I'll guard the telegraph machine well and won't slack off. Hearing that, Qing Chimo was dumbfounded. Li Zishuan was not moved at all. He looked at Baolin and asked, Baolin, I'll leave this matter to you. You should be fine, right? I don't need you to translate the message. When the telegraph machine rings, just get someone to call me over. Baolin looked troubled. He looked at Qing Chimo, who was shaking his head at him, and then at Li Zishuan. After hesitating for a while, he finally nodded and said, Yamacho, don't worry. I'll take care of the telegraph machine for you. He did not want to disappoint Li Zishuan. Moreover, he knew that the final decision was Li Zishuan's, and Li Zishuan's decision was usually not easily changed. Whether he agreed or not, Li Zishuan would probably not leave this matter to Qing Chimo. Good. Then I'm relieved. Li Zishuan walked over and patted Baolin's shoulder with a gratified smile. By this time, Qing Chimo knew that it was impossible for him to succeed, so he lay back down on the bed and said in a strange tone, Hey, Xiao Xian, if you ask me, your method won't work either. You just said that we're all in the army, but Qing Ke and the others are far away in Taiyuan. Even if they send you a telegram, you won't be able to help them in time. If you ask me, you should have let me go to Taiyuan with Qing Ke and the others from the beginning instead of coming to the army camp. With a master like me protecting them, who cares what kind of monsters come? I, old Cheng, will cut them all down with a knife. It was easy for this guy to brag. Li Zishuan could not help but laugh. You? A master? Master. Master. Yes, how could I forget him? He wanted to mock Qing Chimo, but he suddenly thought of someone. He knocked his head and turned back to his bed to get the telegraph. He placed it on the table and began to send the telegram. Beep, 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 beep. Soon, a string of messages was sent out. Qing Chimo was dumbfounded at this time. He wondered, Xiao Xian, who did you think of? Also, who are you sending the telegram to now? Li Zishuan ignored him and sat by the table, quietly waiting for a response from the other side of the telegraph. Beep, beep, beep. After about half a cup of tea's time, the telegraph on the table finally rang. Li Zishuan perked up and listened carefully for a moment. When the telegraph stopped ringing, he began to send the telegram again. Beep, 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 beep. The whole process lasted about a quarter of an hour. Qing Chimo could only watch in confusion. He wanted to ask, but Li Zishuan did not say anything. At this time, when Li Zishuan finished sending the telegram and was about to put away the telegraph, Qing Chimo finally could not hold back. He quickly asked, Xiao Xian, can you tell me who you were sending the telegram to just now? Li Zishuan put away the telegraph leisurely, smiled, and then said mysteriously, a master. You don't know him anyway. Go to sleep. Tomorrow's training will be increased by 30%. A master? I don't know him. Who is it? When Qing Chimo heard this, he became even more curious. How could he sleep at this time? So, he chased after Li Zishuan to get to the bottom of it. But what made him gnash his teeth was that Li Zishuan just refused to tell him. If he could beat Li Zishuan would probably have been beaten up 800 times by now. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Taiyuan, Wang family's ancestral home. At this time, most of the people in the deep courtyard had already gone to bed. An old man in a gray robe with high cheekbones and gray hair came alone to the grievance hall on the west side. In terms of physiognomy, cheekbones corresponded to power. Generally speaking, people with high cheekbones had a great desire for power. Second elder, you're here? Please come in. When he arrived at the entrance of the grievance hall, a man came out and bowed to the old man. Second elder? This old man was the second elder of the Wang family of Taiyuan, Wang Kuei, Wang Bing's younger brother. In the history of the North, in order to avoid Li Yuan's father, Li Kuei, Wang Bing was changed to Wang Kong. The man who came out to greet him was Shao Qing. The old man only paused for a moment. He didn't even look at Shao Qing before he walked towards the grievance hall. As for the guards at the entrance of the grievance hall, it was unknown where they went tonight. As a result, there was no one guarding the entrance of the grievance hall. Rini greets second elder. When Wang Kuei came to the grievance hall, a young man dressed neatly walked out of the room quickly. Then, he respectfully bowed 5 steps in front of Wang Kuei. Wang Kuei's gaze fell on Wang Rini. He was silent for a long time before he said indifferently, I heard that you came to find me for an extremely urgent matter. Moreover, it concerns the life and death of my Wang family of Taiyuan. Now that I'm here, you can speak. Wang Rini straightened his body and said calmly, this grievance hall is not a place to talk. Second elder, please move to the side hall for a chat. Finished speaking, Wang Rini made an inviting gesture. Wang Kuei hesitated for a moment before he nodded and said, okay. Then I'll listen to you speak. If I find out that you're exaggerating and trying to scare me, I won't let you off easily. Finished speaking, Wang Kuei flicked his sleeves and walked towards the inner room. Chapter 1808. Can you speak now? Taiyuan, Wang family ancestral residence, grievance hall. Wang Kuei walked into the side hall and sat down at the head of the table. He looked at Wang Rini and said expressionlessly. Since Wang Yu had imprisoned Wang Rini here last year and forbade any member of the family from stepping into the grievance hall, Wang Kuei had taken a certain risk by coming here tonight. However, as the second elder of the Wang family, it was easy for him to send away the guards outside the courtyard. If Wang Rinbiao could say something that piqued his interest tonight, he would naturally be happy. If not, then Wang Rinbiao would not have a good time. I heard yesterday that my eldest brother got married in Qizhou, and the person he married is the daughter of a merchant. What is second elder's opinion on this? Wang Rini cupped his hands and said. Wang Kuei frowned and said unhappily, Humph. This is your eldest branch's matter. What opinion can this old man have? Now the Wang family of Taiyuan has lost all face because of your eldest branch. Members of aristocratic families had always been insufferably arrogant, and the innate superiority in their hearts was deeply ingrained. Wang Kuei was the staunchest opponent of Wang Rinbiao marrying Li Jingchu among the elders of the Wang family. Even with Li Zishuan's letter, he still opposed this marriage. In his view, Li Jingchu was not worthy of marrying into the Wang family, and even less worthy of marrying the eldest son of the Wang family. Li Zishuan had no right to interfere in the Wang family's affairs. Therefore, Wang Kuei did not approve of Li Zishuan's letter. Hearing this, Wang Rin's expression did not change, but he was laughing in his heart. He cupped his hands again and said, "The Wang family is a 1,000-year-old family, and my eldest brother is the eldest son of the Wang family. This matter is indeed lacking in consideration. However, second elder, have you thought about why my father, who has always put the family's interests first, agreed to my eldest brother's marriage this time?" Wang Kuei's face darkened. He frowned and said, "What do you mean?" Wang Rin was neither flustered nor slow as he said seriously, "My father is scared. My grandfather is also afraid. That's why no one dares to stop my elder brother's marriage." This time, without waiting for Wang Kuei to ask, Wang Rin continued, "Rin heard that the woman my big brother married was recognized as his foster sister by the Marquis of Yong'an. Now, the Marquis of Yong'an is in the limelight in the imperial court. Not only did he become a marquis at such a young age, he was even conferred the position of provincial governor of a province by the emperor. He is in charge of the military and political power of a province. He recognized that woman as his adopted sister because he wanted to facilitate this marriage. In the past few years, the aristocratic families have been in a state of turmoil, and the suppression of the aristocratic families by the imperial power has become an indisputable fact. My father and grandfather are unwilling to offend the Marquis of Eternal Peace, so they have chosen to acquiesce in this matter. They lowered their heads to the Marquis of Yong'an, which is the same as lowering their heads to the imperial court. My big brother, as the eldest son of the first wife, ignored the interests of the clan and committed such a grave mistake. He should have been stripped of his status as the eldest son of the first wife, but because of the intervention of the Marquis of Yong'an, nothing happened. It's laughable that our Wang family's 1,000 years of glory is now lowering our heads to a small marquis. Truly laughable." Towards the end, Wang Rin's deliberately calm face lost some of his composure. His voice also became filled with unwillingness and madness. "Shut up." Although Wang Kuei did not approve of the marriage between Wang Rinbiao and Li Jingchu, he would not allow others to humiliate the Wang family. After all, he was the second elder of the Wang family. At this moment, a trace of understanding flashed across his furious eyes. He looked at Wang Rin and sneered, "It seems that you are very jealous of your big brother and want to borrow this old man's strength to replace him? Humph. Dream on. You are only a bastard son of the eldest son. What right do you have to dare to covet the position of the future head of the Wang family?" Chapter 1809. Then second elder is willing to let me be adopted by the second branch? In the side hall of the grievance hall, Wang Rin looked at Wang Kuei and cupped his hands. Wang Kuei stroked his beard and pretended to be indifferent. "I'm naturally happy that you're willing to be adopted by the second branch. Your second uncle has been married for many years and still doesn't have a son. You being adopted by him can be considered as fulfilling a wish of mine for many years. However, you have to get your father's consent. After all, you're his son." Wang Rin's face flashed with resentment when he heard this. He said coldly, "Humph. He never had a son like me in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have imprisoned me here for an outsider, and he wouldn't have sent my mother back to the ancestral home from Sui province. Since he doesn't have a son like me in his heart, what right does he have to stop me from being adopted? As long as second elder and second uncle agree, I'll write a letter tomorrow and inform him of this matter. At that time, I only need second elder to help me say a few words in the clan, and he definitely won't stop me from being adopted by the second branch. Because he only has Wang Rinbiao as his son in his heart." Wang Kuei nodded and said, "Good. If Wang Yu obstructs you in this matter, I'll speak up for you in the clan. Hong hasn't had a son for many years. I believe that big brother, third brother, and fourth brother will give me some face." Wang Rin wanted to be adopted by the second branch, and the second branch just happened to have no children. the two sides really hit it off. In that case, Rini thanks second elder. Wang Rini's expression had returned to normal at this time. He cupped his hands and said to Wang Kuei. Wang Kuei's face turned solemn and he said in a deep voice, "Then can you tell me your plan now?" Compared to taking in a grandson, Wang Kuei was undoubtedly more concerned about how to strengthen the Wang family and seize the family's power. He was very dissatisfied with the Wang family's current decline. Of course, he was even more dissatisfied with the Wang family's current power. Wang Rini frowned and said, "I can tell second elder, but before I tell you the overall plan, second elder has to help me do something." "What is it?" Wang Kuei frowned. At this time, some displeasure had already risen in his heart. "You haven't done anything yet, and you want me to do something for you? How could there be such a good thing in this world?" Wang Rini looked at Wang Kuei with a determined gaze and said, "I need second elder to help me break free from my imprisonment. I want to leave this grievance hall." Hearing this, Wang Ku looked directly into Wang Rini's eyes. He had reason to suspect that Wang Rini was trying to use him to help him break free from his imprisonment. However, he could not see a trace of deceit or evasion in Wang Rini's eyes. This proved that Wang Rini's acting skills were either superb, so superb that he could deceive his experienced eyes. If not, then everything Wang Rini said before was the truth. After staring at Wang Rini for over 10 breaths of time, Wang Kuei shook his head and said, "It was your father, Wang Yu, who imprisoned you here. Even though I'm his senior, he's still the current patriarch of the Wang clan, so I have no right to release you." Wang Rini seemed to be mentally prepared for this. Hearing this, he insisted, "In the past, second elder would indeed find it difficult to release me, but now, I'm about to become a member of the second branch, which means I'm second elder's grandson. The one who committed a mistake and was imprisoned was Wang Yu's son, not your grandson. If I'm still locked up in the grievance hall, then what face will the Wang clan's second branch have left? I believe that as long as second elder puts pressure on my father with the other elders, he will definitely not refuse to give you face. Moreover, this plan can't do without me. Only when I leave the grievance hall can the plan succeed. At that time, I can help second elder seize power in the clan. Killing two birds with one stone." Wang Rini's initiative to be adopted by the Wang clan's second branch was really killing two birds with one stone. Not only could he gain Wang Kuei's trust, but he could also use this to get out of his current predicament. Just think about it, the Wang clan's second branch only had Wang Hong, but he didn't have a son for so many years. If this continued, the Wang clan's second branch was likely to be cut off. In this case, if Wang Rini took the initiative to be adopted by the second branch, Wang Kuei only needed to sell his pitiful image in the clan, and the other elders of the Wang clan would agree to let Wang Rini be adopted by Wang Hong. After Wang Rini was adopted by the second branch, Wang Yu couldn't continue to imprison Wang Rini, could he? That would be equivalent to slapping the second branch in the face. Although the Wang clan's first branch was stronger than the second branch in terms of strength, between the two branches, at least on the surface, they had to maintain harmony. Therefore, on this matter, Wang Yu was very likely to compromise. At that time, Wang Rini would be able to get what he wanted and completely regain his freedom. Wang Kuei's eyes narrowed. After hearing Wang Rini's words, he quickly understood the crux of the matter. He couldn't help but feel a wave of emotions in his heart. This Wang Rini was so young, but his mind was so meticulous. If he was adopted by the second branch, he might really be able to help the second branch seize power in the clan in the future. "Boy, you've thought it through quite thoroughly. This old man will agree to this matter. Tomorrow, you will write a letter to your father, and this old man will first discuss the matter of your adoption with big brother and third brother. Once you are adopted by the second branch, this old man will naturally help you leave the grievance hall." After pondering for a moment, Wang Kuei said lightly, "If Wang Rini was adopted by the second branch and released from prison, it was in the interest of the second branch." Wang Kuei had no reason to disagree. Of course, what Wang Kuei cared about most was the plan that Wang Rini mentioned. "Thank you, second elder." Hearing this, Wang Rini couldn't help but let out a long sigh and cupped his hands. At this point, his purpose of inviting Wang Kuei over tonight had basically been achieved. Since this old man has promised you, then I will definitely do it. Now, can you tell this old man about your plan? Wang Kuei stroked his beard and asked somewhat impatiently. Wang Rini smiled mysteriously and took a step forward. Of course, in a dim and dilapidated room, several youths were bound to wooden stakes with iron shackles on their hands. Their hair was disheveled, and their bodies were riddled with wounds. There were also several bloody marks on their faces. Around them stood several burly soldiers. Judging from their leather armor, they were actually Turkic soldiers. Smack. Hurry up and speak. What is your purpose in coming to Taiyuan? One of the Turkic soldiers suddenly whipped one of the youths in the face. In an instant, another deep bloody mark appeared on the youth's face. But what was strange was that this Turkic soldier actually spoke in Han, and he spoke very fluently. He didn't seem like a Turkic at all, but a native of the Central Plains. Tui. Unexpectedly, the youth didn't seem to feel any pain. Instead, he spat a mouthful of bloody saliva on the soldier's face and mocked, "Dream on. As a student of Yanhuang College, I will never betray the college and the Great Tang. On the other hand, you people are clearly Han, but you are willing to be the lackeys of the Turks. I'm afraid you have even forgotten the surname of your ancestors. A bunch of beasts who have forgotten their ancestors. Tui. Bastard. You're courting death." The soldier was furious when he heard this. He whipped the youth's head again. Blood immediately flowed out. The youth let out a muffled groan and lowered his head. He no longer had any signs of life. "Stop. Come at me if you dare." The young man near the door shouted loudly at this time. "Ha! You are the king of Wei of the Great Tang. How can we bear to kill you so easily?" The Turkic soldier in the lead walked over and looked at the youth with a sinister smile. This youth was actually the king of Wei, Li Tai. With that, the leader of the Turkic soldiers turned around and ordered, "Continue whipping him. Beat him to death. I'd like to see if these brats' mouths are tougher or if my whip is tougher." The soldier who had been whipping the youth earlier replied, "Yes. Leader." Smack. Hurry up and speak. What is your purpose in coming to Taiyuan, you people of Yanhuang College? In the room, the sounds of whipping and yelling could be heard. The leader of the Turkic soldiers looked at Li Tai and said coldly, "How about it? Your Highness, are you going to speak or not? If you don't say it now, your companions will all die in front of you one by one. Once they are all dead, it will be your turn. You trash. Let us go if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, when my reinforcements arrive, I will tear you to shreds." Li Tai was so angry that his face was pale. He looked at the leader of the soldiers and shouted, "Yo! Our king of Wei sure has a temper." The leader of the Turkic soldiers laughed sinisterly. Then, his expression changed and he slapped Li Tai. He said fiercely, "Tui. Do you really think you are the king of Wei? Here, you are just a dog. You have to do whatever I tell you to do." He waved his hand and said to his subordinates, "Kill one. Let our king of Wei see who is in charge here." "Yes, leader." The executioner quickly replied. Then, without hesitation, he pulled out his sword and pointed it at the head of the young man in front of him. "No. Iron egg." When Li Tai saw this, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in anger. However, he was still shackled and could only watch as the soldier raised his blade and chopped down. A round head rolled onto the ground. "Hey! How about it? You should speak now, right?" The leader of the soldiers patted Li Tai's face and laughed sinisterly. Li Tai stared at the leader of the soldiers. His eyes were filled with hatred. It was as if he wanted to pierce through the head of the soldier in front of him. The leader of the soldiers saw that Li Tai was not speaking. He waved his hand again and said, "All right. Since our king of Wei won't speak, we will continue killing." "Yes, leader." Bam! Another human head fell to the ground. Kill again. Kill again. After a while, except for Li Tai, the rest of the young men in the room were all beheaded. The leader of the soldiers looked at Li Tai and asked, "It's your turn now. I will ask you again. Are you going to speak or not?" Bah! Unexpectedly, Li Tai spat and scolded, "Shameless bastard. I am the king of Wei of the great Tang Empire. I will not betray my country, and I will not betray my ancestors like you. If you want to kill me, just do it. You are courting death." The leader of the soldiers wiped the saliva off his face. Then, he pulled out his scimitar and stabbed it at Li Tai's chest. "No. Don't." Imperial Palace, West Court, Lijiang Palace. Empress Jianghu suddenly sat up on the bed. She was panting heavily, and her forehead was drenched in sweat. Her face was full of panic. "Guanyin maid, what's wrong?" Li Er, who was sleeping, also sat up when he heard the commotion. He patted Empress Jianghu's shoulder and asked softly. "So it was a dream." Empress Jianghu only reacted when she heard Li Er's voice. She couldn't help but mutter to herself. Chapter 18:10. Guanyin maid, you're saying that you dreamed that Qingke was captured by the Turks? In Empress Jianghu's chambers in the Imperial Palace's West Court, Empress Jianghu, who had just awoken from her nightmare, gave Li Er a brief account of her dream. Li Er frowned thoughtfully. Empress Jianghu still had lingering fears. It was clear that she had yet to recover from her dream. She tightly gripped Li Er's hand and said in a trembling voice, "Erlang, this concubine feels that this isn't a dream. This dream is too real. Moreover, Qingke and the others should be arriving in Taiyuan soon. Do you think that something has happened to Qingke?" It was said that a mother would worry when a son traveled 1,000 li. Moreover, Li Tai had never been so far from the imperial palace since his birth. Moreover, the Great Tang and the Turks were currently at daggers drawn, so how could Empress Jianghu not worry? Hearing this, Li Er's heart couldn't help but sink. He was originally slightly worried about Li Tai's safety. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent so many imperial guards to follow Li Tai up north. At this moment, when he heard Empress Jianghu narrate such a realistic nightmare, Li Er couldn't help but have a bad premonition in his heart. Despite this, Li Er's expression remained normal. He lightly patted Empress Jianghu's back and comforted her. "This is just a dream. Guanyin maid, don't think too much. Qingke has 1,000 imperial army soldiers protecting her, and the two brothers of the Duga clan are both top-class experts. Nothing will happen to her, much less in Taiyuan. Taiyuan Prefecture has 70,000 soldiers, and there are several barriers between Taiyuan and the Turks. What you saw in your dream can't possibly be real. Relax and don't think too much." These words were not only for Empress Jianghu to hear, but also for himself to hear. In his view, Li Tai's defense was so strong that it was impossible for what Empress Jianghu had seen in her dream to happen. But, this concubine's heart is still not at ease. "Erlang, has there been any news from Qingke recently?" Empress Jianghu patted her chest and panted a few times before turning to Li Er. She was already suffering from qi, and although she had gradually recovered after half a year of recuperation, she suddenly felt that it was a little difficult to breathe when she was agitated. Li Er also clearly felt Empress Jianghu's abnormality. He held Empress Jianghu's hand and said, "Qingke hasn't sent back a message yet, but that's the best news. He brought a telegraph with him on this trip. If something happens, he'll definitely send a telegram back immediately. If you are still worried, I will have someone send him a telegram tomorrow morning to ask about the situation on his side. Don't worry too much for now. Relax, and continue to rest. It's still early before daybreak." Li Er's affirmative tone made Empress Jianghu feel slightly at ease. She let out a light sigh and said with a nod, "All right. Erlang, remember to send a telegram to Qingke tomorrow. Also, send someone to inform me when Qingke returns." Ordering the emperor to do things was somewhat out of line for the empress, but Li Er and Empress Jianghu had been husband and wife since young and had deep feelings for each other. He naturally would not care about this. He smiled and comforted Guanin's servant, don't worry. If there is news tomorrow, Jin will send someone to inform you. Now, go to sleep. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. Empress Jiangsun smiled as if relieved of a heavy burden. The two of them lay down again. After a while, the sound of steady and regular breathing sounded in the bedchamber. Your Majesty, the notice of conscription has been urgently sent to all the provinces and counties. The Ministry of War has formulated a conscription plan for all the provinces and counties. All the provinces and counties are actively selecting elites. It is estimated that in a few days, the elites of the provinces and counties will enter the capital one after another. When the time comes, the 150,000 troops will be stationed on a plain south of Chang and city at the foot of Nyosho Mountain, with Fengshui at the back and building toward the east. Fengshui, one of the 8 rivers of Chang'an, was located in Shi County south of Chang'an City. It was also about 20 miles east of Nyosho Mountain. In the morning court, Li Jing, the minister of the Ministry of War, reported to Li Er the recent progress of the imperial court's preparations for war. Among them, he inevitably mentioned Li Er's request to conscript the soldiers into the capital. Although Chang'an City was the largest city in the world, it had a population of 1 million. Don't underestimate this population. Cities in this era were not like modern times where they were all high-rise buildings. The floor area ratio of residential houses was very low. Many nobles and officials often had mansions of hundreds of acres. Under such circumstances, it was not easy for Chang'an City to accommodate 1 million people. It was already the limit that they could fit into the 12 garrison camps in the capital. There was really no ready-made place to build another army camp for 150,000 troops. Therefore, the 150,000 elite soldiers recruited from all over the country could only be stationed outside the city. The location of the military camp had to be near a water source. Hearing this, Li Er nodded in satisfaction and said, the 150,000 troops will be stationed in one camp. The location of the camp is very important. The Bank of Fengshui in the south of Chang'an City is a good place. Li Jing, hear me. The Ministry of War is to immediately set up a camp by the Bank of Fengshui in the south of the city. The Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue will allocate all the resources needed. When the 150,000 elite soldiers arrive, immediately begin training. Li Jing cupped his fists and accepted the order. This old official receives the order. Li Er nodded and then looked at Xiao Yu among the civil officials. He said in a deep voice, Xiao Yu. This old official is here. Xiao Yu stepped forward and cupped his fists. Li Er opened his mouth and said, today, there will be a sum of military funds added to the Ministry of Revenue. This sum of military funds will be used to supply the 150,000 elite soldiers that are about to enter the capital. Minister Xiao, you must make sure that the soldiers do not lack their armor and food, and even more so, do not affect their training progress. Xiao Yu frowned and cupped his fists. He asked, this old official is bold to ask. Your Majesty, is this military fund from the fundraising event that will be held in Lantian City this afternoon? Hearing this, the rest of the officials in the Taiji Palace all perked up and listened attentively. This time, Li Er did not hide anything. Instead, he openly admitted, that's right. It is the fundraising event that will be reported this afternoon. This was the first time Li Er admitted in front of the civil and military officials that the 150,000 soldiers military fund was mainly from the fundraising event held by the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. The officials were only guessing before. Now that they heard Li Er personally confirm it, they could not help but be at a loss. Some of them, such as Zhang Sun Wuji, had a smile on their faces. Xiao Yu said with a serious face, Your Majesty, do you really think that with just these commoner merchants, you can raise enough military funds to supply the 150,000 soldiers for a few months? The rest of the officials also started to mutter. Obviously, from their point of view, it was impossible to raise so much money with just the commoner merchants. After all, the concept of merchants prioritizing profit was already deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. Moreover, it was the hearts of these scholars. Li Er smiled faintly. Whether it is possible or not, we will know before dusk today. At that time, if the money raised is not enough, I will think of another way. No matter what, before the army departs, we will definitely raise enough money and rations. Minister Xiao, you only need to wait until the fundraising event is over and lead the officials from the Ministry of Revenue to take over the military fund and make the overall arrangements. This old official receives the decree. Since Li Er had said this, Xiaoyu did not have anything else to say. Although it was said that since ancient times, the imperial court did not compete with the people for profits. However, now that the Great Tang and the Turks were about to go to war, at this critical juncture, no one cared about this. Li Er nodded his head in satisfaction. The situation in the north is getting more and more tense. The war between the Great Tang and the Turks is also getting more and more urgent. I hope that all of you can work together and make preparations before the war to ensure that our Great Tang will not lose this war. The officials clasped their hands together and said, "We obey the decree." Seeing that the matters that needed to be discussed were more or less discussed, Li Er opened his mouth and said, "My beloved officials, please report to me." If there is nothing else, the court is dismissed. After waiting for a while, no one stepped forward. The eunuch standing at the side of the hall shouted with a sharp voice, "The court is dismissed. Farewell, Your Majesty." As the officials sent him off, Li Er stood up and left the Taiji Palace, heading toward the Ganla Palace. Zhao Song, go and arrange for someone to send a telegram to Qin Ke from the imperial astronomer. Ask him about the situation over there. Returning to the Ganla Palace, Li Er did not even change into his normal clothes before instructing Zhao Song. In the imperial palace, there was a telegram placed in the imperial astronomer's platform, temporarily under the care of the imperial astronomer. The function of the imperial astronomer was to observe the astronomical phenomena, calculate the solar terms, and set the calendar. From the Qin, Han, to the southern dynasties, the imperial astronomer was in charge of the astronomical calendar. The secretary province of the Sui dynasty was under the imperial astronomer Chao. In the Tang dynasty, the imperial astronomer bureau was changed to the imperial astronomer bureau. After that, it was renamed to the secretarial court, the Celestial Sphere Overwatch Council, the Celestial Sphere Overwatch Council, or the Secretary Province. The imperial astronomer of this time was equivalent to the ancient version of the National Observatory. It was responsible for observing the astronomical phenomena and announcing the calendar. The imperial astronomer was equivalent to the director of the National Observatory. Due to the calendar and the fact that the ancients believed that the changes in the astronomical phenomena were directly related to the changes in human affairs, the imperial astronomer's position was very important. The reason why the telegram was kept in the Imperial Astronomer's Observatory was mainly because the observatory's observatory was located at a higher location. When sending telegrams, it would be easier for electromagnetic signals to travel further. This was what Li Zishuan had told Li Er earlier. Back when Guan City was quelling the rebellion, Li Yu brought the telegram to the pagoda of the Songhua Temple, hundreds of miles away, to send a message to the academy. This was the principle behind it. Before the telegram relay station was built, this was the only way to increase the distance of the telegram. Although the increase was limited, it was still enough to send messages from Cheng and to Taiyuan. Besides the telegram, Li Er had already sent several palace eunuchs to Yanhuang College to learn how to use the telegram. Thus, even if Li Tai was not in the palace, there were still people in the palace who knew how to use the telegram. Understood. Zhao Song bowed and accepted the order, then turned and left. Call Li Junxian over to see us. After Zhao Song left, Li Er ordered one of the eunuchs in the hall. Understood. The eunuchs bowed and left. This general pays respects to Your Majesty. A few moments later, Li Junxian strode into the hall and bowed. Rise. Seeing Li Junxian, Li Er put down the memorial in his hand and walked up to Li Junxian. We called you here today because we have a task for you. Li Junxian cupped his fists and said, Your Majesty, please give your orders. Li Er nodded and said in a deep voice, We order you to select a group of 100 elite cavalry. There is no need for too many people, just a dozen or so. Have them immediately depart for Source Peak City and investigate if there are any Turk spies in Source Peak City. After investigating Taiyuan City, investigate Yunzhong County. If there are any abnormalities, immediately work with the local subjugation residents to eliminate them. Li Junxian was rather confused, but he still bowed and said, "This general obeys the decree." Go. Li Er waved his hand. Understood. This general will take his leave. Li Junxian cupped his fists and left.